All right, friends. I think we got both of the YouTube streams open. I'm going to open the TikTok stream here in a moment. And bada bing, bada boom, we got the TikTok stream up and running. We got the kitten cam up and running. And we've already got a kitten. We already got a kitten up in here. Good to see you, kitty. Welcome in, friends. Hey, it's Wednesday. It's hump day. It's going to be a fun day. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited for some debate tonight. I'm sure we're going to have nothing but linear, good faith, robust debates tonight. I'm sure that's exactly what we're going to get tonight. We'll see. We'll see. I have hopes. I really do have hopes. While we're waiting for the guests to load up, let me grab a couple super chats. If you want to talk about your God and demonstrate why atheism is folly, go ahead and hit the guest request button at the bottom of the screen, or use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguess. Certainly would love to talk about your God. While we're waiting for some guests to load up, let's grab a couple super chats. Viking Chef says, Odin requires a feast. Indeed he does. I'll need from you your best Christian stock, Islamic word salad, and seasoning of Filbril salty dust. And you shall have it, the Viking Chef. You shall absolutely have it tonight. Get the stock pot ready. It's going to be a cookout. Can't wait. Good to see you, friend. And Handsome Cat, great to see you. And trust me, that is a handsome cat. Says, why did Jesus say 2 swords was enough in Luke 22? I mean, theoretically, like in Luke 22, like bringing 2 swords isn't necessarily that it's enough. Like I'm not sure he says that 2 swords are enough. I think what he's getting at is they're like come fully loaded, if that makes sense. And I'm not sure. Does he even say 2 swords? Let me pull up the passage because I don't know if that's what it says. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering it. Let me grab it real quick. Luke 22, right? I catch you right? Luke 22. Because I remember there's swords. There are a couple of mentions of swords in Luke. Yeah, bring a bag and a sword. All right. Let's see now. There we go. Yeah, you're right. It was 2 swords. Listen, sometimes, guys, sometimes my memory only remembers part of a story. That happens, you know. What are you going to do? Let me grab the verse here real quick and throw it up. And let me pop this down. It says, for I tell you, this scripture must be fulfilled in me, and he was counted among the lawless, and indeed, what is written about me is being fulfilled. Nothing was written about him, so there's another lie. They said, Lord, look, here are 2 swords. He replies, it is enough. Yeah, he's just saying that, like, this is enough. This is what you need for the journey. I mean, realistically, like, this is like near the Olivet Discourse. Jesus isn't intending for a battle to break out, most likely. Even if there were 0 swords, he probably would have said that there is enough. That seems to be the case. Because remember, in the same passage, he's saying that he must be taken in and captured. So, I mean, I think that was his way of just saying, yeah, whatever, it'll work. Let's go. Let's go. Strap up, boys. That's my reading of it. I could be wrong. I haven't looked into the scholarly literature on that particular passage. The scholarly literature might say something really interesting. JH says, I heard a modern Christian song on the radio today saying that Christ will finish what he started in me. So Jesus will finish inside of me. Confused. Yes, he's going to come inside of you. He said it over and over again that he's going to come so deep inside of you that it touches your heart. So believe you me, even though it takes a long time, he does promise to finish inside of you. Kohodo, thank you for the $15 super chat. Great to see you, my friend. Says, have you heard of Prawn Hub? I have. Not Prawn Hub, but the other hub. It says, I love shelling. Oh no, here we go. I love shelling out a bunch of clams to get my claws on some footage of hermit crabs sliding into something bigger, submerged and swimming for Sharon. Indeed, submerged for Sharon is crazy work. We need to adopt that. Submerged for Sharon is wild. And Minutemen, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, well, damn, it's time for another anti-God song. This time it's The Blood's for You. This Blood's for You. Oh, that's a play on Bud Light. Says, by millions of damn Christians, we know the rest. Praise Doug and fuck the patriarchy. Yes, indeed. Praise Doug and Sharon, and also fuck the patriarchy. I couldn't agree more. And we'll grab our last super chat. We'll get our first guest in here. Hayden, thank you for the $10 super chat. Hayden says, thank you for your donation. Hayden, listen, thank you for being here, and thank you for your donation and for supporting the stream. Super appreciate it, friend. It really helps the stream to carry on to more and more voices as we get more and more support, likes, shares for the stream. So big thank you for everyone who supports the stream. Okay, we're going to bring in our first guest. We've got 2 guests waiting in the YouTube queue. We don't have any guests waiting on TikTok yet. Everyone, welcome in from the Bible Guy Raid. Good to see you, W. Dalton. Let me grab Jester from our queue. And then we got a return visitor. We've got another return butthurt visitor, Ulrich, from the last 2 streams, demanding to get cooked a 3rd time. And we know how it is. They never learn. What are you going to do? All right, let's get Jestaro Jester into the chat. How you do? Is it Jestaro?
Yeah, tomato, tomato,
Jestaro,
Jestaro.
Okay, now I can hear you. You say it's Jestaro?
Yeah, Jestaro, tomato, tomato.
Jestaro sounds more like part of the Three Musketeers or something. It sounds dignified, right?
I like it.
Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 31 actually, so I am above 18. And no, I do not.
Oh, well, we're just talking to people who do believe in God. This is a debate space, but we do have a Discord. If you go to the link tree in my profile.
Already joined.
Fucking A, hell yeah. Big W.
I actually just wanted to talk to I sent a super chat a little bit ago about like a couple of days back about possibilionism and what's it called? If you knew anything about that.
I actually remember the super chat. It's a philosophical point you were trying to raise about things being true if they are in fact possible. Is that what you're getting at?
So what I'm pointing at is specifically pointed towards the American neuroscientist Dr. David Eagleman. And he basically took being agnostic like a step further. Like in the essence of like holding multiple hypotheses, whether they be testable or not testable, and just going out and educating yourself. But of course, I've been educating myself on the Bible, and the more I do that, the further away from it I've gotten in my deconstruction.
That seems to be the process. It's hard to remain in the faith while reading the horrific book. But yeah, of the person you're referring to and their field of research, I guess I don't really know anything about it.
Yeah, he has a 20-minute TED talk about explaining possibilionism. When I saw that, I was like, that literally sounds like me. So that's what I went for.
Well, send me a link. I'd love to watch the TED talk, and then maybe we can have some discussion on it offline.
I would love that. And may I just ask one quick question about a like Exodus chapter 13, and then I want to hike out of here.
Yeah. What's the question?
I just read this because I am actually preparing for a debate on slavery in the Bible. My opponent is actually a Catholic who does not see it as endorsed by God or in the Bible.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, that is Saturday night on VR Chat, 9 p.m., so that should be fun. I had a question about chapter 13 of Exodus, where specifically verse 15, especially because he's talking about sanctify to me every firstborn. And then in 15 it says, I killed every firstborn in the land of Egypt, both firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to the Lord the males, the first offspring of every womb, but every firstborn of my sons I redeem. So I wanted to ask for clarification. Is he talking about straight up child unaliving?
No. In fact, he's making an exception in this passage, saying that animals and other things will be executed, but of the humans, of my sons, they'll actually get redeemed. Usually they're redeemed either for a price or for like a goat in its place, something of that nature. But then this also does disagree with the other passages in Exodus that seem to indicate that it's child sacrifice. And if you were curious, about whether or not that's a coherent view. I would just also point out that in Ezekiel seems to believe that God is instructing them to do child sacrifice. In
Right.
chapter 20, he said so, like I think 20, 24, and 25.
Oh, geez, yeah, because that would have been that would have been a huge thing. And if like Pharaoh died or didn't die, like whenever the army got swept up by the waters, that's also what I was researching right before I came on here.
So I know about that contradiction. I don't think it's a great one because there's multiple ways to read it.
True,
Certainly,
it's a tiny one.
it's a good talking point. It's an interesting talking point, but I wouldn't use it in a debate. I don't think it's a slam dunk.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for letting me come on for a moment. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Good to hear from you. Cheers. Best luck on your debate.
Thank you.
Welcome in, Dalton.
Hey, bud, how you doing today?
You know what? I can't complain. I can't complain. I officially am invoking my membership into the Freemasons so that I can summon the devil this winter.
Hey, I love that sweater, by the way.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, listen, it's fucking winter. Have a good time, right? Wear some dope sweaters. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Ulrich is dying to come in and get cooked a third time. Man with a stoat through his head says, "Did Josephus mention up to 12 different people named Jesus?" Well, I actually don't know the count, but Josephus does mention a number of people named Jesus, and it's not just Josephus. There's actually quite a few Gesi that are mentioned in the historical text, and it's not entirely clear if there's crossover in some of their identities. Sometimes it seems like there are, sometimes it's not. And there's a lot of people who believe that Jesus, like the Jesus character from the Gospels, were actually modeled after somebody else, namely, I think, Judas the Galilean. Nevertheless, yeah, I mean, this is true. Yeah, Josephus mentions multiple Jesus. It's certainly possible that that was somebody that, like, people were naming their children Jesus on purpose because there was already a messianic expectation that a Messiah could be named Jesus, and this was partially laid out by Philo. So Philo of Alexandria had a huge like theology built around like a messianic angelic figure like the Logos, and was making a case for why the name would be Yeshua or Yehoshua. So I think the reason why Jesus was so popular at the time period, not just because of the biblical character, but because it had already become part of the zeitgeist of the Messiah could or would be named Jesus. So that's, hopefully it helps. Bionic Latino says the Codex Sinaiticus feels like a checkmate regarding the resurrection. So why isn't mentioned more? Is it bogus? No, it's not bogus. It's like one of the earliest manuscripts we have, and you're right, it doesn't. I assume you're referring to the long ending of Mark. Yeah, in the Sinaiticus, the ending of Mark is not the long ending that you get in most Bibles, and so it is missing maybe a vital component. But the resurrection is in the other Gospels. Like, you'll find it in Matthew and Luke and John. So I'm not really sure that you can make the argument that it's a slam dunk against the resurrection. It's just a slam dunk that the original ending of Mark didn't include it. Space Lord says the aurora overnight was big news. It wasn't shown in my area. I couldn't see it. So saw someone on Facebook say it was a preview of eternity from God. I hope not. I wanted to reply that he will indeed be pretty. Well, I mean, hell will indeed be pretty. It will. I mean, theoretically, hell will be pretty. I mean, I love a good campfire. Like, I'm just saying that seems to be like, I don't see a good reason to think that heaven's going to be any better than hell, other than the fact that there's no getting roasted. But I mean, you get used to it eventually. Like, and no matter what kind of pain you're going through, eventually it normalizes. Last one for now from our friend Scott says, for the atheist song list, I recommend Graham Parker's "Syphilis and Religion." I think they go together. Two things you could probably do without. I suggested this a few months ago before the list began. Well, thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. And remember, the list is in the Discord. You don't have to send it to me, although you're more than welcome to. You can just add it yourself into the Discord thread. It's going to be okay. All right, let's get Ulrich back in here. He's dying to get cooked third time. I assume on the same topic. We'll see. Welcome back, Ulrich.
Hello. I'm calling basically because last call I called gave you the reason or the answer that was missing in the first one, right? And I seen the video.
Answer for what?
you somehow managed to not let me speak in that moment. So the answer is not even there.
Oh, you mean I didn't let you preach?
No, you didn't let me give
So,
my first answer.
I didn't let you preach,
The Amalekite babies.
and I didn't let you pivot. And now you're coming back to cry about it.
I just thought you don't know how to use your
It's
equipment.
okay. It's okay if you need your diaper changed the third time. I'll change your diaper again.
Okay, so can we start the yes no crap, or what are we doing now?
I don't know. You're the one. Give me your best argument for why God is real. That's what we're here for. Let's do it.
Okay. Fine-tuning argument.
That's the best one.
It is a really good one.
It's not very fine.
Yeah, it's certainly not a good one. Okay. Well, go ahead. Give me your best version of the fine-tuning argument. We'll see how you do.
Okay, not only the Earth is fine-tuned for humans, but the whole universe seems to be fine-tuned for exactly us.
Well, I disagree on premise number 1 and premise number 2. Premise number 1 is poppycock because the Earth is constantly trying to unalive humans at almost every turn. That's why 97% of the drinking water is poisonous for us. That's why children die of bone cancer. 3 million children die a year of starvation. We have natural disasters that kill between 100 and 200,000 people per year on average. Even more are injured and maimed and live their lives as vegetables. I don't call that fine-tuning unless you think that the thing that fine-tuned it for misery, pain, and suffering.
Hey, Justin, what will happen if I walk around on the moon without a spacesuit?
You know what? I'm pretty sure you'll die. What about that?
So, okay. You're confusing two things. The fine-tuning argument does not refer to all the things that you just mentioned. It just refers to the conditions.
You did. So, that was your number one premise, was that the Earth was finely tuned for human life. Premise number 1, I disagree with. I disagree. I don't think it's finely tuned for life because, as it turns out, if you're an all-powerful creator and you fine-tune something, that fine-tuning wouldn't be evil. And I'll give you a perfect example to illustrate this. So let's imagine you're an architect and you build a house for let's say you have a family of 100 adopted children. You build a house, and every single room in the house is booby-trapped to accidentally and randomly kill one of your children at random. But your children are still alive. I mean, some of them at least. Is the house finely tuned for your family even though you built it?
This is another crappy analogy that doesn't fit at all.
It's a yes or no. Is the house finely tuned?
Yes, to kill the children.
Exactly.
Right?
Okay, now if you're an architect, you could build a house that doesn't kill the children, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, no crap.
So a finely tuned house would be one that doesn't needlessly execute its inhabitants.
Yes. Can we do real quick? Okay. Yes. Next question.
Okay. So if you finely tune something for your children to live in, it's incumbent that you don't tune it to accidentally and purposely kill them.
Of course not. No.
And
next
so
question.
if God is all powerful then, and he finely tuned the earth for his children to live on, it's crazy that he created the earth with natural disasters and diseases and sicknesses that take life at random and cause untold amount of suffering and misery.
I would need to say more than yes or no to that. Can I?
I didn't ask you a yes or no question, and I'm just asking.
Okay.
I just gave you my reason why the analogy is spot on. Go ahead.
So the earth was not created with all of that. That happens when man sinned. You well remember the sin in Genesis 3.
I'm sorry. Who created the earth?
God.
Okay.
Genesis
did God
1.
create the earth so that it would behave the way that it behaves right now when Adam and Eve sinned?
Yes.
Okay, so then God's in charge of it. He created the earth so that when Adam and Eve sinned, which he knew they would, that the earth would have natural disasters, so it's still on God.
Yes, but creation is one thing, and then the fall is another thing.
No, it's not.
Can't you separate two ideas? No? Okay.
No, they're not, because God knew they would fall. There was never going to be a universe where humans didn't sin. God knew they were going to sin. God knew what was going to happen when they sin, and he decided that when they sin, he would create diseases and natural disasters and infant mortality and make childbearing so painful for all women that like upwards of 4% of them in history would die giving birth. Did he have to do any of that?
Yes, like I said in the last call, God creates evil. Remember that?
He had to. He had to do it. What forced him to do it?
Justice. Why do I have to repeat my...
So justice requires you to maim your creation at random. You know, children die and get maimed in earthquakes. You think that's justice?
We have to
You
say
Christians are
everything
sick.
behind.
It's crazy that you guys will say that babies with Lesch-Nyhan syndrome scratching out their eyeballs, that's justice. Do you think that's justice?
Or...
So, like, what's it justice for? What crime is this justice for?
There are some spiritual laws. For example, the parents might have done something that causes the child to suffer. Like if your parents become a millionaire, you also get a lot of money. Yes, that's even
not how
our
that
laws
works.
contain that.
So parents do not determine who gets Lesch-Nyhan syndrome. Parents do not determine who gets bone cancer. Parents do not determine which babies die giving birth. That's something that God decided. God didn't have to have any of that happen.
They didn't decide that, but they might have done something that opens a door to that.
Who's in control of the door? Who made the door?
Why do you intentionally misunderstand everything I say?
Who made the door?
Why do you intentionally misunderstand everything I say? You studied that stuff. You know what I was talking about.
Ulrich, I know. That's why I know that you're saying stupid stuff right now. Who made the door?
God made it. So there is
did God have to make the door?
Yes.
No, he didn't.
That's the point you don't get.
We'll try this again. God doesn't have to do anything. Nobody's forcing God's hand. So, for example, when Adam and Eve sinned, God opened a door. Did he choose what would come through the door?
Yes.
Okay, could he have chosen to open the door and have no natural disasters but other stuff?
Probably not. That's what I'm trying
to
say.
Then he's not all powerful. He's a weak-ass, punk-ass, bitch-ass God who has no powers. He created the earth having no idea what would happen. He knew Adam and Eve was sin because it says so in Ephesians chapter 1 and Revelation chapter 7, but he had no idea that when they sinned, the earth would do all this crazy stuff that, golly gee, he just couldn't predict.
Is that what I said? Did you understand that?
That's the entailment of what you said.
Very far from what I said.
Was God capable of creating it so that when Adam and Eve sinned, there would be no natural disasters?
Can I say more in a sense? Probably not, because justice requires it. He cannot be out of justice or out of logic.
Justice doesn't require you to destroy babies. At what point in time does justice require you to murder babies?
That's what we see in the biblical history, that yes, it did. That's the point.
I'm not asking you about the biblical history. I said, what about justice requires you to murder innocent entities? Because the definition of justice is that innocent parties don't get punished. Do you agree that if an innocent party gets punished for a crime they didn't commit, that we would call that injustice?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that means God practices injustice, doesn't it?
No, because there is a broader justice.
Yes, you just affirmed a contradiction. We'll try this again, Ulrich. When an innocent baby suffers for somebody else's crime, and God has control over that, God causes it to happen, that means God causes injustice. These are just basic definitions, Ulrich. I'm surprised that this is going over your head.
But at the same time, a bigger justice. He creates
there is no bigger justice.
Justice at the same time.
No, he does not. He creates injustice every single time he murders a baby that didn't need to be murdered. The babies of the slave girls toiling away in Egypt, when he killed their firstborn, was that justice?
Yes. Who is to blame for that?
Not the babies. Not the babies. Not the babies.
No, you know the story. It's
okay,
Pharaoh's
so then, Ulrich, you'd be okay if you committed a sin. You'd be okay with God murdering your baby for it.
No.
Okay, then that means it's not okay for God to murder somebody else's babies for crimes that they didn't commit. We'll try this again. So when you murder a baby for a crime they never committed, but for somebody else's crime, that's called injustice. When God does it, that means God is doing something that's unjust. That means God is not all just, which is a direct contradiction of his properties in Deuteronomy 32:4.
And if this was the only way to get Israel out of Egypt, and that's why he did it.
It wasn't. He's all powerful. He could have teleported them. He could have snapped his fingers and teleported every motherfucker out of Egypt without injuring a single baby. Every time you apologists get on my live stream, you minimize God so he's the weakest, most feckless, dumbest, incapable deity ever fucking created, because you have to justify his atrocities, or you have to be honest for 5 minutes, and you're not willing to be honest because you're a fucking coward, Ulrich.
How am I a coward? I'm not an apologist. I'm just a normal guy.
You're doing it right now. You're justifying murdering babies.
No, I'm not. I'm explaining to you why it happened. Because you're asking
I know why it happened.
You have to answer them.
I know why it happened. I'm asking, is it justified?
Look, you're asking dumb questions. Here are the answers to the dumb questions. Because the fine-tuning argument has nothing to do with it. But look where we're going again.
Yeah,
because,
premise number one. Give me premise number
one
of your fine-tuning argument, Ulrich.
Like I just said, everything is fine-tuned for humans.
It's not fine-tuned for humans. It's fine-tuned for murdering humans.
No. That happened when that is the sin, which is not the original creation.
If you have to make an excuse for why it's not fine-tuned, that means the fine-tuning argument fails. The fine-tuning argument only works if you don't have to make excuses for either there's not fine-tuning. Your argument is dead out of the gate the minute you mention the fall.
No, it's not, because it was originally
It is. It's like you got something stuck in your ears. If you have to make an excuse for why there's a lack of fine-tuning, then what you can't do is use the presence of fine-tuning to justify the existence of God, because you've already admitted that there's not fine-tuning, and you're making excuses for why there's not fine-tuning. So you can't point to the lack of something to demonstrate God's existence.
Yes, because life wouldn't be possible without fine-tuning.
Prove it.
Right? How do you know that other forms of life wouldn't be possible to exist under different conditions?
We don't.
So you have no idea what kind of tuning's possible. If your God is real, if your God's all-powerful, he could have created life using any parameter possible. There's no limit to what parameters he could have put together to create life. The reality is you have no idea what parameters are necessary to create life. You have no idea how much life is out there in the universe. You have no idea what's even required for the life on this planet to evolve. The reality is you're just assuming that your God did it, and you have no reason to assume that.
But if we imagine there is no God, how then is life possible? Then it's not possible.
It is possible, yeah, without your God. Nothing about your God is needed for life. If your God was necessary for life, science would have figured it out already. Science already has a methodology for life arising from non-living entities. In fact, every molecule in your body right now is non-living, yet your arrangement, your configuration of molecules is alive. Being alive is just a description of how molecules can behave when they're in a particular arrangement. That's it.
Yeah, but it's an impossibility.
It's not an impossibility. Prove it.
How do these molecules fit together exactly so we exist? That's the impossibility.
It's not impossible. Prove it. Prove that it's impossible.
It's proven. It's
exist. Not proven.
So therefore,
it's not proven that it's impossible. Try again. In fact, it's proven that it actually is possible. That's why we have the theory of abiogenesis, and it won't go away.
Sounds like Ulrich is making an argument from personal incredulity just because he doesn't understand how it could possibly occur, therefore it's impossible.
Yeah. Your lack of scientific understanding is not evidence for God.
Well, can you explain this abiogenesis then? What is the proof they have for that?
Abiogenesis, there's lots of proof. We know the building blocks for life, namely amino acids and proteins, are already forming in outer space. In fact, we found 2 meteorites recently that have fully formed amino acids. There's a debate whether or not one of them actually had a fully formed protein, but they're literally self-assembling right out in outer space, the same way they self-assemble here. We've done multiple experiments self-assembling amino acids. We've done multiple experiments here putting together various amino acids and bases to self-assemble proteins. Like, we know all the building blocks that are required for life to self-assemble.
And it assembles by itself?
Yes.
Has that been observed?
Yes, they do. It's not absurd. Have you bothered to spend even 10 minutes researching the literature?
No, that's why I just
Then-
asked you. I've
Then
never
how
ever
could
that I
you
imagine this
possibly
being true.
know that it's absurd?
I said observed.
Oh yeah, it's definitely been
Observable,
observed.
like
Yeah.
watched.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
The Yuri Muller experiment was observed. We were able to create amino acids in the lab using naturalistic mechanisms.
Yeah. And there's a peer-reviewed article from UCLA on a more recent one, linking self-assembling amino acid to RNA. In fact, let me grab the article.
But even if we have that, how do we come to humans then?
Evolution. Like, you should have learned this in high school. I assume you went to
Yes,
high
I
school.
did.
I
That's
assumed you
bullshit.
learned evolution. Evolution is why we are what we are today. It's 3.5 billion years of molecules copying each other in the form of DNA specifically, the ones we're concerned with. That's why like 70% of our DNA is like non-functional, because as we copy one DNA replica to another and then we add new modifications to it, sometimes it gets more and more complicated, and sometimes the stuff that we don't need anymore gets broken and it's just hanging on there. For example, I used to design machines for a living. And so one thing we would do is, like, if we had a machine order, let's say it's machine XYZ. Well, let's pretend like 2 years ago we built a machine XYZ, but now we need to build the same machine, but we need to add a couple new modifications on it because, you know, technology changes over 2 years. Well, we're going to copy that software from the original machine to the new machine, and then we're going to write some new software on top of it to add in the new modifications. When you copy machine code over and over again, what you'll find is sometimes you copy code that breaks in the process, and it might be code that you didn't actually need. You copied it, you didn't need it on the new machine, but it's there anyways. Eventually someone accidentally breaks it, and you figure out 10 years down the road, you're looking at the machine code, and you're like, why is there a bunch of broken coding here from machines from 10 years ago? And then you have to go in and clean that shit up. The same thing happens in our DNA. It copies over and over and over again for billions of years, and then we're left with billions of years of broken, damaged, unworkable DNA code that used to work, say 100,000 years ago, and it doesn't work anymore. The DNA evidence for evolution is so strong. Literally, you could spend one day studying the DNA evidences and come away with a pretty good grasp that evolution must be a fact.
So we have like trash DNA, and that's been confirmed.
100% confirmed. And one of the best examples of this is the fact that we cannot produce vitamin D. That's one of the reasons why getting sunshine is so important. But we know that our primate ancestors could process, their body could make their own vitamin D the same way it makes the other vitamins. There's one step in that chain that's broken. The DNA expression that's required for our body to make vitamin D, there's one tiny step that's broken. And it's also broken in a lot of our primate cousins right now, because we had a common ancestor that it got broken in. And we can see the whole DNA snippet working up until that one broken point. And we just know, like, all the DNA lines up with, we have a common ancestor. That's why we have endogenous retroviruses, where there's viruses from the outside that make it into our DNA. And then it damages, I guess you could say damages, or inserts itself into our DNA. So you find a little snippet of foreign DNA embedded in your DNA strand. And the cool thing is, when it gets into the reproductive DNA, it gets passed on to your children and your children's children, and it gets passed on indefinitely forever. And so we've got like 200 retroviruses that all human beings share. And it's really cool because like 80% of those 200 that all human beings share, we also share with the great apes. And a huge portion of those we literally only share with the great apes and no other animal life, because we had a common ancestor that had those endogenous retroviruses, and they got passed down over and over and over and over again until we get to today.
Is there another possible explanation for that?
Nope.
No? Because whenever I call AXP, then they say, is there another possible explanation? Well, we might do the same thing. Maybe these viruses are there for another cause. No? Impossible? Nope.
Because the DNA strand that it finds itself in is like sometimes hundreds of thousands of codes or base pairs, and sometimes even millions, and sometimes even more than that. And what we find is, when we analyze the genome, it's always in the same spot in the same part of the DNA strand, which is why we know it's being copied. If it was just a foreign DNA snippet and it showed up at various different locations in the DNA, in the genome, then we can say, listen, these are multiple foreign viruses that are inserting themselves at random into populations, which does happen. But when we find a retrovirus that's always in the same place of the DNA strand, and it's always there for all human beings, that means it could only have happened if this existed before all current human beings came to be, which means we had all of us came from a common blood pool, all of us.
Okay. How come we don't have that somehow in our conscience? I mean,
in our what?
Why do we have religions and we don't? Yeah, if we evolved, why don't we have that knowledge brought to us from our ancestors, engraved in our brains?
Knowledge of what? You don't know you have retroviruses. I don't know how
that doesn't make sense to you.
You don't know when you have retroviruses. None of our ancestors knew what they were.
No, but the whole evolution. But because we have things like we know when a tree has good fruit. I mean, a real fruit tree, like an apple tree. We have that in our brains. Why don't we have evolution also?
Why would we? Nobody knew what evolution was until the modern times.
Yeah, you don't need to know what evolution is in order to like survive.
Like the proto-humans just knew that they were alive. They had no idea what was happening a million years before them.
But shouldn't we have like some traits, like some monkey stuff in us?
Yeah, we do. 97% of our DNA is identical to chimpanzee and bonobo DNA. We have eyes. We have fingernails in common. Some of us are even born with tails.
What?
Yeah, you know there are human beings born with tails, right?
Humans with tails?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There was actually a young boy in India who was born with a tail, and as a result, they thought he was the incarnation of the monkey god Hanuman, and they worshipped him.
Yeah, Ulrich, I don't know what happened, but your connection got slow. Give me a second. Let's see if it comes back. There we go. I think we're good.
Okay.
The reality is we can explain the world around us without a God. Like everything that we see around us today can be explained without a God, so I don't see why we need a God to explain anything.
Okay, yeah, but then we have two things, right? We decide. At the end of the day, we decide which one we believe.
Right, but we have evidence for my worldview. Like we have evidence for evolution and abiogenesis, and for a planet that's 4.5 billion years old. We have evidence for all this stuff. We don't have any evidence for the Bible God. In fact, the Bible itself is full of things that are patently false. It says that the earth is flat, that there's a dome over top of it. It says that the first humans lived only 6,000 years ago. I mean, the reality is every time you stack the Bible up against known scientific facts, it just starts failing over and over again. They didn't even know about germ theory. They thought like diseases and germs were caused by unclean spirits.
However, they were taught to wash their hands and stuff like that.
Not in the Bible.
But yes, the Jews were taught to like be clean and do their cleaning rituals.
Not from God. God didn't say wash your hands. That developed outside of the Bible. That was part of the tradition of the elders.
But like cleaning and washing rituals, they're not in Leviticus? I don't remember exactly.
No, the washing your hands before a meal, that's not part of the Levitical law code. That's something that the Jews were already doing. Not already doing. That's something they were already doing in Jesus' time period. But that came from the sages, not from Moses.
The sages? You mean the 70 elders or something like that?
Well, later elders. I don't think it came from the original 70 elders that you see in Exodus chapter 24.
Okay, well the Bible doesn't say the earth is flat.
Yeah, it does. Job 38, 14. Isaiah 40, 22. Ulrich, you should know by now that I don't make empty claims about the Bible.
Yeah, but I've read the Bible and I've never seen it saying, "Oh, the Earth must be flat."
Seems to be
how
a
come
problem with your eyes, not mine.
22 specifically says, "Hayoshev al chul haaretz," he sits upon the circle of the earth.
So yeah, circle, a globe is a circle.
Nope. It's not. There's a word for ball, and it's not in that verse. A circle is not a ball. A circle is flat.
Well, a circle is the shape you see from afar. Also
So what? That's not the shape of the earth. It doesn't say what it looks like from afar.
If he sits on it, it probably looks like that from afar.
It doesn't matter what it looks like from afar. It's making a statement about what it is, not what it looks like.
Okay, if you think so. What was the other verse?
Yeah, Job 38:14 talks about what God does with the earth. Says that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, which wouldn't exist on a globe, and the wicked shall be shaken out of it. Taking the imagery of a rug now. Says it takes form like clay under a seal, which is a flat disc, and stands out like a garment. The description of the earth in Job 38 is something that's flat, that you can take by the edge, much like a carpet or a clay seal. And if you look at like Hezekiah's seal, it's a very good example.
Yeah, might say that's just poetic language. To shake people out of the earth is not possible on a flat earth.
I'm not saying that shaking people out of the earth is literal. We know that God's not literally shaking the earth to knock people off of it. He's describing the shape of the earth, though. He says it takes form like clay beneath a seal, and this is what clay beneath a seal looks like.
Okay.
The reality is, nothing in the Bible makes sense unless you understand that they believe what everybody believed, that the earth was flat, which is why Jesus could go up to the highest mountain and see all the kingdoms of the earth, because the earth is in fact flat. That's why it says that there's a dome over top of it. The rakia is a dome. It's a hard dome, and it was described in all of the extra-biblical literature. The Egyptians described it, the Babylonians and other Mesopotamians described it, the Greeks described it, the Romans described it. It wasn't until modern times that people realized that there was no dome over the earth. But everyone believed it back then.
There's a dome?
Oh, it's all over. It's in Ezekiel chapter 1, Genesis chapter 1. In fact, let's grab Genesis chapter 1 real quick.
The firmament, but it says the firmament is the sky.
The firmament is the dome.
But it says God called the firmament heaven.
I know, the heavens includes the dome. Go ahead, Dalton.
Why do you think it's called firmament? The reason for that Old English word is because the ancients thought the sky was firm and solid. It's the Hebrew word rakia. It literally means like something which is solid, which is hammered out.
Yep.
If he explains he called it heaven, it must be just heaven. It's not a dome.
Well, it's the sky. The dome is the most furthest layer of the sky.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a dome. And he's gone again. It does say that. Yeah, that's why Psalm 150 says that God's throne is just on the other side of the firmament. That's why in all of the extra biblical literature, Yahweh is pictured just on the other side of the firmament. The dome, that's what rakia means. It is a dome. And so we even see that in Ezekiel. In Ezekiel chapter 1 and chapter 10, when he goes up to see God, where does he see God?
In heaven.
In the sky, just above the what?
It doesn't say that it's a dome.
It does. Yes, it does. That's what rakia means. That's why the NRSV Bible, the NABRE Bible, and others just translate it as a dome.
Then they translated wrong.
No, they're not wrong. You're wrong. Almost all the translations understood this to be a dome, except for a couple confused modern translations. Almost all scholars... The King James Bible is a dome. That's what firmament is. The firmament is a dome. It comes from firmamenta, from the Latin, which is referred to a hard surface. That's what the word means.
Firm means hard,
and they translated it from steroma in Greek. So the Latin translated it from steroma, which means a firm surface, into firmamentum into Latin, which means a firm surface. And then that gets translated into firmament in English, which means a firm surface, because Job says that it's hard like a cast metal mirror.
We already said that Job is a poetic book, so that's not a description. And in Genesis, he even
No,
says he calls
it
it the
is.
sky.
You can't say that something being poetic means that it has no meaning anymore. Just because
Yes, it
something's
does, but-
poetic doesn't mean that it doesn't have any meaning. That's preposterous. You can be poetic and still be making claims about reality, which is what's actually happening in Job. God is specifically describing the earth while he is questioning Job, saying, hey, were you fucking here when I laid its foundations? Were you here when I did this? He's describing the earth because he knows that Job has no actual knowledge of the earth. In fact, of the skies itself, in Job 37:18, he says, can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror? The skies include a hard molten mirror. That's the rakia. In fact, the Egyptians wrote about this. The Egyptians thought it was made of bronze, and some of the Jews debated as to whether or not it was made out of crystal. They even debated on the thickness of it, by the way. If you read the rabbinic literature, they debate all over the place about how thick it is, about how God lives on top of it inside of an air pocket, how much water's up there.
But I think this is kind of a weird observation because I grew up in mountains, and there, what I thought as a small child is that the mountains connect to the sky. But I never had but it doesn't give you the illusion that it's somehow hard. I just thought, okay, it's connected.
If you don't know modern science and you just look up around you, it looks like you're in a dome and there's water on the other side of the dome being held back by the dome. That's why the sky is blue, and that's what all the ancients believed. And that's why it shows up in...
Hard.
And that's what it does look hard. That's how the waters are held back. The waters are held back by the dome, which is why in the Bible it's described as being like sapphire.
That's why the ancient Israelites thought that rain was. They spoke about rain as being the opening of the windows of the heavens. That's where rain came from the waters above the dome.
But that, of course, was not literal. Windows of
Yeah,
heaven.
it is. Yes, it is. You can't just every time you don't like what the Bible says, you can't just say it's not literal. That's
But
not,
if
that's not how
somebody
they read the
says-
Bible.
But if he says, yeah, if something is impossible to be, then it's probably not literal.
No, they could just literally be wrong. That's the problem. That's what you can't comprehend. When it says something that's not actually true, sometimes you can be like, oh, fuck, that's not true. Or you can twist yourself into a pretzel and be like, well, it's poetic, so it doesn't have any meaning. Oh, it's not literal, it doesn't have any meaning. No, sometimes it's just wrong.
That would be the other possibility, but even
Yeah.
if I say windows of heaven, I might write about this in poetry, right? And you know it's not literal.
Yeah, in the modern age. Because you live in a time period where people think the windows of heaven is a metaphor for something that doesn't exist. But the ancients didn't. The ancient people did not believe that the windows of heaven were a metaphor for any kind of nonsense. In fact, they go through great lengths to describe them. Read the book of Enoch. In Enoch, he describes the windows at the base of the firmament that the sun goes in and out of so that it can traverse underneath the earth at night. These were literal fucking windows that they believed actually existed. And they also believed that the sun traversed around the earth. That's why it's described as doing that in the Bible. That's why they can say that the sun stood still. The sun doesn't actually stay still. The earth would have to stop rotating. The earth clearly didn't stop rotating because all the water of the ocean would have swallowed up the landmass if the earth suddenly stopped rotating.
The whole universe would have stood still.
No,
That's how that's interpreted.
that's not how that works. It says the sun stood still in the sky.
Yes, but for this to be possible, exactly. So the earth has to stand still, but everything. Otherwise, it's not possible.
It doesn't say the whole universe stood still. There's no concept of the universe in the Bible. Yeah. No, the Bible the Bible doesn't say from our viewpoint. That's something you have to insert into it because you know that it's wrong. The Bible is describing the way things are. And when it gets it wrong, you're like, well, that's what it looks like from our viewpoint. But the Bible doesn't say that's what it looks like from our viewpoint. Remember, this is from God. God has the information. He could describe it the way that it actually is.
Yeah, would this be necessary though? Would they like?
Yeah, it would. It would stop millions of people in the year 2025 from reading the Bible and thinking that this is a bullshit book.
Okay.
The minute you say, well, that's what it looks like from our viewpoint, you're admitting that it says something that's untrue, and you're trying to find a reason for why it's untrue.
Yeah, but I think that's the obvious thing there.
It's not obvious. It's
Describe
obvious
something we
that,
observe.
that those are the lies you have to tell yourself. It's obvious to me from reading the ancient literature, the comparative literature from the ancient Near East, that this is just what everybody believed. Everybody believed that the earth was flat, had a dome over top of it, there was windows in it, and then there was water on the other side of it. They described it in great detail in the writings. I've got the map on the wall behind me. I physically have the ancient Babylonian disc map behind me on the wall. This is what people believed. The Bible believed it too. That's why the Bible agrees with the Egyptians, it agrees with the Babylonians, it agrees with the Assyrians, it agrees with the Hittites, because that's what everybody believed.
Well, we still speak. If I told you the sun will go down at 7 p.m., am I wrong to say that?
No, but
It's
you're not.
actually not true,
But
right?
you're not describing it as God. You're not God.
But see, I know it's not actually true, but it's correct. The sun goes down at 7 p.m.
No,
Right?
but
That's how we talk about
you're
that.
not God, and you're not writing sacred literature, and you're not describing the earth. If you're literally describing the way that the earth is, like it does in the book of Job and the book of Genesis, you're not going to describe it that way. You're not going to describe it that way at all. You're going to describe it truthfully. The sun going down is an idiom that only happens in the modern age because once upon a time they thought that that was true. Back in history, they thought the sun literally was setting. The sun literally was going down. That phrase only exists today as an idiom because people used to think that it's true. If people never thought that that was true, that idiom wouldn't exist.
Okay, yeah.
Let's talk about my last favorite subject. Now that we've got to some like mature back and forth. So I think Christianity fails right out of the gate. The reason why I think Christianity fails, no matter what you think about science, no matter what you think about fine-tuning, I think the reason why Christianity fails is because Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies, and it takes no more than 5 minutes to demonstrate that the New Testament has no idea what's happening in the Old Testament, and it's just making shit up.
But the Messianic prophecy that he would be born in Bethlehem, that he would be called a Nazarene, no bones of him to be broken.
Well, first of all, 2 of those aren't prophecies. No bones being broken is Exodus chapter 12. That's not a prophecy. Those are Passover instructions. The other one that you mentioned, being born in Bethlehem, that is a legit prophecy. We'll get to that. And then what was the other one you mentioned?
That he shall
be called a Nazarene.
Oh, yeah, that's Isaiah 11. That's not a prophecy. That doesn't even show up in the Bible. We'll worry about that next. Okay, let's go to Micah.
They will part his clothes.
That's not a prophecy either. Nope.
It's Psalms. We talked about that already. Psalms can contain prophecies.
Yeah, it's not a prophecy. So in Micah 5, it says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah." The of is kind of important in the sentence because a lot of people think that this is referring to the city of Bethlehem. I don't think it is. I think it's referring to the ancient lineage of King David, which includes 2 individuals, one of them named Bethlehem and another named Ephrathah. Ephrathah was a woman, Bethlehem was a male. And it says Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah. So it's talking about a clan, not necessarily a city. From you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days. So I'm reading this as saying that whoever this individual is, 2 things are going to happen. They're going to be from David's lineage. Maybe they come from the town of Bethlehem. I don't think that's necessarily important. And also, number 2, they're going to rule in Israel. Well, the problem we have is Jesus did not come from the lineage of David, and he didn't rule for even 1 minute in Israel.
But Jesus, yes, he came from the lineage of David. That's what we see.
No, he didn't.
In Matthew and Luke, the lineages.
No, both of them go to Joseph. Joseph wasn't his daddy. And the prophecy in the book of Samuel says that is going to come from the loins of David. It's going to come from his actual seed, which means it has to come from a physical seed.
Yeah, in Luke's lineage, that's Mary's lineage.
No, it's not. Nope. Both of them go to Joseph.
I would love to know where in the Gospel of Luke it tells us the genealogy is Mary's.
It doesn't.
It doesn't
verse
say
20,
that, but it differs from Matthew's.
I know it does differ. That's not because it goes to Mary though. This is settled by Eusebius.
So that's why. So
No, it's not from Mary. Eusebius describes that the reason why this is because the parents of Joseph, the mother of Joseph, was married twice. All right, hold on. Your connection failed. Let me get you back. I don't know why it keeps cutting in and out. It's just your connection specifically. Okay, so Eusebius justifies the differing genealogies because they say that there was two husbands, one a stepfather, one not a stepfather. But the genealogy doesn't say anything about Mary. It says Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph of Heli, son of Mathat. So this is the genealogy of Joseph, not of Mary.
Okay. But what is it? The other prophecies, he doesn't fulfill any of them?
None. Not a single prophecy. In fact, the best prophecies about the Messiah didn't even show up in the New Testament. Like a good prophecy about the Messiah, I'd say like Jeremiah chapter 3, Jeremiah 23, Jeremiah 33. Isaiah 11 is actually a good one. Isaiah 2 is another good one. Ezekiel 36 and 37 are good ones. They get ignored by the New Testament because Jesus clearly didn't do it. But let's read real quick Jeremiah. This is the expectation that the average Jew would have had in mind. It says, "The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and to the house of Judah." Well, we know what the promise is. If you read back in the chapter, the promise was to restore them to their land. It says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts."
Yeah.
That's right. Restore them back to the land of Israel. It says, "In those days and at that time I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land." So this is a physical king in a physical land. It says, "In those days Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called, the Lord is our righteousness. For, thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time." So, I mean, according to the messianic expectation in Jeremiah, there's always going to be Levitical sacrifices, and there's always going to be a physical, literal king in a physical, literal Israel.
Yeah, but they said that's the second coming.
Well, that means he's not
All
the Messiah.
prophecies that you said. What did you just say? I didn't hear that.
If you think this is happening at his second coming, that means he's not the Messiah, because this is clearly what the Messiah is going to do.
But using that same logic, I can make the claim that any failed Messiah will actually fulfill the prophecies at a later time at their second coming. Bar Kokhba will fulfill this when he returns.
Right.
Okay. Well, I have to go. I have to work. I also work. Imagine that. So.
Well, listen, we
We'll get another
appreciate
day.
that you're contributing to society.
Okay.
All right. Hey, thanks for coming and talk to us, Ulrich, and thanks for calming down. We appreciate that. Well, that was interesting. I expected him to crash out the entire time.
One of my least favorite counter arguments to Isaiah 40:22 is, well, they're just looking at the earth from far away and it looks like a circle. No, if you look at the earth from far away, it still looks like a sphere. You can see the continents and the clouds sort of circling it.
Also, that's a fair point, like, because it's not like an immediate snapshot. Like, if you're looking at it from afar, you can literally see it rotating. So it's like, if this was God's eye view, he would still know it's a sphere, describe it as such, because it would be rotating. Discs don't rotate like that. Oh, well, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Crucifix Me says, "Oh God, Jesus died in the hole he goes." I mean, that is the case. I mean, he probably went into a mass grave. I feel like you're not referencing that, though. I feel like you're probably referencing Jesus coming inside of you. This might be a form of reverse necromancy, though. I'm just saying, Crucifix Me. This could be a new ICP song. Corpseman, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate the $20 super chat. That's huge, my friend. And Cringer Fringer, there we go. Is that a raccoon? Raccoons are cute. Thank you for the super chat. It says, "Will you be seeking peer review for your book? Looking forward to it. Horrors for Doug." Well, no. Books don't get peer review. They just get read by the mass and then shredded in public reviews. Peer review is you would have to enter like a theological journal. I certainly could write something for a theological journal. I don't know if that's like a goal of mine. When I go back and do my PhD, then I'll have to write stuff for theological journals. Design, thank you for the super chat, says, but Justin, without my God, how is there lightning? My God is necessary to confirm my conclusion. Indeed. Because if you don't know how lightning works, you have to posit a God. Although I would say it's much more parsimonious if you don't know, to posit a lightning unicorn. Clearly, there is a unicorn responsible for lightning. It's not a God. It's just a lightning unicorn. A lot less assumptions there. Dr. Dave, great to see you. Thank you for the 10-pound super chat. Says, one can reach the conclusion that Ulrich is not rich in brain cells. Listening to him makes my brain all poor. I'm too old for this shit. Insert Danny Glover's voice from Lethal Weapon. Indeed. Thank you, Dr. Dave. And you know what? At least he calmed down somewhere midstream and we were able to make some progress. Let's hope when he comes back the next time, we can have the same level of discourse. Dan, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, Ulrich has heard all of the evidence for evolution from Forrest multiple times. I do believe that. Yet he refuses to listen. Also, trans rights are human rights, Ulrich. In fucking agreed. Fucking agreed. There we go. Fucking agreed, Dan. Trans rights are human rights. Trans people are people. Meg, thank you for the super chat, says, the idea that we are born knowing when fruit or any plant is edible or ripe is idiotic. We are taught that certain fruit is edible. Children and adults eat poisonous foods all the time. Yeah, even in modern times, there's shit that we don't know. We eat stuff and choke on it or die on it all the time, or play with poisonous snakes that we didn't believe were poisonous. And last super chat for now from our friend Wraith. Good to see you, friend. So Justin sporting an Xmas version of Jeffrey Lebowski's sweater, and I'm all good with that. Yes, indeed, you nailed it. Actually, I meant to order the Lebowski sweater last year, the cardigan, and I never did. I need to do that. This is my reminder. I love the Big Lebowski sweater. It's one of my favorite movie fits. It's phenomenal.
Well, I don't get to wear sweaters yet. It's still like 60 degrees here in Texas.
Well, it'll chill off a little bit in Texas. Just not, you're not going to get a winter wonderland like what we have up here, but you'll get something. Let me grab Carter, I think is probably the next guest. Although Carter, there we go. He's awake. Is it?
Hey.
Well, how do I pronounce your name? Is it Amenra Carter?
Yes, Amin Ra. It's crazy.
Oh.
It's crazy. I have a crazy life story, so it's kind of like a misspelling, but that's my name.
Okay, cool name. I like it. So Amin Ra, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I'm at least 18 and I don't believe in God. I just love your channel and I'd love to pick your brain sometime. I grew up 7-Day Adventist. Do you know what that is?
Oh, sure do, yeah.
Yeah, man, that's a crazy denomination.
It sure is. Well, listen, Amin Ra, we're glad that you're no longer in that cult, but we are just doing debates. All the people loaded up here are waiting for a good, robust debate to go down. So,
okay.
But man, we really appreciate being here, and thanks for watching and supporting. You're welcome to email me or send me a message on Discord if you have a question.
Okay, I'll do that, Justin. I didn't know how it worked. I respect your channel. Good stuff, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Cheers, buddy.
Okay.
Crystal J says, at the Bible Guy, can you remind Justin after this guy that I have an announcement?
Already got her. Let's get Crystal
Justin.
in here. Crystal.
How are you?
Good to see you, friend.
It's so good to see you. Hi, Dalton. We haven't met yet in person. I'm Crystal. Good to meet you.
Hi, Crystal. Nice to meet you, too.
Listen, I just wanted to make an announcement. You know what I'm about to do here. We, Justin and his team, have come up with a way to help out some people during this tough time that we're in right now. 42 million Americans have lost their SNAP benefits thanks to this administration. And the Deconstruction Junction Discord server wanted to do something to help our community. If you've been a member of the community for at least 30 days, you're eligible for this. There are 2 new channels in the Discord server. One is called Season of Reason Info. That's because we have a Season of Reason meal program that we are sponsoring. And how it works is people donate $40. And with just $40 from Walmart, you can feed a family of 10. So, and I know we don't want to support the big box stores if we don't have to right now, but this is about helping people who are hungry, who need food right now. Okay. So all you have to do is go over to the Discord, go to the channel Season of Reason info. All the info right there is how to apply. And if you would like to sponsor a family, there's information there on how you too can donate. Now you have to be a member for at least 30 days to participate in receiving a gift card, but we're going to do this month. And we're going to do this next month. So if you aren't a member yet, you can go ahead and join the Discord. And then next month, you can sign up for the December one. Okay. But we're going to do this month and next month. You can sign up, and it's a very simple form. Nobody sees it. It's all anonymous. And then we'll email you the gift card, and that's it. Also, if you are a parent or a caregiver of a child 18 or under, you can post your child's Amazon wish list, instructions on how to make it, and make sure that you don't dox yourself when making the wish list is also all in the Gift of Joy channel right underneath that in the community area of the Discord. So we're doing what we can to help you guys out during this tough time right now that we're all facing. And if you can help. If you need help, come reach out for help. We just, this is what we do. This is what Justin's about. This is what his team's about. And this is what Deconstruction Junction is about.
Agreed. Crystal, do me a favor and on Discord, send me a direct link to the sign up to the inside the Discord. I'll put it in the description of the YouTube video so that people watching on YouTube will have a direct link to where they need to go.
Okay. They'll have to be a Discord member though. Okay. They just need to remember that. So, okay. So I'll send you the links to the channels and to the Google form. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Have a great show. And, as always, Justin, you're amazing.
Thank you. You are amazing, Crystal. Thank you so much for being here. Cheers, friend. I think on Friday's stream, I'll make sure the link is in the description of the video when we get going so that we can advertise for it. Should be a really good promotion. I'm excited for it. I think Crystal was the one that had the brainchild, though. I think this is actually one of her doings. We were talking about how we can utilize our new nonprofit, and she was the one that came up with this good idea. So big W to Crystal. Let me grab just a couple of super chats. We're going to get Fro in here to speak to from the YouTube queue. Welcome in from the Ian raid, everybody. Big W, thank you for being here. And interesting, no guests from TikTok wanting to talk today. They're all from YouTube. Heathen Reason says, be it vertical or horizontal, let the aroma of the cooked float to heaven. Float to the heavens as a pleasing scent for Doug, Sharon, and Pebbles. Indeed, and Rocky, my friend, and Rocky. And Alex, thank you for the super chat, says, I swear if I hear one more pussy-ass Christians say they don't read the Old Testament because it's too mean, I'm revoking their abused Disney Plus membership. Yeah, absolutely. I'll never understand why Christians will only read like a third of the book. Handsome Cat says, some Christians believe that Luke 22:26 is a call to be armed. He says 2 swords was enough, I guess, to fulfill Isaiah 53:12. Not sure the reason. Well, that's the problem. It's always hard to know what the illusion is supposed to be, but the reality is if 2 swords is enough, they weren't planning on an insurrection. You're not going to win an insurrection with only 2 people having swords. You know what I mean? But anyways, I haven't read some of the scholarly literature on this passage. There might be a better reason I'm not thinking of. Timothy says, I don't believe Jesus ever performed any miracles, but he did inspire the kebab, the original lamb on a stick, and that's not too bad. We should start changing the name of the kebab to the crucifixion. They absolutely have to start calling them crucifixes. And Tim says, Ulrich to Justin after like 3 days in a row of coming back. I just can't quit you. That is the best line from Brokeback Mountain, and I think you might be right. I think you might be right. Dr. Dave says, news just in case you didn't know, it's healthy and justified to watch Justin dish out justice to these liars with pants on fire. Thank you for that, Dr. Dave. It is. It's cathartic as well, actually, I think. And David Cook says, just joined. I'll come back when Ulrich isn't here. I'm sick of hearing his voice. I don't blame you, but listen, you know, he did calm down and learn a few things towards the end. Mr. Hario says, clicked on the vertical stream when you went live and felt a sense of belonging. It was home, but not home. Vertically challenged, maybe. Horizontals. Horse for life. Listen, whichever works for you, friends. And Ark Lloyd says, life is a complex chemical reaction. There's no magic needed. Agreed. Life is just all chemicals. That's it. And Hayden says, to even consider the fine-tuning argument, intent would first have to be demonstrated. I actually do agree with that. I used to use that argument a lot, but I try not to use the same argument repetitively over and over and over again. And John says, Ulrich, it wasn't justifying it. He was telling you why it's okay for God to do it, Justin. Geez, huge difference. I mean, he actually wasn't even doing that. I mean, he was trying. He was attempting to. He was more giving me a matter of fact. Tim says the Murray Miller, I think Yuri, I didn't read that right. The Yuri Miller experiment was about amino acids, but the Yuri Geller experiment was about melting spoons. Oh my God, I haven't heard a Yuri Geller joke in forever. If you don't know who Yuri Geller is, you're missing out. He went on like national TV claiming he could melt spoons and then he couldn't do it. It was wild. I think James Randi called him out. BitPlane says, after listening to Ulrich, it occurs to me that if the universe is fine-tuned for anything, it's fine-tuned for helping idiots get onto the internet. Indeed. And for crushing life. That's what it does. Simone says, what's a miracle that can be done by a complainer? Turning anything into wine. Which Bible character was super fit? Absalom. Two jokes in one. A 2-for-1. Thank you, Simone. I appreciate that. I actually haven't heard the second one. The second one I like. You don't get a lot of Absalom jokes.
You know who the funniest guy in the Bible was? It was Samson. He brought down the whole house.
Oh, fucking of course it was. Steven, thank you for the super chat. Says, I recommend Ulrich start following Gut to Given video series where she is teaching Will Duffy about evolution. Are you fucking kidding me? Gutsick Gibbing is doing a series where she's teaching Will Duffy. I am upset. I'm upset that I did not know about this. I'll be watching this immediately. Science Lover says human DNA is the GitHub of evolution. Yes, that's exactly it. And Hank's with us tonight. Good to see you. Hank says, I could forgive Ulrich's rank ignorance on everything if it wasn't so obviously self-inflicted. Big L. Self-inflicted is the case. Self-inflicted ignorance is common in the theist community. And last message for now. Thank you, Holler Furphy. Great to see you, my friend. I hope you're having a great November. Thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. That is huge. Big W. All right, let me grab Fro from our YouTube queue and we'll get our next conversation rolling. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/DZGuest. If you're watching on TikTok, all you got to do is hit the guest request button and you'll be pulled into the conversation. So now we should have Fro with us. Fro, I can hear you. Your connection looks like it might be a little bit slow, but I can at least hear you. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Awesome. And which God do you believe in? Sure. Just before we get going, everyone can hear Fro. Is that correct? Dalton, could you hear him?
Yep. All good here.
Okay. For some reason, his connection is not allowing his video or his blank black video box to show up. They're saying they can't hear you on YouTube. Fro, say something for us. Let me make sure it gets ported over to YouTube. Oh, no, it's not. I apologize, Fro. I don't know if your connection is actually fully connected. Give me 1 second to see if I can ask it to reset.
First Ulrich, now this.
I know, right? All right, try it now, Fro. Yeah, it's actually not picking you up. Fro, you might have to refresh your browser. It's not picking up your microphone at all. All right, thanks. I'm wondering if it's if there's ever a situation too where it's also just Video Ninja, because Video Ninja runs the website on their own servers, I assume, or at least a network of Amazon servers or something. I'm curious if Video Ninja is experiencing server delays, how it affects everything else downstream. I really should set up my own server for this. You can get an instance of Video Ninja yourself to run on your own private server. I do have my own private server. Maybe I might consider setting up my own instance of Video Ninja just for this. Then I never have to worry about what's happening over on Video Ninja's side of thing. All right, let me grab Fro again. It looks like it's working now, Fro. I can see you. Make sure everyone can hear you.
1, 2, 3, kissing in a tree.
Yeah, we can see you and hear you now. So, Fro, you said you're at least 18 and you do believe in the Christian God. So I would ask them, what is the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I think my personal experience is that I started looking for evidence, like, for example, historical, and of course, I also looked at things like, was there any proof, like buildings, things like that. So I think that's where my faith started.
So
I,
I heard
yeah.
historical and I heard buildings, but I don't know what that has to do with Jesus. Can you elaborate?
Well, I believe that the Bible is historically correct, and
In everything or some things?
I will say in most things about that.
Okay, what percentage of the Bible do you think is historically correct?
If I had to guess, between 70 and 80%. How about that?
So, like, the Bible could be 30% wrong on history and you'll still think it's true?
Yes.
That's crazy. Why?
Because people can be wrong about some things, but still be right about most things.
Could it be wrong about what happened to Jesus?
Definitely.
Okay, so why would I trust when the Bible says Jesus was crucified that he was even crucified?
Uh, no, I guess that's a very good point, and I don't have a really good answer for that, Justin. Can I ask you something that has been struggling with me personally?
Sure.
When you left Christianity, did you have problems believing in hell still?
No. In fact, hell
Never?
was one of the first doctrines that I got rid of, even when I was like deconstructing from Christianity, because hell makes absolutely 0% sense. There's nothing about hell that's sensible.
Can I tell you a little why I think it makes sense? And
Sure.
you maybe can talk me
Hmm.
through it. So, I have heard a lot of like people thinking the problem of evil is a problem. So for me, it's kind of opposite. So, one of the reasons why I believe in a God is actually because evil exists, and I want to have ramifications for that evil to exist. So I
Yeah, but
want there to be a hell, so I can send bad people there.
yeah, but bad people don't go to hell. That's the problem. The people who go to hell are the ones that don't believe in Jesus. Being a bad person has nothing to do with whether or not you go to hell. Because like in your worldview, like
Yeah.
if Christianity is true, that means Jeffrey Dahmer goes to heaven and I go to hell.
Well, I don't think that's true. I think God will judge you by your heart.
Well, then Jesus didn't need
So,
to die.
well,
If you can
I
get into
guess
heaven
maybe
just
I'm
by being a good person, Jesus died for nothing.
sorry.
So if you can get into heaven just by being a good person, then Jesus died for nothing.
Well, I think you have genuinely tried to seek him out, and that's what matters.
Yeah, but that's not what the Bible says, right? The Bible says that you must be
You
born of the
have to believe
water
in
and the
Jesus. Yeah.
Spirit. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, and I don't, which means I don't go to
Yeah.
heaven.
Yeah, and I just I can't justify that because
Right.
If God is the good being is telling us that he is in the New Testament, I just can't believe in that kind of punishment for you, Justin. I'm sorry. I don't think I will see you in hell.
And that's a fair thing. I mean, when I was a Christian, I had to wrestle with the same problems. That's why the topic of hell deconstructed from my faith very quickly, because I just could
Mm.
not bring myself to believe that there was an all-knowing, all-loving God that would torture somebody for eternity or even for a temporary time period just because they didn't believe something. Like, just not believing something should never be a crime that gets punished with torture.
But you are aware that some Christians, and I think I would fall under them, believes that you can be taught about Jesus after death, right?
There are some Christians that believe that. It's not really based in the
Yeah.
Bible. But there certainly are Christians who believe that, and I think they do it because it allows them to justify going to hell. Because then they would say, "Well, then you send yourself to hell." But that's not really a biblical position. If it was a biblical position, then that means again that Jesus died for nothing. If you can just wait till the end of your life, you can see God face to face and then decide, then that means Jesus didn't need to die. It's also adorable
Well,
watching people crash out in the TikTok
mm,
comments like Sweet Candy shouting at the top of her lungs that I was never a Christian. Sweet Candy, you'd be wrong, and you're more than welcome to request up to the guest box, and I can demonstrate to you from your Bible, which I know you haven't read, where it says that you can be a non-Christian after you've been a Christian. Go ahead, Fro. Sorry about that.
yeah, no, I was thinking. I mean, by the free grace gospel, you're still saved. In a way, I don't know if you know ending about free grace, but yeah, no, I find it very problematic. So the reason I always fall back to being a Christian is actually because I'm afraid, Justin.
I
I
get it.
think I'm too afraid of the consequences of letting my faith go.
Well, so I think the reason is not because you're afraid. Like, you don't believe because you're afraid. You're afraid because you believe, right? So
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
didn't believe in hell, you wouldn't be afraid of it. It's like I never worried about going to hell because I just when I stopped believing the faith, I didn't believe that hell was real. So it's like, how could you be afraid of something you don't believe in, right? So the reality is there's some parts of it that you still kind of believe.
yeah, exactly. And I have tried to leave Christianity behind before, but it always came back to the whole thing of, and I know that this is a bad reason to believe, but I'm just too afraid to let it go. To Because I think there can be consequences of me leaving Christianity that I will regret, and it always comes back to this inherent fear that I will end up in hell.
Sure, and I get that. The prospect is scary, but the reality is like that's not something you have to worry about. As you continue your deconstruction experience, the fear of hell
Mm,
will eventually just go away. Like, it's not so like I never tried to make it go away. It just went away on its own because it stopped making sense. So, eventually the math will stop mathing and you won't be afraid of it anymore. Like, Fro, are you afraid at all of going to the Muslim hell for rejecting Muhammad?
no.
No, 0%, because you're like, well, none of that shit's true, right?
Yeah.
Well, eventually you might get to the
Yeah.
point where you're like, well, none of this shit's true either, and you're not going to be afraid of the Christian hell.
Can I ask you for some tips
Sure.
how to deconstruct?
Yep.
Yeah, in general, what would you say are some good tips?
Okay, so here's what I think. You can nail Christianity to the cross pretty quick by looking at the core
Mm-hmm.
tenets. The core tenets of Christianity is that Jesus was the Jewish Messiah. Patently false.
Yep.
Certainly wasn't. Didn't do a single thing the Jewish Messiah was supposed to do.
Mm.
The Bible itself is full of inaccuracies about the world. We've already talked about that. So it means the
Mm-hmm.
Bible is not really a good source of divine revelations since it says things that are untrue. On top of that, like the whole like Christianity is based again on the resurrection, and there's literally no evidence that Jesus resurrected at all. And there's lots of resurrection accounts from the ancient world as well. Jesus wasn't the only one. So like,
Mm.
if you can't prove that Jesus resurrected, and you can't prove that there's a God, and certainly can't prove that he was the Messiah predicted in the Hebrew Bible. Well, that just means that Christianity is not true. Now, it could be true that the God of the Old Testament is real and that Jesus was a fraud. I don't think that God
Yeah.
is real either. But the reality is, in the Old Testament, there's no hell. Like the idea that you need to believe in Jesus because God is so mad at you that he's going to burn you forever in hell, that's patently false according to the Hebrew Bible. That was invented much, much later because they needed a way to justify, how do we keep people on the straight and narrow? But even the
Don't
Jews,
Jews believe in hell?
they did eventually, but not because it's in their book. This came from extra biblical development. But even the Jews believe that hell is for the truly unrighteous people, the people that are evil and wicked. It's not for people just because they don't believe in they don't believe in the same God. Like that's why you don't see like rabbinic Jews going out trying to convert atheists to their religion because they don't think God's going to torture me forever. That's why I can do live streams with some of my rabbi friends, and they're perfectly happy to do a live stream with me because they don't think that they need to save my soul. I'm not a mission trip for them because they believe that righteous living is what God is looking for, not that like you stumbled into the right belief.
Now,
A really good book I would suggest for you, Fro, to read to sort of help with your deconstruction of the idea of hell is a book called Heaven and Hell, A History of the Afterlife by Bart Ehrman.
okay. Yeah, I love Bart Ehrman, by the way. I have
pretty
read a lot of his books. Now, what was the last thing that you gave up? Because one of the things I'm also having problems with is not praying. And I know that sounds silly,
Oh, yeah.
but
It's not silly.
um, I think one of the reasons why prayer is so important for me, at least, is that it is a conversation between me and God. I'm not saying that I am hearing an answer, but it's kind of like, hey, this was my day. Thank you for this. I have a problem with that. Amen. And then I go to sleep and I start a new day, and I feel better. I feel better with praying. And I've tried the meditation, and it doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, yeah.
I mean, I would recommend getting a dog personally. Like all the benefits of prayer you can get from a dog, and you know that your dog is going to answer
Yeah.
your prayers at a much higher rate. Like every time I've asked my dog to answer my prayer, I at least get some kind of a response from it. She'll lick my face or something. But the reality is, like, we pray to God all the time and we never hear back. Like if God really existed and it wanted us to know that it existed and wanted to have a
Yeah.
relationship with us, like it would be answering all of our prayers, but it's not. And I think it's
What do you
preposterous.
think about the saying about there's no atheist in foxholes?
Well, I think it's completely wrong. In fact, I've got a
Yeah.
friend on TikTok. His channel is literally called the Foxhole Atheist. There's tons of ex-military atheists in the chat right now. In fact, put a 1 in the chat right now if you're active or was previously active military while you were atheist. I want to see how many we can get up in here. I see some ones already starting to come in. I understand why people say that. I just don't think it's true. I think the people who call out for God upon their death, even though they might not have been religious, they do it because they believe that God is there or that God might be there. But those that are like entirely convinced that there's no God, like myself, like I would never have a reason to call out for God. With a fictional entity, I'm more likely to, call out for a friend who's ever there, a friend of mine. Come hold my hand.
So, how do you hinder yourself of going back to believing?
Well, I mean, believing is not something you choose to do. Like I don't believe
Yeah,
it.
exactly. That's one of the things I find so confusing as well, because I want to stop believing. It's just that I just can't.
You
I
will
just
though.
can't.
That's the
Yeah.
thing is you can't will your belief to do what you want it to do. A belief is a state of being convinced of something. And like you can read books or watch videos that will push you closer one way or another, but you can't like flip a switch. You can't choose to like you can't flip a switch tomorrow and choose to believe that the moon is actually made of Swiss cheese. Although I mean it fucking is. I can make a good case for it. But the reality
Yeah.
is you can't choose to believe that, right? So
Yeah.
as you continue to learn and deconstruct, your brain is going to possibly change what it believes, but not because you're forcing it, but because you're taking in new information, you know?
Hmm. And would you say the best thing to do that is just continue reading atheist apology explanations and things
I
like
think
that, or what?
I think one of the best ways to do it is to read academic literature. It doesn't even have to be atheist literature. Just read good academic biblical literature and see what actual like knowledgeable people are saying about the various Bible passages and dogma, and I think you'll get a much better view of the Bible, and you can actually have fun reading it. You can actually read the Bible for what it says without having to like worry about like how does this dogma fit in with my life, you know?
What was the last thing that you kind of had to let go, if you don't mind me asking?
For me, it was the generic God belief. I let go of Christianity after quite a few years of deconstruction, but I still did believe in a generic God for a while. I held on to that for a while after I deconstructed, but a couple years after that, I finally let go of the God belief. It just took a while.
Is there any god that you have been presented of that you are less atheistic to than others?
Like a deistic God, but I don't think there's any reason for a deistic God to exist. Like a deistic God would have no reason to create. It's almost indistinguishable from just a non-sentient naturalistic force.
Mm. And so a little about me. I think one of the reasons though I also have a hard time letting it go is actually my ex-Mormonism, and that is going to sound very weird maybe for a lot of people, because as a Mormon you're taught that you have to feel in your bosom, you have to go with your gut feeling, you have to
Right.
it's not evidence based whatsoever.
Hmm.
And I have had that evidence based feeling. And I think maybe that's also one of the reasons why it's so hard for me to let my faith go.
Right. I get it. But listen, Fro, you're on the path. It took me 10
Yeah.
years to deconstruct. Don't feel like you need to get there right away. Just enjoy the ride. Keep learning. Enjoy the ride. Talk to others who are in the process. Eventually, you'll get to a point where you're like, I think I'm finished. You know?
Okay.
But
Okay,
it's
I
good. It's
appreciate.
good to hear from you, buddy.
Okay, I appreciate the talk, and may dog bless you.
Thank you, Fro. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Let's get some W's for Fro. Fro's out here doing his deconstruction. It looks like he's kind of doing it on his lonesome, but he's doing what he can. So big W's to Fro. Certainly difficult to deconstruct something that you grew up with. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We're going to get our next guest in here. It's going to be Nolan and then Biscotti in that order. Reverend Nate, good to see you again. Thank you for the $10 Canuck buck. Says, sorry for the confusion the other night. I chimed in on appendix chapters 13 and 14 from Daniel/Samuel. I think he meant Daniel. Because I had no idea those were in normal Bibles. My NRSV SBL on its way at your recommendation. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Nate. And yes, like a lot of normal Bibles, like non-Catholic Bibles, non-Orthodox Bibles, they don't have the additions to Daniel. That's why in most Bibles they're considered appendix or they're considered addition, or like in the one I have, they just have their own names. You know, the Song of Susanna, Bell and the Dragon, they're just standalone additions to the text. The same way it was in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And Gretchen says, Justin, T.Y. Wolf is a shit-eating troll and only stirs up shit in chat. I motioned to allow the mods to hide him. He's like Rob, except he lies more. I don't know who T.Y. Wolf is. And like, you guys, you can just ignore him. I know you, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know what T.Y. Wolf is doing that's upsetting people, but you don't have to respond to him. You can ignore him. Like, unless he's spamming, don't let him spam. If he's being racist or transphobic, yeah, go ahead and mute the asshole. But like, yeah, riling people up, talking shit in the comments, that's what we're here for. That's the point. The point, like, this is like going to a sporting event. You're picking your sides and you're fucking yelling and shouting at each other in the comments. That's half the fun. Like that's when I go to a live stream like this. Like I enjoy getting to mess with other people in the comments. That's half the fun. So please don't mute people for just saying things that make other people upset. That's like the goal. We want people to be arguing in the comments. That's part of the fun. Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 DZ debate memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. I really appreciate it. That's huge, and I hope you're doing well. Cascade, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I think the whole there's no atheists in foxholes myth came about because theists don't know we're out there. Trust me, we are. You're just too easily offended, so we keep quiet. That's actually the case. Too easily offended. Like Christians and other believers are really like, they're really butthurt that we exist. Also, Gretchen says, T.Y. Wolf, nobody cares. That's probably the case. Listen, I know Gretchen enough to know if she says something about T.Y., I'm going to trust Gretchen. Gretchen is not going to be making shit up about somebody in the comments. That being said, listen, if you want to troll in the comments, I don't really care. I don't care. Just don't get my live screen taken down or you'll get banned for life. Ectofool says, next time you talk to Ulrich, could you ask him how he's able to maintain any relationships if he's physically incapable of conceding a point ever? I know. Could you imagine having to like share a table with him? Oh my gosh, he's the type of guy that would have like want to talk about politics all day and like won't accept like actual facts in front of his face. JBB says, first time I get you live, I get Ulrich. I apologize for that, JBB. Ugh. But he changed his tone. Did you make a dent? I did. And some people wonder if we make dents in the most stubborn of believers. Sometimes we do. That's why we're here, friends. We're here to make a dent even in some of the most stubborn believers. And Ruin says, 5 minutes with Ulrich and he's not crashing out. Clearly, Justin is performing a miracle. He's the Messiah. Praise Justin, the song of Doug. Thank you so much, Ruin. Indeed. You already saw that I did miracles. I am the Messiah. And Tamika says,
you produced water from the stone, from the rock.
Everyone saw it. Everybody saw it. I mean, what are we going to do? Last one for now from our friend Tamika says, yay, I finally caught a live. I'm still super new, so I don't fully understand the Doug and Sharon thing, but praise to them both. Well, thank you, Tamika. I appreciate that. And way to jump right in. Doug and Sharon are on the bookshelf behind me. They have a long history on the channel. You might want to look up a video on the channel that gives the birth of Doug. It's Doug versus Jesus. Or maybe Pet Rock versus Jesus. It's a great live stream. It'll give you the whole background of the situation with Doug. And with that, let's grab Nolan, and then our guest dropped out. Biscotti dropped out, so we'll grab David next. David, maybe Phil, I think his name is, from the TikTok queue after Nolan. So Nolan, hopefully you're ready. We've got you pulled up now. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18, and I do believe in the God of the Bible. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just a quick disclaimer. I have a super loud ice maker like 3 feet from my laptop, so if ice cubes start dropping, you're going to hear like a tsunami from my side of the microphone, but yeah.
Okay. Dalton, you can hear him okay. I bumped up his volume just a little bit because he was quiet, but I think they can all hear him now.
Oh yeah, I can hear him just fine.
Okay, I think we should be okay. So, Nolan, you said you believe in the Bible God. What would be your favorite like evidence or argument for the Bible God being real?
Yeah, so I'm not huge on a lot of the diving into the specific points of the Bible, though if specific instances in the Bible come up, I would love to talk about them. But I'd rather kind of talk about the logical, general conclusion of maybe not even the Bible in general, but rather just a creator. I'm sure you get this a lot, but I think the best place to start, at least in my mind and from my experience, would probably be just the logic of a creator.
Sure. So you've got an argument for a generic God?
Right. So obviously I don't believe in simply a generic God, but I do think that's a good place to start if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I'm sure I can't believe the amount of times you've probably heard someone say this because it's such a popular statement. But I think it's a fair statement to say that something can't necessarily come from nothing. Talking about creation. So when that concept
Well-
is presented, how would you respond to that?
Well, I don't believe there was ever nothing. So I agree that you can't get something from nothing, although I don't know if that is the case. It certainly might not be the case, but I believe it is the case. And I don't believe there was ever nothing, and I don't think that you believe there was ever nothing either.
Right. So do you believe that the universe is eternal in some way?
Yep.
Okay. So when we talk about thinking about Earth specifically, do you believe that somehow or some way us as human beings on Earth, do you think that the universe, and however many years it takes for the sun to explode or whatever happens to throw the Earth out of whack, do you believe that humans will cease to exist? Do you believe there's more life in the universe?
Yep. Yeah, in
Or-
about 1 billion years, when the sun cooks the Earth, there's not going to be any life on it.
Okay, so I guess my question then would be, what do you believe the meaning of all of it is?
There is no meaning. You get to decide what your meaning is. I get to decide what my meaning is. I can spend my time with my friends and my family, my son, my kittens, I mean, I get to make that decision. I don't need like some sky daddy to tell me what I have to do with myself.
We have a very cute cat, by the way. I meant to mention that. I see it on the top of your screen. Well, then I guess my next question would be that if there's no meaning to any of it, then what would even be the meaning of spending time with friends and family? If
It's meaningful to
end-
me.
I mean, that's fair. That's a fair point. But at the end of the day, all of your meaning and experiences are going to go away, and then and
So?
however many years from now, everyone else's are also going to go away. So, what's
So
the
what?
purpose of anything? I guess.
It's meaningful to me. I enjoy it. My family enjoys it. My loved ones enjoy it. It's meaningful to us. Like if you watch a movie, like are you going to not watch a good movie just because the movie ends?
No, and I think that's a good point. And I will say I do appreciate that, like intellectually, that's a very honest statement, though, because a lot of people I've talked to at least will run from the idea that everything's just going to cease to exist. Like a lot of people will straddle the middle. So I do appreciate the intellectual honesty in what you said. But coming back to the God of the Bible specifically, sort of coming back in, if you're okay with that.
I love it. Yeah.
So I don't see. I know you brought up. I was listening to the first dude who had like a little bit of a temper tantrum, and I know you guys talked about. I know you guys talked about fulfillment of prophecy in Jesus, along with the lineage. I mean, you got specifics with the lineage, but I don't believe that any. And I would like to go back to those if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe that Jesus fulfilled some prophecies, you're more than welcome to elaborate on what you think got fulfilled.
Yeah, so first and foremost, this is not the most important part of Christianity at all, but I do want to go back to Luke 3 for a minute because I think it is important to note that the Greek would support the statement that this is Mary's lineage. And the reason that is because every single name mentioned in Greek lineages, whether it's Matthew's account or Luke's account, there is an article, a definite article, I should say, that's to or tau, however you want to pronounce it. Which, when you look at that specifically, it says, tau heli, and then it goes on to the other descendants of Jesus. So it'll say, tau heli, tau matat, tau Levi, tau Mecca, and it goes on. But when you look at Joseph specifically, after it's written, as Jesus himself was the beginning, about 30 years old, being son, as was supposed of Joseph, the of Joseph, there's not a definite article before Joseph. So the Greek is not intending to say that Joseph is.
So to be sure, you don't need a definite article in front of Joseph.
You don't, but that would be the reasoning behind why that's not part of the lineage.
No,
because
that's not how that works.
All that is telling us is that Jesus wasn't Joseph's biological child. It doesn't tell us that Joseph wasn't the biological child of Heli.
Well, it's I mean, maybe it's not saying that necessarily, but it's not connecting Joseph to the rest of the
It is.
the rest of the
Yeah.
lineage.
It is. Yep. It says
It
Joseph of Heli. Joseph
in
was of
English.
Heli.
The of was not in the original text.
No, it is.
It's
Are you saying there's differing Greek manuscripts that don't have the initial tau? Or is that what you're saying?
I'm saying none of them do, or at least no accurate and honest manuscript does.
Oh,
And that
because
would
I'm
include
look.
the Septuagint.
You want me to show you in a manuscript where it exists?
If I would, yeah, I would love if you could throw that up on the screen. That would be great. But
Yosef to Haley.
Let me get the SBL Greek edition pulled up from my Logos account.
okay,
Because it's in all the Greek editions on the internet, so I don't know which one you're looking at, but I've actually got a critical edition that'll show me where it's missing.
Yeah, I've also got all the Center for New Testament Research pulled up. And as far as I can see, every single manuscript here says Yosef to Haley.
Yeah, let me see how to expand this column. There's a layout button real quick I need to find so that we can more adequately see the text. There's gotta be a layout. Is it under the dashboard? I don't know why it defaults to split screen. There we go, layouts, single column, there we go. All right, so in Luke 3:23, we've got Isu, and then we've got the lineage beginning in 23, and here's Heli. Here's Yosef Tau Heli.
let me zoom in. I'm sorry. Okay.
Let me.
And I'm sorry.
It seems like the only. It seems like the only variation among ancient manuscripts is there's one manuscript where instead of saying Haley, it says Joseph, the son of Jacob. Otherwise, they all say son of Haley.
And to be sure, the definite article tau is not the important part. So the thing that tau is doing for you is that it's providing the genitive for the sentence. The genitive is how you get the of. So in Greek, when you make something genitive, it means of or belonging to. So the tau is just a generic way of stating of Heli, but you don't need the definite article to create genitives. It just happens to be that that's the way they did it here.
Right. Well, that's true. The genitive is an attributive article that would be used. But at least from the manuscripts I have an interlinear, and I have a few other interlinears as well from like the NA28 and the SBL, the SBL GNT, which it looks like is actually what you have up on Logos, if I'm not mistaken. I can't see the.
This is going to be the SBL.
So that's interesting because I don't see the tau in the copy that I have. I don't know why.
And I got the Nestle Allen here, the NA28. Let's see what it says.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I don't know why mine does not.
Actually, I might have the Nestle Allen 28 in my Logos library too. I don't know why I keep reaching for the paperback, because I'm so used to reading offline. If it's in my paperback, I'll put it on the screen so that everyone can see it. So in 323 in the Nestle Allen, we've got probably we've got the same thing. We've got Yosef Tau Heli, and then there is it looks like there's a note on here for textual variation. Let me see if there's anything interesting here, like an omission.
Okay, I think I might have misunderstood, or maybe I said something wrong. But I'm not saying that the of Heli isn't in there. I'm saying that the of Joseph is not in there.
There doesn't need to be an of Joseph.
Right, because Joseph's
So
not part of the lineage that's being mentioned.
the of is referring to who preceded or who your father is. So Joseph of Heli. You wouldn't have
Well,
an of Joseph. Like
it's
you're suggesting that it should say of Joseph, meaning Jesus of Joseph, but it doesn't need Jesus of Joseph because you have the comment he was the son as was thought of Joseph.
right. Well, when the Greek text adds the of the thought, obviously that's at the end of the well, depending on the how recent the manuscript is of the Greek, it's actually towards the end of the thought, the original thought. Some actually put it at the beginning, but there being no Tau before Joseph is indicating that he's not being attributed to the
No.
lineage, but rather he's being attributed.
Again, not remotely the case. You don't need a Tau to have attribution. Mary's not mentioned here. She's not part of this lineage. This is the lineage of Joseph.
The only thing this verse is telling us is that Jesus wasn't actually Joseph's kid, but it is absolutely telling us that Joseph was the son of Heli.
This, I don't. That's just not. I don't know how to. I don't want to like to seem, I don't know, rude, but that's just not what the Greek is saying.
It is what the Greek is saying.
I mean, you can look at Papyrus
says
4, Codex
He
Sinaiticus.
was the son. He was the son, and then the next name is Joseph. He was the son as was thought of Joseph, son of Heli. Joseph is the son of Heli. That's what it says. Which means this is a lineage of Joseph. It means nothing as to whether or not there is a Tau prior to Joseph. It says Joseph is the son of Heli. That means everything that comes after this belongs to Joseph. This is a bad argument. This is not what the Greek says. I don't know who gave you this argument. I don't know if like what Bible college you're going to. Like if you're in like Liberty Hermeneutics 101 New Testament, but this is a terrible argument.
Well, I mean, I don't go to Liberty or anything.
Bob
but
Jones?
No,
Pensacola?
no. I am pretty familiar with a lot of people that do go to Bob Jones, but no, I do not go to Bob Jones.
Which one you at?
But just like, I don't mean to disrespect, just for my sake, I'm not gonna, like, it's not a super big school, so I'm not gonna like share.
Is it accredited?
It is accredited. It's small enough as to where I could probably be found. But it is a Bible college, but I haven't learned the specifics of Luke 3 from the school or anything. I haven't even taken any Bible classes yet through the school, or at least finished any. But I just think I think it's fairly. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
It doesn't, Nolan. If it says Joseph is the son of Heli, we have a lineage of Joseph. That's what that is. If Joseph is the son of Heli, every name after Joseph is Joseph's lineage. It matters not if there's a Tau between Jesus and Joseph.
The Greek is not making
It
an attempt
is.
to attribute
It
Joseph
does.
to
Yes,
Heli.
Joseph of Heli. That's literally identically what it says. Yosef Tau Heli. Joseph of Heli. That means Joseph is the son of Heli, and Heli is the son of Methat, and Methat is the son of Levi. This is a lineage of Joseph.
The other gentleman, I didn't want to interrupt if he was going to say something. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. I heard
Donald?
Oh,
yes.
His name's
Donald.
Donald the Bible guy.
Yes, Donald the Bible guy. Yeah, I know. I was just going to say the same thing that Justin just said, just confirming. The text actually literally says our oldest manuscript, Papyrus 4, dated to 150 to 199 CE, also says Yosef Tau Heli.
Right, but well, first, no, I don't necessarily. I don't have the Papyrus 4 translation in front of me, so I'm not gonna I can't disagree or anything. And my goal isn't to disagree. Obviously, I also want to.
You can find it. You can look for all these New Testament manuscripts at the Center for New Testament Restoration, if you want to fact check us later.
Yeah, for sure. And I will, not to fact check you, just because I want to know what it actually says. Like I'm also looking for truth. I'm not trying to just simply justify beliefs or anything. But the either way, the Joseph in the text at least is nominative because it's the subject case, an alternative to.
I love it when they're trying to make bad arguments from the Greek. Nolan, what are you doing? Listen, this is not difficult. You don't have to bend yourself into a pretzel for this. It says Joseph of Heli. That means Joseph is the son of Heli. That's what that means. Which means everything after this is Joseph's lineage. If Joseph is the son of Heli and Heli is the son of Mathat, this is a lineage of Joseph. So I'll ask easy question. Was Joseph the son of Heli, yes or no?
Hello?
Did you hear my question?
I did. Did you hear? Could you hear me after?
No. Is Joseph the son of Heli, yes or no?
No, Joseph is the son of Jacob.
Wrong. It says Joseph Tal Heli. That means of Heli.
When it says that Heli was Tal Mathat, and that he was Tal Levi, Tal Melchi, what does this mean?
The Tau was attributing them to the previous the name that comes after. So
that's right.
I mean,
so if it says Yosef Tau Heli, that means Joseph is of Heli, and Heli Tau Mathat means that Heli is of Mathat. It's a lineage that terminates in Joseph.
Okay, I don't think I have the intelligence to articulate what I'm trying to say. So I do apologize.
I think you do have the intelligence. I think you're being dishonest. You and I both know what it says on the screen. I don't know what Bible college you're going to, but if you're learning like your intro to Greek right now, or even if you're in like your second semester of Greek, you know what's happening here. You know this is a lineage. You know that the genitive is being attributed between Joseph and Heli, Heli being the receiver of the genitive case.
Right. So Joseph.
Don't lie to yourself. Stop lying to yourself. This wasn't a problem for the early church. The early church already knew that what was happening here. The early church already knew that both lineages terminated in Joseph, and the reason why the lineages differed is because of the excuse that Eusebius gives, which is namely that the parent of Joseph had a step. There was a step parent and a real parent. In fact, let me just pull up Eusebius. Dalton, go ahead and talk to him. I'm going to grab Eusebius from the other room.
Yeah, ironically enough, the authors or the manuscript writers for the Siglum de Codex Bezae Cantabrigianus tried to change the fact that it doesn't say Heli to Jacob. It's a rare instance where it says Jacob instead of Heli because they thought they were trying to correct what the manuscript of Luke said. But no, I mean, the text is very clear. The only thing that's being emphasized here in Luke 3:23 is that Joseph wasn't Jesus' dad. It's not trying to emphasize that Heli wasn't Joseph's dad.
I mean, but the attributive Tau would come before the name. So hence Joseph.
It does. Tau. It comes before Heli.
Right.
Which means Heli is the father of Joseph.
But that... Okay.
So we'll try this again. We're going to slow walk you through it. Was Heli the father of Joseph? Yes or no?
I mean, again, I have to say no.
Well, then you'd be wrong.
Was Mathat the father of Heli?
I don't know if you know this. In Greek, definite articles precede the thing that they modify. So the definite article belongs to Heli. So it would be of Heli. Joseph of Heli. This is not hard.
Well, no, definite. You said they precede, or did you say proceed?
They precede. They come before.
Yes, they precede. That is correct.
They come before what they're modifying, and it comes before Heli, which means Heli is in the genitive. It means it should read Joseph of Heli, which is the way every single English translation reads. Every English translation of this passage reads identical to what we're telling you, because all those scholars with PhDs know exactly this. No one's lying to you. There's no conspiracy theory here. All the Bibles in English aren't lying to you about how to translate this. I have no idea where you got this bad argument from, but it's terrible.
Well, the English, okay, not all English Bibles say that Joseph is of Heli. That's not the question.
But
I guess
all
the main
Greek manuscripts
It
say
certainly
it.
should.
They also don't, because the question.
I don't know of a single English Bible that says that it doesn't say Joseph of Heli.
I mean, I'm looking at the English Standard Version in front of me. Is that
You tell me the ESV doesn't say Joseph, son of Heli?
it says? Well, you have to look at it in light of the whole.
I'm asking you, what does it say? I'm about to pull it on the screen. Don't lie to me.
I can start reading in verse 23. Jesus.
I'll put it on the screen.
Okay. Yeah. It doesn't. There's a separation of thought between.
It says Joseph, the son of Heli.
Why
are you lying on the crowd right now? I'll never understand why Christians get up here and lie to an audience of nearly 3,000 people or whatever, however many people are here. This is embarrassing. Nolan, why are you lying to us right now?
I'm not trying to lie, but you're removing the comma from after Joseph.
You literally are. Joseph, comma, the son of Heli.
This is a segmented thought beginning
I'm
with
sorry,
Jesus.
is Jesus the son of Heli?
I'm sorry?
Is Jesus the son of Heli?
No, but
so who's the son of Heli?
The son of Heli would be traditionally at least Mary.
Mary's the son of Heli? Holy fucking shit. He's pro-trans rights. We finally found a Christian who's pro-trans right. Mary is the son of Heli. Fucking win. We finally got one. Hello. Okay, so obviously Mary wasn't the son of Heli, right?
Okay, Mary would not be considered the son of Heli. That's correct. Now,
okay,
I mean,
okay. So who is the son of Heli? That's the question. Who is the?
Okay, what's in every single one?
I need a name, Nolan. Who is the son of Heli? Give me the name.
Well, by extension, Jesus is the son of Heli.
No, he's not. It doesn't say that Jesus is the son of Heli. It says Joseph, the son of Heli.
Okay. In the same way as Jesus being the son of Mathat by extension, and the same way that he would be the son of Levi by extension, and that's
okay. Well, if that's what you're saying, then it's still about Jesus and Joseph. It has nothing to do with Mary. The pretzels you have to tell yourself, the lies you have to tell yourself is wild.
There's obviously a correlation to Mary, which is why Luke brings up
There's not a correlation to Mary. You're making that up because you don't like what it says. Literally, the very first chapter of Eusebius's history has a section on the variant genealogy of Christ. I highlighted this goddamn near 20 years ago, and it's still true today. It says, names in the families of Israel were reckoned either according to nature or law. By nature, in the case of genuine offspring; by law, when another man fathered children in the name of a brother who had died childless. Since no clear hope of the resurrection had as yet been given, they depicted the future promise by a mortal resurrection, so on and so forth. And then he gives an explanation for the various names. It says, to clarify, I will explain the relationship of the families, reckoning the generations from David through Solomon, as does Matthew. The third from the end is Mathan, whose son was Jacob, the father of Joseph. But we follow in Luke 3:23, and reckon from Nathan, the son of David, the corresponding third from the end of Melchi, whose son was Heli. Interesting. The corresponding third from the end is to be shown both Heli and Jacob can be fathers of Joseph. So Eusebius understood the problem of the two lineage by saying that Heli and Jacob were the fathers of Joseph, reckoning the genealogy thusly. Hopefully you'll be able to pick it up. So Joseph has two daddies. That's how the ancient church, the first Christians, reconciled the two lineages. It had nothing to do with Mary. That's something that was invented many, many, many years later by people who had no idea what the Bible actually said.
So okay, so just to be honest, I don't think that I don't think I have the the prior knowledge of studying this to at least combat anything you've said. I think you brought up a great point, and I will definitely be at least looking into further what the verse says.
Fair enough. Okay. So, did you want to present an argument for why Christianity is true?
If it's okay, I do think that there are other prophecies that are fulfilled in Christ.
Sure, like what?
I wanna at least focus in on Isaiah. I think that Isaiah has
Isaiah 53.
prophecies. I'm sorry.
Which part? Isaiah 7, Isaiah 9, Isaiah 53.
Well, I think that Isaiah 53 is a pretty basic and general one. I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. I think it's pretty clear how at least Isaiah 53 is reconciled not only through the gospel accounts but also through the epistle accounts of Christ, and how he was his soul made an offering for guilt. The Lord, or out of the anguish of his soul he shall see and be satisfied. But specifically, I mean, obviously.
What about 53 would lead you to conclude that it's about Jesus? Like, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, well, it really sounds like him, and that's adorable that you think it sounds like him. But what about like the actual like passage about what Isaiah is speaking about would lead one to believe that it's about Jesus? Because when I read it, it's very clear that in context, he's talking about the nation of Israel.
So, no, and I do think that that's been used to justify Zionism and other issues with.
Well, I'm anti-Zionist, and I hold that Isaiah 53 is about not all Israel at all times. I think the scholarly position that this is about the Israelites as they were leaving their exile in Babylon.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, sorry.
The context of Isaiah is clear. Like, if you read the passages from 2nd Isaiah, chapter 40, all the way through 54 and 55, he tells you repeatedly over and over again who the servant is, right? So when I get to 53, I have no compelling reason to believe that the servant is Jesus when the author of the text has told me on almost 9 occasions that it's Israel.
So your issue is not as much with the specific prophecies, but rather the context of the writing to Isaiah.
Yeah, context will always be king. And I know if you're in Bible college and you took hermeneutics, you know this already. Yeah, the problem that we have with the prophecies is every prophecy about Jesus says, be damned with the context, be damned with the genre. It sounds like Jesus as long as you don't know the context or the genre, therefore it's a prophecy, but that's not how prophecies work. And the author himself gives you the context. The context are the Israelites being freed from captivity in Babylon. And he starts the pericope, chapter 40, which is Deutero-Isaiah, by saying, your terms of service are over. You've paid your price twice. You've been punished double for your sins. It's time to get the fuck out of Babylon, right? And then we find other instances that corroborate this. And he tells you who the servant is. But you, O Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off. Then 43 says, you are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant. So the servant is a collection of people. It's the witnesses, namely Israel. And then 44, hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen. The chosen, the beloved of God, is the nation of Israel. And then again, later in the chapter, it says, remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. So he's saying to all of Jacob and Israel that you are my servant in the singular. And then 45:4, for the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. I give you a title, though you do not know me. And then last one, and probably my favorite, which sums up the whole arc of this narrative, which is go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. So the whole passage is about the redemption of his servant from captivity.
Absolutely, and I would agree, and I think that's 100% true, and that's fulfilled. At least the teaching would be that that's fulfilled with the return from exile, and it's also fulfilled progressively throughout the rest of, at least until the time of Christ. But then that would beg the question then of in chapter 53. Going back there in verse 9 where it says, and he had done no violence and there was no deceit in his mouth. So then, if you're taking
Read
that stance,
read Zephaniah 3:13 when it says about the nation of Israel. It says, "Those who are left in Israel, they shall do no wrong and utter no lies, nor there shall be found in their mouth a deceitful tongue."
right? So Zephaniah would be talking, or at least, I'm sorry, I don't want to jump, but my interpretation of Zephaniah, at least a lot of it, would be that that's fulfilled in what Paul would call, and I know you used to be a pastor. I don't know if you were, I don't know which denomination necessarily you were a pastor of, but Baptists really like Romans, and so it comes up a lot. But specifically in Romans, we see that the Israel who is pure is the Israel who has been made pure by Jesus. Because Romans 3 also references
Well, we
multiple
know what the New
verses.
Testament says. We're saying we don't care what the New Testament says. Like, just because the New Testament says something doesn't mean that it's meaningful to me. Like for the same reason that the Book of Mormon isn't meaningful to you. Like, you don't care what the Book of Mormon has to say about the Old Testament or the New Testament. Why would we care what the New Testament has to say about the Old Testament when it clearly lies about it?
Well, if the book of
The whole
Mor- if
point
the-
of me the whole point of me bringing up the passage from Zephaniah was that the way which Zephaniah describes the plural people of Israel is the way that second Isaiah is referring to the plural people of Israel in Isaiah 53 when it talks about the no deceit had been found in their mouth. Same exact language, because again, this is not about a singular individual, but about a pluralistic people group.
So that is true, at least very clearly true, leading up to chapter 48. But when it talks about, when you get into the end of, or like halfway through chapter 51, you switch to the coming salvation. So rather than the
Of the
purification
Israelites
God-
in captivity.
Not necessarily, because you talk about how, well, I guess the issue would be if you're not using the New Testament at all to interpret
Yeah,
that.
why
I
would
think
we?
that would,
Yeah,
Well,
again, we would need a reason to superimpose the New Testament on top of the Old Testament. I've never seen a good reason for it.
so
Interestingly enough, in Isaiah 53, it actually refers to the servant in the plural. In verse 8, it refers to the servant as a them and not a he.
where in verse 8?
The last four words of Isaiah chapter 53, verse 8 says, Mi pesha ami negat lamo, which means, because of the transgression of my people, they were afflicted.
I'm sorry, I'm pulling up the Hebrew. Okay, but either way, just to go back to finish while I'm getting that, to finish what I was saying earlier, if the Book of Mormon was completely in line with all that the Christian scriptures say, I would totally believe it. I've read.
You got it, yeah. If the New
Right,
Testament was in line with the Old Testament, then we could give it some credit, but it's not. It contradicts it at every turn. and
Right.
lies
So
about it.
I would disagree, but again, I've read through
Well,
the Book of Mormon multiple times,
We're proving it right now. In that all of the prophecies about Jesus are spurious, out of context quotations from the Old Testament. In fact, Nolan, this is going to be a tough one for you because we already know that Isaiah 53 is the closest thing you're ever going to get to Jesus fulfilling a prophecy. And within the original context, we know it's not about Jesus. The only way you can possibly get this to be about Jesus is if you believe that prophecies have dual meanings, and I have no reason to believe that. Making up a secondary meaning to a prophecy is an admission that the original meaning of the prophecy had nothing to do with your person.
Well, okay, so again, and I would agree that there's been lots of people who have used, and obviously you would believe the New Testament does. I would argue it doesn't, but there's been lots of people who have used prophecies out of context. I mean, even with
The New
David
Testament does
Ford.
all the time.
Well, I would disagree.
I'm gonna. Well, I'll prove you wrong real quick. This is not even difficult. This is like baby steps 101. Okay, so we're gonna go first back to Jeremiah 31, verses 14 through 16. You're in Bible college. What's happening at the time Jeremiah is writing?
Sorry, I'm going to flip over there. I haven't studied Jeremiah in a few months. Do you mean in context of what's happening in the passage, or in like historical records of what's happening while this is being written or prophesied.
In history, what's the context of Jeremiah's prophecies?
Well, the context of Jeremiah's prophecies is at least the half exile of the divided kingdom by pardon me, I believe it's Assyria. I could be wrong. It could have been Babylon. I don't necessarily remember.
It's the Babylonians. Yeah, Isaiah's initial prophecies are about Assyria and then later Babylon. Jeremiah was entirely about Babylon. So Jeremiah was the one that said in chapter 25 and 29 that they would be captives in Babylon for 70 years, and then they'd be returning from Babylon. That's what Daniel is referencing in Daniel chapter 9, and that's what we're referencing here in Jeremiah 31. So this is just after he's already said twice that they're going to be captives for 70 years and then they're going to return. And it says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, a lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears. For there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." So the children being prophesied here are obviously the Israelites. He's saying that they're going to come back from the land of the enemy. But you probably already know what Matthew does with this, don't you?
Yes, I don't remember where it is, but I do remember it's referenced.
Yep, chapter 2, about 28, I believe. He says that this was, 18 maybe, not 28. There we go. So when the babies were murdered in and around Bethlehem, it says that this was to fulfill what was spoken by the prophet Jeremiah. It says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. Well, this is not remotely what Jeremiah was talking about. And he said that the children specifically are going to come back from the land of the enemy, namely the Babylonians, in line with all of his other predictions, which means Matthew just stripped this out of its context. He saw something about somebody crying for their children and said, fuck, let's just make this a prophecy about Bethlehem, the babies in Bethlehem getting murdered. But like anyone with two eyes and a speck of honesty knows that that's not what Jeremiah was talking about.
Right. Well, okay. So, I mean, we have to both agree at least that prophecies, when they are fulfilled, they come to completeness. Is at least the Hebrew word? I'm not sure what the Greek word is for fulfilled, but when prophecies are fulfilled, they become complete. So in its entirety, and there's multiple prophecies.
Well, Jesus didn't fulfill anything even in its entirety. That's like the hallmark of Christian hermeneutics, which is that Jesus had all these partial fulfillments.
Right, but here specifically, and when you're talking about,
how did he bring any prophecies to their completion if most of them are out of context and the other ones are only partial completions?
So I would be interested to see what Jesus partially completed, because I think that there's distinguished prophecies that Jesus fulfilled now, and then there's
Micah 5, Jeremiah or Zechariah 9:9. Both of those, if I read those to you, you're going to say that they're partially fulfilled. I promise you.
Well, I mean, we can look into one of those.
Okay, we'll do those next. So right now we're in Matthew. Why, when Matthew says that Jeremiah is speaking about the babies being killed in Bethlehem, why should I take that seriously? Because I know what Jeremiah is writing about. He's writing about the exiles coming back from Babylon. Did the babies from Bethlehem come back to life from Babylon?
No. So I think
does context matter?
Yes, context absolutely matters.
Okay. Does the context of Jeremiah dictate that this is about an event happening 600 years later in Bethlehem?
Yeah. So he's talking about
The answer is no.
I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
Does the context of Jeremiah lend itself to an interpretation that he's talking about a bunch of babies being murdered in Bethlehem 600 years later?
It doesn't. I mean, obviously, it doesn't specifically say that that's when it's going to happen.
Keeping in mind, the answer is no. The answer is no to that question. So again, Jeremiah isn't saying something's happening 100 years, 1000 years, 1,000 years from now. He said repeatedly and over again that the Israelites are coming back from captivity after 70 years in Babylon, which is why we see them in chapter 31 being carried off, their mothers weeping, and God saying, hey, don't worry, they shall come back from the land of the enemy. We know what that means. Only a lying liar would get up here and say that this isn't referring to the Israelites coming back from the Babylonian lands.
Right. You're absolutely right, and that's exactly what Jeremiah 31 is.
Agreed. Yeah. So if Jeremiah 31 is about the Israelites coming back from Babylon, that means Matthew is a lying liar. He said it's about the babies being murdered in Bethlehem, and he's wrong.
Well, it would be at least traditionally taught that Matthew 2 is a typology of the prophecy.
No, it wouldn't. That's something that Christians have to make up because Jesus fulfilled no actual prophecies given the original context of the prophecies. Not one.
When you introduce the concept of dual fulfillment prophecy, you can make anyone the Messiah. There are certain members of the Chabad Jewish movement who believe that the chief rabbi, Menachem Mendel Schneerson, fulfilled the prophecy of building the third temple by establishing his synagogue at 770 Eastern Parkway. They call it the Mikdash Me'at, the miniature temple, because they think that he spiritually and fulfilled what the prophecy declared.
Yeah, and I'm the spiritual king in Israel, according to Micah 5:2. I have a crown. Jesus never had a crown.
So, do you want to look at the Micah verse you referenced in Zechariah right now? Since
yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you're going to be honest and concede that Jeremiah is not talking about Bethlehem.
Well, no, he's not necessarily talking specifically about Bethlehem, but I think Matthew is using using the prophecy to show that
Matthew's making stuff up then.
Well, no, Matthew was using the prophecy the same. No, Matthew was using the prophecy in the same way that
out of context. Was Matthew referencing the original context of Jeremiah?
No, Matthew was referencing the.
Okay, so the answer is no. He wasn't referencing the original context of Jeremiah's prophecy. So was Matthew taking a prophecy outside of its original context and trying to apply it to something?
No.
Yes, the answer is yes. If the original context is about the Israelites coming back from Babylon, and then he applies it to something other than that, that means it's an out-of-context application.
So what Matthew does in Matthew 2 is when he is in his writing of it, he's saying that this is fulfilled in Christ. Now, that's not to say it wasn't fulfilled before. And you brought up a great point.
The context of Jeremiah says nothing about something happening 600 years later. Not a single word.
All right. You know, again,
I would have
to look.
What that means is that Matthew is taking an out-of-context quotation from the book of Jeremiah and just applying it to whatever he wants.
Again, I would have to study it. I think, you know, I don't want to write out anything. I don't want to just start spewing stuff off the top of my head. I would have to look into it.
Sure. Let's go to Micah then.
Okay. I got you. I'm there.
Dope. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." So right off the bat, we've got two problems. Number one, Jesus wasn't from the line of David. And this is referring to someone who's from the line of David, not from the city of Bethlehem. This is talking about a lineage, a clan membership, being from the same clan of David, which was the ancestors of Bethlehem and Ephrathah. Bethlehem and Ephrathah were ancestors before they were cities. And number two, it says, who is to rule in Israel? And Jesus never ruled in Israel.
Okay, so once again, this would have to be. I think you are honest in saying that this does not align with Jesus if you won't accept the rest of the New Testament.
But again, why should I? Jesus, even if you accept the New Testament, was never a king in Israel.
Well, I think this is a lot of circular reasoning because as a Christian, I would say he is the king in Israel.
But prove it. Show me where he ever ruled in Israel, because they literally crucified him.
Israel would be I mean, again, the New Testament would teach that the spiritual Israel, at least Paul would in Romans.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm the spiritual king in Israel. Prove me wrong. I'm
And
now the
again,
Jewish Messiah. I'll take your tithes and worship. I'm the spiritual king.
and also again, Chabad makes the claim that the Rebbe was the Melech Mashiach, the King Messiah. Can you like refute that?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I don't want to. I don't think I heard you completely. Could you repeat that?
That small Jewish sect Chabad, they make the claim that their chief rabbi is the Melech Mashiach, the King Messiah. Can you refute it?
I would refute it. Yeah, I would.
With what?
On the basis of I don't think there's proof of entire fulfillment of prophecy, let alone the.
Well, Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies. You haven't pointed to one yet that he's fulfilled. So apparently, fulfilling prophecy isn't required to be a king.
Again, I would say that at least Micah, or while we're here, at least Micah 5:2 is fulfilled.
No, it's not. It says he's going to rule in Israel, and he literally didn't rule in Israel. It says he's going to come from the lineage of King David, and he did not come from the lineage of David.
Well, again, you use the word literal or literally, which is not. I don't think that's necessarily being implied. I think
it is. If it's a spiritual king or a spiritual lineage, then it could be fucking anybody. It could be me. In fact, my cat is the spiritual descendant of King David. Prove me wrong. Adding the word spiritual in front of any text is just an admission that it failed.
No. I'm not saying he's a spiritual descendant of David. But what I am saying, and that would again go back to what we started with, which I think is good that we started with that in Luke 3.
I know you're the king. Don't listen to them. We know you're the king in Israel.
But again, I would believe that Jesus is the physical king of the spiritual kingdom of Israel, which I think
it didn't say spiritual kingdom of Israel. It says in Israel. See, when the minute you spiritualize it, you're admitting that you don't like what the text says. You have to change it. The text didn't say spiritual Israel. It said ruling in Israel. That's a physical location.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily have a refute to that right now.
Yeah. The reason why the New Testament is full of spiritual interpretations is because they don't like what the actual text says. Like, if he fulfilled what the actual text says, you would never have to say silly things like he fulfilled it spiritually. That's like saying I paid my taxes spiritually. You start paying your taxes spiritually, and like you're going to get the Al Capone treatment.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't know. I think when I obviously am interpreting this in light of what Romans says as well as the other New Testament passages, but without that, I don't necessarily.
But we don't care what Romans says for the same reason you don't care what the Book of Mormon says. You can't point to a single prophecy where Jesus fulfilled it. That's the problem. If Jesus actually did fulfill prophecies, like if he fulfilled all the messianic prophecies, I'd be a Christian right now. But he didn't. He didn't fulfill one of them.
I mean, you could look at how, I don't know. I mean, Isaiah 59, or well, I guess we already talked about Isaiah 50, or Isaiah in general.
You also pointed out Zechariah. You said that he fulfilled Zechariah 9, right?
No, I don't.
Maybe I said that.
I didn't make any claim about it. I did bring up Zechariah, or I think someone brought up Zechariah.
Well, the New Testament says that he fulfilled it. Matthew 21 says it.
Right, yes. Yeah, Zechariah, yeah, yes.
Okay, yeah, Matthew 21, it says, it quotes Zechariah 9, partially. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious. Is he humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt the foal of a donkey? He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the war horse from Jerusalem. And the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." So it talks about an actual physical king who defeats his enemies and makes peace in Israel. And Jesus didn't do any of those things. He didn't cut off the war horses or the chariots, and he certainly wasn't a king in Israel.
Well, again, that would have to.
Partial fulfillment?
Well, no, I wouldn't argue partial fulfillment. I would say I would again point back to the spiritual, but I know that's.
But I'm the spiritual king. I've ridden a donkey.
Right.
So again, I'm the Messiah. I'll take your tithes and worship. I've even turned water into wine. Dalton's seen it. Dalton, verify that you've seen me turn water into wine.
Oh yeah, saw that shit. It was miraculous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, I don't necessarily have a refute. I don't.
Can you prove that? Can you prove that the Rebbe wasn't the Messiah? Because I mean, he fulfilled prophecy. If we're going to be using all this spiritual talk.
I cannot, but I also don't know anything about. I don't know enough about him to know necessarily, but
yeah.
But no,
so,
I mean,
Nolan, I think you're kind of getting a flavor for what we've been talking about, which is like all the prophecies attributed to Jesus are out of context quotations, or some of them that might actually be legit prophecies. They just don't actually apply to Jesus.
I mean, I do understand at least, and I do appreciate the textual focus or the scriptural focus. And again, I do appreciate this, especially because I will definitely be looking into the prophecy fulfillment in Matthew 2 specifically and other fulfillments. I mean, I guess the last prophecy I can think of I was just trying to think of prophecies that weren't specifically addressed to a nation. And would you agree that there's messianic psalms or no?
No, I think that's a cope. The psalms aren't prophecies; they're psalms. But I am aware of the golden
closest
psalm
you can get. The closest you can get to saying the psalms are messianic is that they deal about King David and King Solomon who were anointed, and that's as far as it goes.
Yeah.
Well, I would look to Psalm 22 even more than because Psalm 2 is often referenced, but I would look to Psalm 22.
But Psalm 22 is not a prophecy.
Psalm 22 it's about King David.
Well,
it's King David talking about his own struggles.
Right, but that doesn't mean it can't be echoed through a fulfillment in Christ. It doesn't mean it can't be.
No, it wouldn't be. It could, if you think this is about somebody else who suffers, it could be about literally any other Jew who has ever suffered in history. First of all, it's not a prophecy. Second of all, it doesn't say anything about crucifixion, which is I know what you wanted to say. It doesn't say that. The word pierce doesn't show up in the text. And on top of that, if it's just referring to a Jew who got crucified, fuck, there's a ton of them.
Literally any Jewish individual from the Holocaust could say that they are the fulfillment of Psalm 22. Crying out, my God, why have you forsaken me? Lots of them probably did cry that out.
Yeah, I don't want to take any more of your time because I feel bad not being able to, at least respond to anything, but
it's okay. I mean, we appreciate coming up, Nolan. I hope you understand from our perspective why like the Christian faith is silly, because it's based on lies about the Old Testament. Welcome in, Sarah.
Hello.
Great to see you. I think we're getting ready to bring up a new guest right now. Nolan, did you have anything else you want to add before we bring up the next?
No, I won't leave on anything, but I do appreciate you guys' time and you guys talking about this.
Cheers, man. Have a good one. Best of luck on your studies.
Too. Yep, thank you.
Howdy, Sarah.
Hi, how's it going, guys?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Sarah, I'm the Messiah now. I don't know if you knew that.
You look like a Messiah. I mean, look at you. It's glorious.
And my two kittens are the double donkeys in Matthew 21. They're spiritual donkeys.
Awesome. Right, of course. I
mean,
certainly.
Obviously. Let me grab just a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Thinker Soul, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, what's the point of enjoying our 80 years of life if it's a doormat to wipe our feet on before eternal existence in Magic Happy Land? What's going to be the point of my first kiss in year, 1 billion of Magic Happy Land? Okay, so this is a fair point because Christians will rightly admit that because there is eternity, this life is basically useless. And then you have to make up excuses for like, well, fuck, well, then why are we here, right? And which we have dumb people then saying like, well, it's a test. Well, okay, well, then God isn't all knowing. Like, so like the reality is this is a good point. And the point is if all this is a blip and then we get the eternity, then the blip that we have here seems rather meaningless. And Gretchen, good to see you. This says also, y'all stop tone policing me. I didn't, Gretchen. I happen to enjoy feeding trolls and am willing to pay Justin to read my insults aloud. Let me troll the trolls. I'm with you, Gretchen. Gretchen, I got no problem with trolls, and I love trolling a troll. I'm 100% with you, my friend. Thank you for being here. And Crispy Heretic, thank you for the super test. It's unrelated to anything here, but release the Trumpstein files. Couldn't agree more. Release the files. You know he's not going to. He's not going to. And Patrick, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says any organization that claims to be nonprofit and yet has thousands of buildings all over the world worth billions of dollars is not a place I'd recommend frequenting. At least casinos are honest about it. Unfucking real. Yeah. The fact that these churches are some of the wealthiest organizations on the planet, yet they can't seem to feed the people that are even going to their own church services is abysmal. Abysmal. I'm not saying they should end all poverty. I'm saying the people within their doors are starving. And Schnickolas says, recognition for non-binary Jesus. Sarah, you missed a great moment where the guest literally said that Mary was the son of Heli because the lineage in Luke has to go to Mary somehow. It was wild.
What?
Yeah, it was a crazy moment. It was a crazy moment.
All right. Okay, sure.
In fact, I need to write that down in my clips. That was Nolan. I want to say Mary is the son of Heli. Fantastic. Yeah. Anyways, it was fantastic. Let me grab. Marky says, rock hard for Doug. Love the content. You've helped me become way more confident in my atheism. Thanks for all you do. Marky, that's what we're here for. We're here for you, friend. We want to make you confident to give you the best argumentation. I got 2 more super chats. From Design says, imagine a science course proclaiming that the entire chapter on evolution is spiritual. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right. It's not literal. It's not literal descent. It's spiritual descent. I could definitely see that getting some Christians upset. But listen, if Jesus can be a spiritual king in a spiritual Israel, in a spiritual land far away, then we can have spiritual evolution. The last one from Davius says, supporting logic and reason against nonsense and blind faith, as well as paying kitty tithe. Well, thank you, Davius. I appreciate that. And yes, the kitty cam was much needed and overdue. Aren't they adorable cuddling up here? Oh, too much.
I was told that I needed to create a bunny cam as well. I heard about your kitty cam.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get a foot cam. That way people can look at my feet. I don't really have any pets for people to be looking at.
Dalton's into some fetishes. It's okay. All right, let's bring in our next guest. We're going to bring in Dick from the TikTok queue. Welcome in, Dick. Dick? Hello? Not so much? Okay. All right, well, we'll move on. Thanks for being here, Dick. If you figure out how to work your phone, come on back. All right, let's get the next one. This should be interesting. Something about cake. Welcome in, Cake.
Oh,
The cake is a lie?
how's it going? That is me.
Not too bad. Well, listen, Cake, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I don't believe in God, and I'm 43 years old.
Oh, well, big W for not believing in God, but we're just talking to believers in God, okay? Thanks for being here, and we will, we got to move on to the next one. Hopefully someone who actually does believe in God. Let's bring in Zach. Welcome in, Zach. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm 19 years old. I believe in God. Of course I do.
Awesome.
And yeah.
While we're at it, your profile picture looks really young. Somebody in the TikTok queue, go into his profile, verify that he's at least 18, and then we can move forward.
How would they know if I'm 18 by my profile?
You said you believe in the Christian God?
Wait, how would they know if I'm 18 by my profile?
Because a lot of times there's a lot of really dumb people that are willing to put like that they're graduating in 2 years, or they have videos talking about them still
I'm
being
19 years
teenagers. I'm sure that is the case. I'm just asking our people to verify. So, you said you're a Christian? Did I hear that right?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
Cool.
Well, we're talking about God, right?
Yeah, you're the Christian God right now. So, what would be the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
Well, I would say the biggest evidence for the Christian God would be purpose. I mean, we obviously didn't come from nothing.
I don't believe there was nothing, though.
Did you interrupted me, or was that on accident? Or?
Well, I'm just preventing you from gish galloping. You're making a point as though
you didn't let me
there was
finish.
Ever nothing. And I'm just letting you know that the argument from nothing isn't a valid argument because we don't believe there was ever nothing.
Yeah, you believe there was just something for no reason.
Yeah, you believe there was something for no reason too. The thing that you believe for no reason is God. The thing that we believe for no reason is the universe. And of the two,
how do I believe God for no reason? Can you explain that to me?
Of the two, we know that one of those exists.
Wait, how can you explain to me I believe in God for no reason?
No. God has no reason for existence.
Oh, so God giving us life and giving us a path to follow isn't a good enough reason?
No, that doesn't validate his existence. That it validates our existence. Like,
well,
so when you say that I believe that the universe
exists
exists for no reason, you're suggesting that there's no reason for it to exist as opposed to not exist. And I'm saying the same is true of your God.
So you don't think there's a reason for God to exist?
No. In both of our worldviews, we believe that there's something that exists eternally.
How would something come from nothing?
Again, I don't believe there was ever nothing.
Yeah, you believe there was. What do you believe has always been there? Just so I'm curious.
The universe, the thing that we actually know exists.
And you believe for no reason, it's just you don't understand why or how or anything. You just believe it's always been there.
I have no evidence to the
contrary.
You
believe that's more logical.
So what's the evidence that the universe once didn't exist?
Wait, can you let me finish my point? I'm saying that you believe it's more logical.
You're about to ask a question, not make a point.
No, I'm finishing my point. And I'm not asking you a question. I'm saying I'm trying to understand your perspective. You believe it's more there's a higher chance of just it always being there for no apparent reason. You don't know why, rather than God existing and actually giving us purpose and giving us life and being a creator.
Yeah. Yeah, because we know for a fact that the universe exists and we have no evidence that would suggest that it never existed. Unless you know of any, is there evidence that the universe once didn't exist?
No, I'm saying that.
Oh, so if there's no evidence that the universe never existed, then I have no reason to believe
you're not really
that it
letting
never
me
existed.
talk, so it's kind of hard to make my point, sir.
Well, as it turns out, I get to respond to the words that come out of your mouth the same way you get to respond to the ones that come out of my mouth. So.
Okay, so just let it all out and then let me know when you're done.
So again, I'm done when I'm no longer speaking, the same way I know that you're done when you're no longer speaking.
Yeah, and when I wasn't done speaking, you interrupted
me.
So
the problem is I'm not letting you make point on point on point on point. You only get to do one point at a time, and you don't like that.
Oh, yeah, you control it.
So the reality is, unless you have a reason to believe that the universe once didn't exist, I don't have a reason to believe that either.
Well, firstly, I believe... I mean, you're for science. I'm assuming you're a big science guy. I'm sure. You're a big logic guy. Clearly, I mean, most atheists are. Yet you feel like it's logical to say, "I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know any of that. I'm going to assume that it's always been there for no apparent reason." You think that's more logical?
So we have evidence of it. We have evidence that the universe is eternal.
Do you believe in what scientists say?
So
do you believe in what scientists say?
Yes, that's why I believe that the universe never
Well, then how come 51% of them
being.
believe in a transcendent God?
They don't.
They don't? 51% of scientists don't believe in some sort of God?
No, in fact, the Pew Research demonstrates that
you want me to look it up,
of 83% of scientists don't. They believe in evolution via natural selection, and 87% of them say that it had nothing to do with God.
Would you like me to look it up, or?
You're more than welcome to, but it's an irrelevant point.
It's not irrelevant. You believe in
It is
science.
irrelevant.
You believe in what scientists say.
Science doesn't say the universe had a beginning. That's the problem. I do agree with what
51% of
scientists
scientists who have studied this stuff say God exists.
Science does not say that the universe once didn't exist, Zach.
Do you believe in scientists?
I believe in science. I don't believe in scientists.
Yeah, and who do you get this information from about science?
Do you want to talk to one? We've got one on the screen right now. Her name's Sarah. Sarah, do you think evolution is true?
I mean, this is kind of all. I mean, you didn't answer my question. You just said you believe in science.
Sarah, do you think evolution is true?
Oh yeah, you're off topic now. That's
Zach,
funny.
Honey, he's trying to answer your question.
You don't have to call me honey. I mean, I'm a grown-up.
Well, you don't have to keep interrupting everyone.
I didn't interrupt you, ma'am. I just was talking to this guy and he got off.
Act like an adult, you'll be treated like an adult.
So, Zach,
go ahead.
you asked where is he getting this information from, why he believes scientists. So, I am a scientist and I'm happy to weigh in on that if you would like.
Well, yeah, you can later. I'm just going to finish my point to this guy. So
you didn't want him to answer your question?
I told him a point. I said 51% of scientists, and he said, well, no, actually.
He does not want to actually.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's go to the next person. I'm assuming you just don't want to answer that point, so we can go to this woman over here. Let's go. All right, come on. Ready?
So I asked you already, which you refused
Leavin, bring it
to
on.
answer.
Let's go.
I asked you already. And
Leavin, is that your full name, or can you just?
Zach, why are you continuing to interrupt him? My God.
Because he's a child. Because he's a child. Ooh. So what we're trying to figure out, Zach, right now is why is there a reason to believe that there was once no universe?
Why is there a reason to believe that there once wasn't a universe?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking me? Well, firstly, I would look at it from a different perspective. I'd say, why? With God, you can say, oh, well, he created us because he gave us a chance at life. He wants us to follow a certain path. For the universe existing the entire time.
I didn't ask you about God. I asked about the universe. I said, why would we believe? Where's the data? Where's the evidence?
You're not letting me finish my point.
Your evidence can't start with your conclusion
you understand
about
that?
God.
It's kind of hard when I get to say like 4.
All right, because you're not tracking, right? Your evidence for the universe once not existing can't start with your conclusion about God. That's circular. It's called begging the question, right? I'm asking what logical, rational thought process or evidence that doesn't include your God, what demonstrates that the universe once didn't exist? That's what you need to establish.
Wait a minute. So the whole point of it is that I believe in God, so I can't use my belief in God to say I don't think the universe just existed for no apparent reason for all of time.
I didn't ask you what you believed. I asked you for the evidence.
That's okay. Sorry for my language.
Your beliefs aren't really evidence, Zach. That's what you believe. Your beliefs will never be evidence. I'm asking you for the evidence.
You don't believe in God. You don't believe in God because you believe in this science or this thing.
I don't believe in God
that
because there's no evidence.
God. So why couldn't I use that point when you're using your belief in science as a point against me?
Because everything I believe has evidence.
Oh,
so my belief is formed from the evidence. My belief isn't the evidence. You're trying to use your belief as though your belief is the evidence. So you're using your belief as though your belief is the evidence, and your belief isn't the evidence. You have to form your belief from the evidence, which is separate from what you believe, which is why I asked you, separate from your belief in God, is there any evidence that the universe once didn't exist?
Well, deconstruction.
So
you don't understand.
I'm hearing the answer is no.
I don't think he understands the question, truly.
I need a yes or no. Yeah. He has no idea, Sarah, what's happening. So, Zach,
maybe I'd be able to do it.
So what I need for you, Zach, is to say yes or no to my question.
You want evidence?
Is there evidence outside of what you already believe that would demonstrate that the universe once didn't exist?
Well, I mean, you could make the argument that there'd be no reason for it always to exist.
That's not evidence. Saying that you don't have a reason is not evidence. Because there's no reason for
you believe something, it's not. Oh Lord, this guy is out of his mind, bro.
So I know this is difficult for you, but reason is attributed by human beings, right? You might want to say something like a cause. There's no cause, but there's an infinite chain of causes. But your God suffers from the same problem, which is there's no reason for your God to exist either, right? So what you're essentially getting at is, why is there something rather than nothing? I think that's the question you want to ask, but you can't formulate it properly. The problem is, there's no reason for your God to exist, just like there's no reason for the universe to exist. But we know that the universe does exist, and we have no information that would lead us to believe that your God exists.
Can I just follow up question? So,
are you going to address what I just said?
Yeah, I'm going to, if you can let me talk. So, earlier you said, "Oh, well, you can't say that because of your faith. You can't say in your belief in God." So you don't believe in God. You use that as a reason to say, "Well, I don't believe in God because I believe in science and I believe in this stuff."
No.
I'm saying I don't believe in that because I believe in God. That's literally what you said.
Yeah, but science is based on evidence, not a belief. So we'll try this again. So the way science works is you formulate your beliefs about scientific findings because there's evidence for you to formulate beliefs from, right? So my belief about scientific facts and data is from physical, tangible evidence, which you don't have for God, right? So I'm not pointing to my belief as though it is evidence. I'm pointing to actual facts about the universe. Science gives you facts about the universe to form your belief from. I'm asking you, what facts about the universe would lead one to believe that it once did not exist?
I got one for you. So
he wasn't listening to a thing you just said. He's just waiting to chime in.
Even if you want to talk.
So we're going to try this again. I'm going to ask you the same question till you either say that you don't know or you just concede that there's no answer from your worldview. So again, the question is, and for like the 5th time, what evidence would lead one to conclude that the universe once did not exist? Because if there's no reason to believe that the universe once didn't exist, then there's no reason to believe that it came into existence.
Are you going to let me talk or no?
I asked you a question. That's how conversations work. When I ask you a question,
you don't like.
When I ask you a question and then I stop talking, that's an invite for you to start talking. I know that you're like 12 and conversations are difficult when you're 12, but I learned how to have conversations pretty early. Shit, maybe before I hit double digits. It's really not hard. In fact, I had a whole family of siblings to help me learn how to converse with people. So like, we can do the mute game if you want, or you can just answer the question.
Don't get mad though, sir. Sir, don't. It's not that.
Is Justin mad? He looks pretty cool-tempered to me.
All right, let's go.
Dude, he asked you the question 4 times. You could say no.
I'm waiting for a yes or no, Zach. You get muted till a yes or no comes out of your mouth.
Yeah, there's evidence, yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so then what's the evidence that the universe once didn't exist?
Well, firstly, you're saying scientists have said this, correct?
No.
Okay, where do you get that information from?
No, again, it doesn't matter my claim. You're trying to validate your claim. Your claim. I'll try this again. I know, again, logic is hard for some, so we'll try this again. So your claim is that the universe once did not exist, which means you don't get to say, well, what's the evidence for your position? Because I'm asking you for the evidence for your position. I have evidence for mine. I'm more than happy to talk about it. But you asking me about my position is never evidence for your position. So again, you could just admit that you have no evidence for your position, and then I'm more than happy to give you the evidence for my position. Nate, thanks for the galaxy. So again,
I believe in God.
So again, the question is, and you've already said there was evidence. The question is, what is the evidence for your position that the universe once did not exist? What is it?
Okay, well, firstly, I don't know how you'd expect me to. I don't know where you got that information from. Where did you?
What information? Source? I'm asking you about your information.
Where are you getting your information? Are you getting it from science?
So again, asking me about my position is never going to be a defense of your position. So we'll try this again. If you're saying that there's evidence that the universe once did not exist, then what I need out of your mouth is not crying about my position. What I need out of your mouth is the evidence that the universe once did not exist. Do you have that?
Yeah, there wasn't a purpose. You need a causation.
I didn't ask you about
for
a purpose.
everything.
I said evidence.
That's my argument. Now attack it. Don't just say no. Attack my argument. I don't think there was a purpose.
He doesn't have evidence.
So he doesn't have
just
evidence.
An argument.
Yeah,
no
so he doesn't have an evidence. He's got a bad argument that I've already addressed twice, which is saying that the universe has no purpose has the same issue as your God, because your God doesn't exist for any purpose either, right? This is the equivalent of asking why is there something rather than nothing. There is no answer for why there's something rather than nothing, not for my worldview, not for yours. So again, I've already addressed this. This is not a valid argument. Thank you for the dragon crown, Jason.
Well, what evidence would there possibly have to be if you have given me no basis of where you get that evidence from?
You tell me. You said you had it.
Science is a valid. Like, I think, Justin, he was trying to make the argument that, like, he doesn't trust science at all. Like,
are you speaking for me, leaving? Because I actually never said that.
Okay.
She's trying to help you. Maybe if you pause.
Leaving. The thing is, leaving. Can I speak? Because I'm trying to debate this guy. Leaving.
We want you to shut up.
Losing. I'm trying to help you.
Oh, now he's mad. Telling me to shut up. Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So he's trying to question whether science is a valid source of evidence. So we would say, yes, science provides empirical evidence. So if you have evidence that is empirical from science, Zach, we would love to hear it.
Yeah, so can I maybe 20 seconds without being muted, or is that too much to ask for? Anyway, we'll go ahead. So 51%, like I said earlier, you guys ignored the statistic. These scientists...
We didn't ask you about... Again, we didn't ask you about what you think scientists believe. We asked you for the evidence, right? Saying a survey of scientists believe in a God will never be evidence for a God. Just like saying, if I found a bunch of scientists that believe the earth was flat, that's still not an argument for the earth being flat. I want the actual evidence for the earth being flat. That's why I told you. That's why I told you 5 minutes ago. That's why I told you 5 minutes ago that this is an irrelevant. That this is an irrelevant talking point.
It's not. You haven't even answered one of my questions yet. I've answered your questions. Can you answer one question for mine? Just simple question. We'll move together on this if you just answer my simple question.
I guarantee I've answered it 5 times and it was over your head.
Where do you get? I'm assuming you haven't been in the space and studying everything outside of the Earth. Where do you get your evidence that the universe has always existed? Where do you get that from?
Matter and energy are conserved. They can't be created nor destroyed. They can only be transformed. You can't get something from nothing, and there's something therefore there was never nothing.
Okay, and who would you say would describe that best? Who would you say, if they've studied this stuff, they understand it the best? Who would you
say? The entire field of science has confirmed this over and over again. Every person who's
51% of them say God exists.
Every person who's ever gotten a PhD in physics confirms that these principles that have been around for a very long time continue to hold true. So all of science teaches that this is the case. There is no scientific fact, there is no scientific evidence that God exists. Just saying that some scientists believe that God exists will never be evidence.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I don't live my life. I obviously look at evidence. I don't live my life simply by the fact
We're asking you for the evidence.
A group of people study this and they believe it, just like you don't. We're asking
for the evidence. We're asking you for the evidence. What is it? What's the evidence?
You don't believe that, though. You don't even believe what you believe what a group of people say. Why can't I believe what a group of people say? So where have you been outside of the earth and the states?
Because my conclusions are based on evidence.
Yeah, from what? Where do you get this evidence from?
Again,
what people have said this stuff?
Because you cannot annihilate the universe. You can't create it, you can't destroy it.
And where did you learn that from?
Matter and energy is always going to be conserved.
Did you go and do it yourself? Did you try to do it? Where did you learn this stuff from?
From thousands of laboratory tests done by many thousands of PhD holding physicists repeating the same tests over and over and over again. What are you going to say, Sarah?
You can do the math yourself. It's math. Like
Wait,
these
so
are.
you believe in something that people,
What are you saying,
that
Sarah?
people,
Okay, so Zach is doing exactly what I said he was going to do. He's saying
not.
you put your faith in people, and because people are fallible, you can't trust science that comes
Make
from
that argument.
scientists. But I'm saying
Make
this
that
is
argument.
math. You, Zach, you yourself can take a physics class so that you learn how to do this math, and you can discover it for yourself.
Okay, we'll leave. And I guess my follow-up question to you would be, or not question, a point. I actually never said that. I pointed out the fact that he's telling me, oh, well, because if a group of people said so, doesn't mean you have to believe it. He believes in the same thing. A group
No, because there is
believes
this
something.
evidence.
A group of people, 51% to be exact, of
Oh my God.
Okay,
Zach.
so this is not the case.
said God exists.
So I don't believe a group of people. I believe in the experimental data that has been left behind by thousands of PhD candidates that have actually left me the data. So I don't believe the scientists just because they said it. I believe the scientists because they left the data for us to examine. Just like I don't have to believe that the earth is flat because I can actually use mathematics. I can use the data that I learned in engineering school, and I can come to the conclusion that the earth is not flat using the data and the formulas and the science that have been done before me by other scientists. I don't have to just trust somebody. That's the great thing about science. Science is not a trust me, bro. Science starts with, here's a theory, here's a test that will test that theory, here's either a confirmation of that theory or a failure of that theory, and then you can peer review it and have other people either confirm or deny whether or not your theory checks out. And then really good scientific theories stick around for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, sometimes, even longer than that. It's not about trusting an individual. It's about trusting the process because the process yields testable results.
Okay, so you would say that it's not just because that you've done your research, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
the reality is we have
Okay,
no
sorry,
reason to
won't finish
believe.
myself.
We have no reason to believe that matter and energy can be created nor destroyed.
Okay, well, Zach, a budding young. Okay, well, okay. Anyway, you've done your research. You made a great point. We don't just listen to what people say. That'd be stupid, right? So that's the same thing with tons of Christians. They don't. They feel like there is a bigger purpose to life than there is no purpose. People believe in purpose, and that was my main argument for God. I believe in
It's
purpose.
not an argument.
There is no purpose of life. Listen, let me finish.
It's not an argument.
Can I finish my point, bro? You're in.
No, because I've already corrected you on this 5 times, which is saying that there's a purpose is not an argument, Zach. That's like your opinion, man. That's not an argument.
Opinion.
Yeah, saying that there's a purpose will never be an argument.
Oh, that's not a good argument, huh? There's a purpose to life. That's not a good argument, huh?
It's not an argument at all.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's an argument to say there's literally like
it's
no
0% argument.
That kind of makes sense to you.
It's 0% an argument.
Wait, can I challenge you to something, Deconstruct? 30 seconds without using your mute button? I mean, the debate would flow better if you didn't use it.
I'll tell you what, this is what we'll do, Zach, because I know you don't have any evidence, you don't have any arguments, but you really want to.
Oh yeah, I do. I pointed out things and you said, "Well, I don't believe."
So you don't have any evidence, you don't have any arguments, but you really want to preach. So I'll make you a deal because I'm feeling charitable. I'll give you an entire 2 minutes, not 30 seconds. I'll give you a whole 2 minutes to rant or to do anything you want, Zach. I won't cut you off. I won't talk over you. You can say anything you want. Deal?
Okay. All right. Is my timer starting?
Yeah, go.
Okay. What's up, guys? My name's...
All right.
That never gets old.
I don't know why he thought that was going to go well for him.
Oh my gosh. I feel very sorry for his science teacher.
Yeah. Oh, to be 19 again and know everything.
I feel bad for any woman in his life. He doesn't seem to respect women all that much.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I had to add a note to clip this guy for later. I got his whole screen name too. Zach McGovern 13. He sounded 13 to be fair.
Oh God.
I think he was in high
frightening.
school. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna make a note here. It gets preaching time at end. Not much of it, maybe half second, but he got some time. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Carlos, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate it. And also, now we're talking about memberships. Guys, make sure on TikTok and YouTube, you're all following Dalton the Bible Guy and Leaving Faith on TikTok and on YouTube. In fact, Sarah's getting closer and closer to crossing over 9,000. Are you at 9,000 this month yet?
I am. We got to 9,000. Yeah.
Guys, we got to get her over
yeah.
10,000 before the end of the year. Let's get her over 10,000 before the end of the year. We need 1,000 more prior to January 1st. Let's do it. Everyone who's not following Leaving Faith on YouTube, go do it now while I'm reading super chats. Discordant Rhyme says, Zach complains atheists can't know or why, but he'll fall back on humans can't understand the mind of God in a heartbeat. Indeed, and I addressed that a million times, which is you can't explain why God exists. But then he just refuses to address it. Ben Hooks, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, the current universe is simply an infinite regress of chemical reaction. That's my belief, Ben. That's where I'm at. I have no reason to believe that it hasn't just existed eternally. And helping Mega deconstruct, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, the cake is underbaked. The emotional control is impressive, Cake. Stay in school, Cake. Dalton, are you the harpy little finger or Varys the spider for starting schism to manipulate us all? I think he's asking you if you started the schism.
I made a joke once about a schism and it seemed to catch on. I take full blame.
That he might be the source. It's okay. We still love and care about him. Sweetie, is it Sweetie? Sweetie Peasant? Says, Zach, I chimed in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Good one. I wish I could play that song, at least the clip of that song. Unfortunately, I can't do that because I'll get demonetized, but I can do this. Good enough, I think. Thank you for that. And Reverend Nate, thank you for the $10 super chat, says the laws of physics don't exist because people identified them and wrote them down. Zach, anyone can go and recreate research done. That's what peer review is, you gigantic douche canoe. Oof. Comments are not going to be good to Zach. This is not going to be good. Solsky says, premise 1, wah. Premise 2, boo-hoo. Conclusion, I have no evidence, and instead I'm going to waste time critiquing your position instead. I think you nailed his argument, actually. Nailed it. And James Brown, good to see you, says, love your channel. The goalpost moving is always so good. Appreciate your knowledge and expertise. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And Tim, thank you for the additional super chat, says, my favorite cider brand is Dickens. Everything is better once you get a Dickens cider. Classic joke. That's what she said. Sarah, you missed it. Michael, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I hope Zach isn't with anyone, because if so, she needs to run away and talk to Leaving Faith. She needs to run away. To talk to Leaving Faith like that, a stranger, his girlfriend must be terrified of him. Rockfire, I agree. He doesn't know Leaving Faith. Why would you talk to her that way? It's crazy. Just dismissed you altogether, like you're meaningless.
Yeah. Well, welcome to being a woman on the internet.
I bet he treats his mother like that. Oh, well. Richard Cox, great name. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, I love your work. I try to watch every time you're on and all other live streams you participate on. Rock hard for the Doug. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate you following me around. It's good to have a big, hard Richard following me around all the time.
You tell me this guy's name is Dick Cox. I love that.
That's his name. And apparently he's rock hard and he follows me anywhere he can. So that's love. That's true love. Okay, well, let's bring in our next guest. I think the next guest may or may not have been Blue Archon and then Mark from the YouTube queue. So we're going to bring in Blue Archon, and then after that, we'll bring in Mark. Welcome in, Blue. Hey, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am 38, and I do not believe in God.
Oh,
but
fuck.
I have an important question for you.
Well, thanks for being here. We're just doing debates. We appreciate you. Thank you for being on the right side of reality, but we are just doing debates. So we're going to grab Mark from the YouTube queue, and hopefully we'll have another debate roll in. Friends, I love you, but please respect the boundaries of the live stream. Mark, you might have to restart or recycle your browser. It says you're not fully connected. Maybe. Oh, no, it was just slow. We're good. Mark, can you hear me?
Hello? Hello?
I think it's a little bit quiet too. Give me a second. I need to bump up your volume. All right, let's try that. Mark,
Hello?
Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 25 and I am a King James Bible believer.
Yeah. King James only or just King James?
King James only, if you want to call it that, but
is that the case? Yeah. What's your education level on the Bible? That is not in like, you know, I'm not asking if you graduated high school. I mean, did you actually have any Bible school?
No Bible schooling.
Okay, cool. So I assume you're a Christian. So what's the greatest evidence or the greatest, I will say, most convincing argument for the Bible God existing?
I think the greatest evidence is actually the lack of evidence for atheism.
Evidence is atheism's not making a positive claim, so that's kind of a weird thing to say.
Atheism isn't a claim. Atheism is a lack of belief.
Atheism is you claim that there is no God.
It's not. Nope. Atheism is a lack of belief in a God, right? Now, certainly, I could make that claim. I could say that I personally believe there is no God. That would be a separate claim from atheism. Atheism just says I don't believe that there is a God.
That's just not true.
Well, that is true. And you can cry all day about whether or not you think that's true, but that is the working definition of atheism. You don't have to like it, but that is the case, and it's also irrelevant because none of that is an argument for why your God is real.
What is theism?
Theism is specifically a belief in a type of God.
What is? Can you turn him up a little bit?
Maybe. Listen, we can barely hear you. Can you get closer to your microphone?
Is that better?
That is better.
Atheism is the lack of a belief in a God. A lack in a belief of a God.
So, no belief in God.
It's a lack of belief in God. Yeah, it's a state of belief. It's not a claim.
Okay. All right.
So the question then is, what would be the evidence that would lead somebody to believe that God did exist?
Well, I think the evidence is actually simpler than what you would imagine. So I see you're sitting in a house right now, correct?
I'm in a shopping mall. What does it look like?
So it's your house,
Let me
right?
guess. Creation demands a creator. Paley's watchmaker argument. This can't be where you're going with this. I expected better.
So you're sitting in a house that you don't know who the builder is. You don't know when the house, or you might know when the house was built.
I know exactly when it was built, and I know who built it.
You didn't see anybody build your house.
I know exactly when it was built, and I know who built it.
Okay, fair enough. You drive. You can do the same. You can see it driving down the street when you look at a house.
I'll just stop you now. I already know the argument. You're saying that everything requires a designer. A house is designed, requires a designer. A watch is designed, a car is designed, all of them require a designer. The universe is designed, requires a designer. We disagree. We don't think that everything is designed. Do you think the puddle in my backyard was designed?
I think the atoms and the molecules used to make the water.
I didn't ask you that. The puddle in my backyard.
Yes, the puddle is designed, yes.
Okay, what's the evidence of that?
The molecular atoms and the structure of the molecules in the water.
That's not evidence. What about the molecular?
It has a design.
No, it does not. That's
H2O.
Your assumption. That's your assumption. You're assuming it's designed.
It has a certain amount of hydrogen and oxygen molecules. So...
I'm asking for the proof that it's designed. So you're claiming that it's designed. I'm waiting for the proof that it's designed.
Well, have you ever seen a cell under a microscope?
Sarah has. She's got a PhD in physiology.
Can you see any sort of intelligent design when you look at a cell? Nothing at
Sarah?
all?
Sarah, did you hear him?
Yeah. So you can see some complexity. You can also see redundancy. You can see irregularities. You can see things that don't function properly or don't function efficiently. So, no, I would not say that that is evidence of design.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey,
Sir,
want to talk about the King
sir,
James? Want to talk about the King James with
I would
me
like to bring
because
up a
we
point
don't
that
actually
you
get to
made
talk about the
earlier.
King James Bible all that much, and it's one of my favorite topics.
I'd like to bring up a point you made earlier.
So the answer is no. You don't want to talk about the King James Bible?
Well, I'd just like to bring something up real quick. You claimed that the Old Testament had no mention of hell, and that the whole concept of hell was foreign until the New Testament, correct?
That is correct.
It says Sheol. The word hell or the various terminologies for hell don't show up in the Hebrew Bible, and the closest you're ever going to get is to Daniel chapter 12, and doesn't even mention hell.
What about Isaiah?
Now to be sure, your King James Version Bible will poorly translate the Hebrew word. Like example, Isaiah 14, that the man will descend into Sheol, into the pit, but it doesn't say hell in the original Hebrew. That's just bad KJV translation.
Well, I mean, you can attack the KJV all you want, but unless you believe what you're reading is perfect, you'll never believe it. So,
well, it's not
I
perfect.
believe
Want
the
to see
King James
why?
Bible is perfect.
Well, we can show you right now why it's not. It's not even hard.
Okay, going back to what I said, Isaiah 14.
It's child's play.
Isaiah
All right.
14.
All right, so we're not going to let you pivot. We're going to show you right now, whether you like it or not, why your King James Bible is nonsense. So open your King James Bible and go to Deuteronomy.
You're being deceived by this man. He
go
lied.
to Deuteronomy 8:9. Go. Open it, Deuteronomy 8:9. I'll put it on the screen for you.
You lied to your viewers.
I'll put it on the screen in the King James Version. Just
you lied
for you.
To your viewers, sir. What are you going to say to that?
You can cry all you want about how you don't actually want to follow me into this argument and get cooked on it, but everyone sees what's happening. So it says in Deuteronomy 8:9.
Isaiah chapter 14?
Well, I didn't. It says, "A land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness, and thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou may dig brass." Sorry, I added some King James flair to it. Okay, so it's saying here that you can dig brass from the hills. Do you think that's true? Mark?
Dig brass? Well, I mean, I believe brass is a natural mineral, correct?
Nope.
Okay, very well.
You can't dig brass. Brass isn't a naturally occurring mineral. It's a combination of multiple alloys. You have to dig the separate alloys and then smelt them together. It's a composite, which means the King James Bible, when they translated this, they didn't know what was actually in the text. And they guessed, and they got it wrong. They guessed at brass, they got it wrong.
Okay.
Which I get it. Like if you're a translator, you might not know what brass is. That certainly could happen. But the reality is we know what brass is, and that ain't it. You can't dig for it.
Okay, so what about in Isaiah chapter 14?
Okay,
you can't help himself.
You really do want to dodge that. The fact that you lied.
So Isaiah 14:15 in the Hebrew says, "Ach el Sheol torad." Nevertheless, you will descend into Sheol, not hell, Sheol.
Okay, what is Sheol then? What
is it's the underworld.
Oh, okay, the underworld. What is the underworld?
It's dark. It's dreary. It's where everyone went.
Okay, yeah.
So the point that you're missing is that Sheol.
You can serve Satan and twist the scriptures however you like.
That's what it is.
Exactly
we're serving.
What you're doing.
Yeah, we're serving Satan. So Sheol, for anyone who's actually studied the ancient Near East, knows what it is, and the Bible describes it.
I don't need to study that. I have the perfect.
I know
Bible
you
in my
definitely don't need to study. That's the case. That's why you believe what you believe.
I have the greatest Bible ever written.
I'm sure. Then why there's so many errors in it?
Well, why is it the most sold book in the entire world? Why has it
Because
changed
there are
the most lives ever in history?
because there are dumb people on the planet who don't know any better, and it's clear that we're
Oh,
talking
okay.
to one of them. I tried to give
So-
you some evidence, and apparently reading's not your thing. So let's go to 2 Kings 16:17. Do you get your Bible on you?
Yeah.
Awesome. Read 2 Kings 16:17 for me. So he doesn't have his Bible. He's putting it in the computer right now. I can hear him typing.
Don't you know, Justin, that one of the hallmarks of being a Christian is you never bring your Bible to a discussion about the Bible?
And the king Ahaz cut off the borders of the bases and removed the laver from off of them, and took down the sea from off the brazen ox that were under it, and put it upon the pavement of stones.
Yeah, let me make sure I pulled the right verse. It might be one or two verses prior to this what I was looking for. Blah, 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 blah. All right, and they left all the commandments of the Lord, and made a molten calf. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe I wrote down the wrong king.
Okay.
Give me a second.
So going back to
no, we're not going back to anything yet. I'm going to see where my typo was, because I obviously grabbed the wrong, or I typed the wrong verse here. The verse I'm looking for says, and they all left the commandments of the Lord their God and made them molten images, so on and so forth. Let me Google where that verse was. Oh, I flipped the 17 and the 16. What a dummy. Okay. It's 2 Kings 17:16. That's what happens when you got fat fingers. All right, we'll try this again with the actual correct verse. There we go. It says, and they left all the commandments of the Lord their God and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove and worshipped all the hosts of heaven and served them. Now, it says that they made a grove along with the molten images of the calves. What do you think that means, to make a grove?
Make like a garden.
It's a collection of trees, is it not?
Yeah.
Sure. And why would we think that that is an adequate translation of the underlying Hebrew? Do you know what it says in Hebrew?
Because the Textus Receptus.
Nope. The Textus Receptus is New Testament.
Oh, very well. Well, there seem to be
the Masoretic text. You mean the Masoretic
text?
They seem to
be building false idols and worshiping Satan.
Indeed. So no, it doesn't say Satan. It says 2 molten images, the calves, and in your Bible it says a grove, and they worshipped all the hosts of heaven and served Baal. Now, the reality is, in the Hebrew, you can't step on my keyboard, kitty, here. The reality is, in the Hebrew text, it doesn't say a grove. It says Asherah. Asherah was one of the hosts of heaven. She was the mother of Baal. This text is talking about different deities that were popular in the Canaanite pantheon. One of them named Asherah. They didn't know who Asherah was in 1611 because we hadn't uncovered any of the Canaanite tablets yet. We didn't know anything about the Ugaritic language. We didn't know anything about the Ugaritic pantheon. And we didn't know that Asherah even existed. We learned about that long after the King James Bible was already written down. And all Bibles since then now actually says Asherah every time it shows up in the Hebrew as Asherah, because we know that Asherah is a proper name. What we have in the King James and those that preceded the King James are guesses. They didn't know what Asherah was. They didn't know it was a name. So the various translations of Asherah vary. All the English translations and German translations and all the other translations say random things for Asherah, usually related to wood, because the root of it is related to it's similar to the root word in Hebrew for wood. But there's nothing in here that would compel us to think that they made a grove of trees and then worshipped the trees that they literally just planted.
Well, it doesn't say they worshipped the trees that they planted. It says they worshipped all the host of heaven. and serve
Yes.
Baal.
Yeah, which included Asherah. Asherah was one of the hosts of heaven. They didn't know that in 1611.
It's not. They're not denying the fact that they worshipped Shera.
No, the point is, they didn't make a grove of trees. They made Asherim. Asherim refers to idols of Asherah. That Hebrew phrase will never and has never ever meant a grove of trees. They didn't know that in 1611. It's not that they were stupid. The people who updated the Bishop's Bible, which is what the King James is, it's an update of the Bishop's Bible. They weren't stupid. They were smart people, but there were things they did not know. And that's okay. You can not know something and then later find information and know it. This was one thing they didn't know. And it's very important because Asherah shows up over and over again in the Hebrew Bible. She's actually a very important figure. She shows up over 40 times. And every time she shows up in the Hebrew Bible, we're told that she's some kind of a deity, some kind of a goddess. She's not a grove of trees. They didn't know that in 1611. They were guessing. The King James Bible, whether you like the translators or not, there's things they just didn't know. That's why we need updated Bibles. That's why we have things like the New King James Bible, because we know more now than we knew then.
I don't think that's true.
It is true, yes. It's 100% true. We've discovered literally hundreds of thousands of texts and tablets from the ancient Near East that we did not have in 1611. In 1611, we didn't even have a complete textual witness for the New Testament. In fact, parts of the text from Desiderius Erasmus was missing in Greek. Parts of Revelation had to be backwards translated. I think the Gospel of John, too, had to be backwards translated from the Latin manuscripts into Greek so he can even publish a complete Greek critical edition. They didn't even have a complete set of manuscripts.
So do you think the newer Bibles are perfect then?
No, there's no such thing as a perfect Bible. And if you read the preface of the King James 1611, which I have behind me on a shelf, they say the same thing. The translators of the 1611 Bible say that this will eventually need to be updated just like we're doing now.
Yeah, but the new versions are translated from different source text than the original authors.
Earlier source text.
The source, the Nestle's Alon, is from the Roman Catholic Church.
The Nestle Aland, and no, it's not.
Where is it from then?
You're trying to refer to the Westcott and Hort. Westcott and Hort wasn't Catholic either. Nestle Aland is not related to any denomination. There's a whole team of people. There's a whole team of people. They didn't find it. It's a critical edition. I have one right here. I've got the NA version 28 right before me. A group of scholars get together and they go through every ancient manuscript that we have for the New Testament, and they decide which ones appear to be the most authentic reading of what would have been in the original text. It doesn't matter where the text come from, what year it comes from. They took a look at all of the writings, even quotations from the early church father. They might say, listen, we don't have a text from this prior to the writings of Origen, but Origen quotes it. So maybe it was original because Origen was able to quote it. They go through every mention of the scripture that is in human existence, and they come up with what we consider a critical edition. And then they list at the bottom where the texts differ and where you can find the differences between the manuscripts. And this is what we use to translate our New Testament, is typically the SBL critical edition or the Nestle Aland critical edition or some other lesser known critical edition.
So there needs to be hundreds of new versions translated.
No.
So why are there so many new translations now?
Because people like to make money, namely publishers.
Oh yeah, of course.
Just so you know, King James Bible translation has the same problem. People pay money for that.
Well, yeah, you pay money for the Bible. I mean, that's an honest.
Yeah, somebody makes money from it.
You could also get the King James Bible from the dollar store for literally less than $5. So.
Yeah, and you'd be getting a cheap, inferior Bible.
How is it inferior?
Because it's using a dearth of manuscripts. The manuscripts that were used to come up with the critical edition for the King James Bible is wanting majorly. And again, it's not even a translation. I don't know if you've actually read the preface or the translation notes in the King James, but it's an update of the Bishop Bible. In fact, the translation committee they were instructed specifically not to change anything away from what's already in the Bishop's Bible unless absolutely necessary because the underlying manuscript demands it, which means they were doing their best to just update the Bishop's Bible. They didn't go with...
It was a refining of God's word.
It was an update of the Bishop's Bible, and it was specifically happening because he hated the Geneva Bible. There are study notes in the Geneva Bible that were against the crown, and he wanted his own official Bible that was updated, that he can give to the masses, that would compete with the Geneva Bible, and that's how we got the King James Bible.
See, I think you're leaving out a crucial part of this, of the Roman Catholic Church at the time.
Who gives a shit about the Roman Catholic Church? We have manuscripts from the for example, we have a manuscript called P66. This isn't from the Catholic Church. This is an original Christian work from the 2nd century, and guess what? It does not include the pericope adulterae, the story of the adulterous woman in it, because no manuscript produced by the church prior to the 5th century had this story in it.
Okay, so you're saying that I should be reading the original Greek and original Hebrew then?
Well, to be fair, if you actually went to school to study the Bible, they would teach you...
Nowhere in the Bible says to go to school to study the Bible. So
I didn't ask you what the Bible says. Is it if you actually got a real education in the Bible, they would have you learn Greek and Hebrew because that's what it was written in. You can never.
What is a real education in the Bible?
A real education in the Bible means you learn the history and the languages of the book. Just like if I got a real education in classics, like I wanted to go and I wanted to study the Greek classics. I wanted to read Homer. I wanted to be a Homer exegete. I wanted to be a specialist on all of Homer's writings. No way I could ever do that unless I learned Greek. Homer wrote in Greek. And to be a Homer,
you sound like a Roman Catholic here.
No. I'm sounding someone who understands how studying works because
I'm not
because the reality is if you want to be an expert in something, you have to know the language it was written in, the culture it was written in, and all the historical references. You can't just pick up the Bible and know what it says. There's lots of references in there that are contextual to the society it was written in, and you don't know that.
Who William Tyndale is?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, again, we don't give a shit about the Catholic Church or what they did to William Tyndale. I don't know why you're so hyper-fixated on the Catholic Church.
We're not
Catholic.
Catholic.
Are emphasizing the importance of knowing the history of the church and where the Bible came from. And
I didn't say the history of the church. History of the Bible. I don't care about the history of the church. You don't need to know the history of the church to interpret the original Greek and Hebrew. You need to know the history and the culture in which it was written in.
Yeah, the history in the culture.
If I said to you, is your refrigerator running? Do you know what that means in 1611?
Repeat the question, please.
Is your refrigerator running?
I don't know.
Do people know what that means in 1611?
No.
Right, of course not, because it's culturally specific. Right? So cultural references are only valuable within the culture that you understand. Like if you don't understand the culture, like you don't understand the reference. Like so if I said if I quoted a lyric, say I quoted or sung the Bop song by Hanson. Guess what? If you don't know about Hanson, that's a useless quotation for you.
You see, as a Christian, actual born-again believer, you should be able to go at any point in history of when the church was founded, and you should be able to go back and meet other believers and have similar experiences as them.
Not remotely the close. There's no reason. There's no reason why I would have the same experience as anybody in the New Testament.
How?
I don't live in ancient Rome. Do you
Okay,
think
but
your experience in America is similar to what they experienced in ancient Rome?
well, I think people are the same. You know, there's
I didn't
sinful
ask you about
behavior,
people. I
and
said about your experience. Is your experience
well,
in modern
people is part of the
America
experience.
the
But
same as what somebody in ancient Rome experienced?
I would say, yeah.
No,
I would
not
say it is.
remotely the same.
How
Wrong
do you know? You
again.
don't live my life.
I do know. I don't need to live your life. I know what life was in the ancient world. And I know that you don't live it. In ancient Rome,
Okay.
what percentage of the population were slaves?
I don't know.
Upwards of 70% on some estimates. What percentage of the population right now are slaves?
I would say the majority of America.
Wrong again. Being a slave
That's
means
wrong.
that somebody owns you as a piece of property. You have no freedom. You can't go anywhere. You don't get paid for your work. That's not a thing that's happening here in America. If it is, we would
You
shut it
don't consider
down.
yourself a slave in America?
No. And I'll give you a really good illustration why that's not the case and why you're about to walk into a minefield right now. Do you think there's a distinction between what I experience right now in this very minute and what the African American slave trade people went through?
Yes. I mean, obviously they.
There are differences, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that the ancient Romans who had to pay taxes to Caesar, do you think their life was identical to the slaves that worked in their home?
No.
Okay, fantastic. So being a slave is a specific state of being. You're not a slave just because you have a social security number or because you pay taxes. Being a slave is a very different socioeconomic thing that we don't experience today, which means my experience in 2025 will never mimic what somebody experiences in ancient Rome, being that the majority of people there literally just would have been slaves.
Okay, so I was talking about being a Christian. Being a Christian right now.
I wasn't talking
You
about
are.
being Christian. I was illustrating,
That's
Mark,
what I'm talking about. That's
that
what
I'm not
originally
talking about
started this
Christianity. I'm talking about
conversation.
culture. Nobody today is in the same culture as the people living in the Bible. That's why our experiences in life are different. That's why the
But it's
references.
the same, though. It's the
not.
same.
It's not the same. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I should be able to go at any point in the past in church history and be able to relate to those people living at that time.
That has nothing to do with whether or not you have the same cultural experience. That's called empathy. Be able to relate to somebody is just called empathy. That has nothing to say about whether or not you have the same cultural experience. You don't. You don't even have the same cultural experience as people living right now that are in fucking Africa. You don't have the same cultural experience. Culture matters. That's why you go to school and you learn about the culture and the context in which the Bible was written in. That way, when they make mention of things specifically about their culture, you know what they mean. It's like if you're studying the Renaissance period, you need to study that culture. So when you read their poems, when you read their stories, you know what the references mean because they reference things that are specific to their culture, just like the Bible. You don't go to school to read the Bible a whole lot. You go to school to learn the language, history, and culture in which the Bible came from, so that when you have parts of the Bible that are specific to those things, you know what it actually means. Let's go over another one, though, real quick. I love Deuteronomy 23:17. In the King James Bible, it says, "There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel." Bertram, thank you for the shiny balloons. Do you think the word sodomite's actually in the Hebrew text?
I don't care what the Hebrew text says.
You should. We'll try this again.
Why? Why do I need to learn? Why do I need to learn Hebrew?
Because this is a translation of the Hebrew.
Okay, but why do I need to learn Hebrew if there's a perfect English Bible that I can read?
Because it's not.
Would you like
perfect.
to know what William Tyndale said?
I know
about people like you who try and.
I know what William Tyndale said, and I won't let you pivot. It was written in Hebrew. The question is whether or not this is an accurate translation of what is The question is whether or not this is an accurate translation of whether or not the Hebrew said sodomite. So remember, the King James Bible is a translation of another language. So what I'm asking right now is, in the translation, it says sodomite. In the original text, do you think it says sodomite in the original text?
I don't care. It says sodomite in the King James Bible.
Well, I don't care either. The King James Bible is irrelevant. So the King James Bible is a translation of the Hebrew, correct?
I don't need to know if it's a translation of the Hebrew or
you
not.
You do. It is.
Faith.
It's a translation.
In the Word of God.
It's a translation.
In the Word of God, and you're tearing down the faith of
yes,
many people.
I'm specifically doing that, and it's not even hard.
And you're going to be
Wait, so just to clarify here, if your King James version says a thing, and it's different from what the original manuscript says, you are going to assume that the King James version is correct and the original Hebrew it was written in is wrong?
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. The cognitive dissonance is wild.
It's called having faith.
No, it's called stupidity. It's not faith, it's stupidity. So again, the King James Bible is purporting to be a translation of the Hebrew text. The King James Bible translators say so. So if it's a translation of the Hebrew text, that means we get to hold it up to the Hebrew text and ask ourselves, hey, is this an accurate translation of the Hebrew text? We already know it's a translation of the Hebrew. The question is whether or not it's a good one, which means...
So you believe...
Which means I get to ask the question, in Deuteronomy 23:17, when I go to the Hebrew text, should I find the word sodomite in the Hebrew text?
I don't know. Enlighten me, Roman Catholic.
I'm not a Catholic, so I'll ask you again.
You behave exactly...
So I ask you, like somebody who's educated? Yeah, I believe that. So we'll try this again. The King James Bible is a translation of the Greek and Hebrew texts. That's what it is. It says so in the translation notes. It says it in the preface of the Bible. In fact, in the beginning of most King James Bibles, it says it's translated from the ancient tongue. So the question that I'm asking is, since it is a translation of those texts, should I be able to open the Hebrew text and find the word sodomite in Deuteronomy 23:17?
It depends on which manuscript you're looking for.
I'm not asking about the manuscript. I said, should I find in the Hebrew text for this
Which Hebrew
verse?
text are you referring to?
Any of them.
Any of them?
Primarily the Masoretic text. This is translated from the Masoretic text.
Then yes, you should find the word sodomite, yes.
I should. Fantastic. Do you think if I go to the Masoretic text, it's going to say sodomite?
No.
Yeah, obviously the answer is no, or else I wouldn't have brought this up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think's there?
I don't know, because I don't need the Hebrew text to justify my faith. I have the perfect Word of God.
No, you can grandstand all you want about the lies that you have to tell yourself to sleep at night, but the funny thing is it doesn't actually say sodomite.
The lies
in the text.
I have to tell myself? What about the lies you tell yourself? That there's no
I don't tell
heaven or
myself
hell?
any lies. I don't tell myself any lies. I don't worry about any of that nonsense.
Okay.
So,
yeah, you can keep telling yourself that.
So in Deuteronomy 23, what do you think it says in the Hebrew text?
What about the lies you told your viewers?
Listen, you cry all you want about how you're getting cooked like in front of 3,000 people.
No, I just want you to admit that you lied to your viewers. You still haven't addressed that.
So what you find in the actual text is not sodomite, it's kadesh. Do you know what a kadesh is?
No.
It's a holy one. That's why up here you find kedoshah, which is the female version of a holy one. This is what I talk about when I say you have to understand the actual culture. In ancient Hebrew culture, what was a kedoshah or a kadesh? What were they? You don't know, because you don't know any history. These were idioms.
The work's already been done for me.
It hasn't been done for you. That's the problem. These are idioms. These are idioms for shrine or temple prostitutes. It comes from the root word kadosh, meaning holy. This is why the King James Bible is terrible. It purposely mistranslates this. The first verse, it says, look, the first reference, no harlot of the daughters of Israel. That's what you got here. This is what they're translating as harlot, Kiddusha, the female version of this. This should have been translated as a gigolo, or male harlot, or male temple prostitute. That's what it should have been translated as. They translated it as a sodomite.
So you're saying it should have been translated as male temple prostitute?
It should have been translated as a male harlot. Whatever the male version.
Wouldn't that be a sodomite, though? Wouldn't that be a sodomite? How?
Nope.
What is a harlot?
Because a sodomite isn't in the Bible.
A sodomite isn't in the Bible.
Right? There's no such thing as a sodomite the way it's being used here. The way it's being used in this text is saying that dudes that bone other dudes are sodomites. That's not in the Bible. That's something that they made up long afterwards.
So why was Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed?
Ezekiel tells you. Did you read it?
Well, Genesis tells you, but...
No, it doesn't. Ezekiel does.
Genesis tells you.
Ezekiel tells you.
I would love to know, have you read the entire Bible?
Nah.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Wait. So you have not read this entire text, and yet you're up here how do you even know what's in it?
He doesn't.
Because I have faith in God that he wrote a perfect book.
This is embarrassing.
But you don't even know what it is you have faith in. Like, what if in the middle of this book it says that, I don't know, something totally wild, that green is evil and the moon is made of cheese? Like, you haven't even read it, so you don't even know what it is you have faith in.
Well, that's the thing. You don't have to read the whole thing to have faith in it.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, it's true. You don't have to read the whole thing to believe a few things, but you have no idea what's in there.
What about all the English speakers in the church in the Dark Ages who didn't have access to the scriptures because they were written in Latin? Do you think they were stupid or?
Yeah.
Oh, you think they were stupid?
The same problem though here. Wait, how do you know that there's not something crazy in the middle of the Bible? What if there's a rule that you're not following?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm reading it. It takes time to actually read
and
understand the Bible.
Right, so it does matter. You do have to read the whole Bible.
But you're trying to make me learn Hebrew and Greek.
No, I'm not.
You're the one making the claim that you have found the most perfect version of it, and I have no idea why you believe it's the perfect version. And when you even ask the people who wrote the King James, they're explaining how they got to the words that you're reading. Just because it sounds old and fancy doesn't mean that it's the most perfect version.
Well, no, but the newer versions are perverted and corrupted.
But you wouldn't know that because you don't know the original languages. You have no measuring tool for know what it's corrupted from.
Doctrinal differences between the two.
So what?
Wait, why do you think it's perverted and corrupted? Just because someone told you that?
Well, first of all, I know that because the English language doesn't need to be updated over 100 times.
Yeah, it does.
There's no reason for that. One of Satan's most common tactics.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Wait. We're not updating the English language. What perversion do you think it has?
Trying to think of them off the top of my head. How you kind of put me on the spotlight. I can get back to you on that, but what I was saying was one of Satan's most common tactics used even from the beginning.
Wait, no, so you know that the King James is the perfect version and that all the other versions are perverted and bad, but you have no idea what that perversion is, and you've never even read the whole document?
Yeah, I believe the King James Bible.
But somebody told him.
Why?
Because In order for you to believe in God,
Here it comes.
Yeah, here it comes. In order for you to believe in God, you have to believe He has a perfect word. If you don't believe His
No, you
word is
don't.
perfect, if you don't believe His word is perfect, then you can't believe in God.
Well, that's
not true. Go
factually
ahead, Sarah.
incorrect. But why did you decide that the King James was the perfect one? How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Because I've seen the fruit it's produced in people. It's changed the most lives in any book in history.
How do you have a comparison?
More wars have been
Wait.
fought.
You
More
have
people have been killed because of the
compared.
King James Bible.
Wait. Hold on.
Can I finish, ma'am? Can I finish, please?
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Oh, I can't.
No.
Okay.
No. So I'm trying to, you made one point and you pivoted to another, and I want to focus on this first thing that you said. Because if you're saying that you know that the King James Version is perfect because of all the fruit it produced, that means you need to compare the fruits produced from the other versions. So have you looked at other versions? Are you saying that the NIV or the NRSV doesn't produce the same fruit that the KJV does?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
How do you know that?
Because he
Because
read
you see most
Gail
of these
Riplinger's book.
You see most of these modern church buildings who are doing abominable things that are not found in Scripture. They all use the new versions.
Wait. Oh my God.
Obviously, you use these new versions, and now you have wicked people doing things that aren't found in Scripture.
People in King James only churches do the same horseshit that people in modern churches are doing.
I'm against church buildings. I don't go to church.
I didn't ask you about church buildings. What I'm saying is people in King James only churches do the same stuff that people not in King James only churches do.
I agree with you.
So then you don't have an adequate comparison.
But what about the true King James Bible believers like myself?
Yeah, they're just as bad. They get divorced. They have children out of wedlock. They lie. They cheat. They steal, just like everybody else.
I've seen the fruit it's produced in my own life. Is that proof enough?
No, it's silly. Let me ask you a question though. I want to demonstrate why Sarah was correcting you on why it needs to be updated. Do you know what the word adamant means in the in the King James Bible?
I'm guessing it means certain.
Nope. It means something akin to that now. In King James English, it just means a sharp stone, a hard substance.
Okay.
Do you know what ague is?
Nope.
It's a fever.
Okay.
Do you know what amers means?
No.
It means to punish or to find somebody. Do you know what the word anon means?
Anonymous?
It means at once. The King James Bible is full of hundreds of words that we no longer use. In fact, one of my favorites, do you know the word chode is in the King James Bible?
I did not.
Genesis 31 and Numbers 20. It's the past tense form of the verb chide, which we don't use anymore. Languages change, Mark. The Bibles have to be updated to reflect this.
Why, though?
Because languages change. You can't control that.
It's gotten worse.
That's going to happen
worse.
no matter what.
The English language
Languages
has
will
gotten
always
worse.
will always change.
Let me ask you something. Do you think the world is getting better?
Oh, what just happened?
Oh, jeez.
My cat stepped on my keyboard. Now I can't hear the guest.
Do you think the world
can you hear me? So while Justin can't hear you, just to make sure you understand Justin's point, there are words that are in the Bible.
I can't hear anybody right now because my cat muted me. I don't know how to unmute myself. This is great. There we go. We're good now.
Can you hear us now?
Yep.
Cool.
Sorry about that, guys. What do you guys say?
Can I make some arguments
no,
to you, Justin?
Hold on.
Or is
Sarah,
this just
what I
Wait,
missed?
I was clarifying for him that the point that you were making was there are words in the King James Version that you, Mark, do not know. And so you're going to read sentences in the King James Version, and because the English is so old, you're going to read through a sentence and have no idea what that sentence is communicating because you don't know the words. None of us do,
Yeah,
right? We don't speak
I'm
those
just a
words.
dumb plowboy, right?
No, I
No.
literally just said none of us do because we don't use those words anymore because it's 400 years old. So Justin's only point was that, hey, if we don't use this word anymore in the language that we speak, we should update it to the word that we actually use.
Okay, but why do you need to update it over 100 times?
Because language changes over 100 times.
The English language has not changed over 100 times, Justin.
Yes, it
Let's be
has.
real.
It changes every 10 years.
It does.
They update the dictionary. Sarah, how often do they update the dictionary?
Oh, well, they add new words every year.
Yeah.
Hey, Justin, I'd like to ask you something. Do you think the world is getting better or worse with time?
I think it's getting better.
Oh, it's getting better.
Yeah.
So how much debt is the US currently at?
I don't think debt is a measure of better or worse. In fact, if you knew anything about the way discretionary spending works in modern finance, you would understand that debt's meaningless. Deficit spending is spending that we are literally taking out against ourselves. So whether or not the Federal Reserve prints more or less money is meaningless since that we own 70% of the debt.
How's the economy doing right now, Justin?
Much better than it was 400 years ago when the majority of people were peasants.
Oh, when money was backed by actual gold?
It wasn't. Everybody was peasants. And if you knew anything about the period where gold was backing our dollar, it was atrocious. There was a recession like every 30 years. The reason why Keynesian economics came in was to stabilize the gold backing because the value of gold to dollar fluctuated all over the place. They couldn't control it. But you can control the value of a dollar based on the supply of dollar within and out of the economy.
I'm sorry. I just don't agree that the world is getting better. I really don't.
What's not better? People are living longer, they're happier, they're healthier.
They're happier. Suicide rates have never been so high.
Wrong again. We have no suicide rates from the medieval period. In fact, in the medieval period, the church, not just the Catholic Church, but Protestant churches were literally murdering each other.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the church.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
the whole Catholic and
the bubonic plague took out damn near half of the European population. Now we have vaccines. We don't worry about chickenpox anymore. We don't worry about smallpox anymore. We have vaccines. The world's great.
The world is great. Okay.
Less women die giving childbirth. Less children die in childbirth.
I'd say more children die before childbirth.
Oh my God.
I said in childbirth. And to be sure, abortion is the most Christian position you could have.
Why is that?
Because you send the baby directly to heaven rather than having it risk going to hell. If you love your baby and you want it to go to heaven, abort it. But I got a question. I got a question for
wicked,
you,
man. That's
no,
pretty wicked.
That's what the Bible says.
Where does it say that?
Matthew 16:25. For those who want to save their life will lose it, and those who lose their life for my sake will find it. If I'm willing to give up my eternal salvation by murdering all those babies to make sure they go to heaven, that means I'm doing Jesus' work. I'm sending people to heaven. God said that he desires that none would perish, referring to going to hell. I'm willing to make sure that all babies go to heaven.
Could you pull up Matthew 18:6, please?
Sure.
18:5 through 6.
You mean you don't have it?
I'd just like you to read it.
Sure, I'll read it for you. You want me to read it in the NIV?
KJV.
Yeah, but whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me. Oh yeah, better for the millstone. Yeah, I agree, but they're not. These are born children.
It doesn't matter if they're born or unborn.
Aborted babies aren't born yet. You're not offending children.
But it's still a child. It's still a life.
No, it's a zygote. It's a clump of
When
cells.
does life begin? When does life begin, Justin?
I don't know, about 14 weeks after conception. It's hard to say. What do you think life is? Because you don't know what life even is. You think your God is alive.
Life is started at the moment of conception.
Does God have a heartbeat?
I know Jesus Christ had a heartbeat when he was walking.
Does
on
God
earth.
the Father have a heartbeat?
No.
Okay. Is he alive?
Yes.
So is heartbeat a valuable measure for whether or not something's alive?
No.
No, it's not. Great. But I want to bring up a passage with you, because Sarah mentioned that you don't know what's in the middle of the Bible.
Do you believe in killing babies?
No, I don't. So Sarah said that you don't know what's in the middle of the Bible. I support pro-choice. I'm not pro-abortion. I don't think you should.
What about the baby's choice?
I don't think you should go around murdering babies once they become sentient and can feel pain. That's just my position. That being said,
pain in the womb.
They can't. There's an age at which
they can react to pain. They feel the stress from the mother.
There's an age at which they become able to feel pain. It's not right away.
They feel if the mother's stressed out, the baby also gets stressed out.
Yeah, at a particular age, they do.
So what's
but
that cutoff?
That's not at conception, dummy.
What's the cutoff then?
I just told you. It's
I
like
it's
like 24 weeks, 20 to 24 weeks.
Okay,
so I don't deal in
So
I don't deal in absolutes, and I'm not going to let you pivot to politics because, as I've said a million times, this isn't a politics live. It is a Bible live, however, and your Bible has nothing against murdering your own children. As case in point, Deuteronomy 21 says you can murder your own son if he's unruly. That being said, I want you to read with me a really interesting passage that I know that you've never read. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight." Now, this is from 2 Samuel 12. And if you know 2 Samuel 12, you know that this is a punishment that God is handing down to David for sleeping with Bathsheba and murdering Bathsheba's husband, correct?
Okay.
Right. And the punishment includes God. He says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight." So God does this in chapter 16 when Absalom storms the palace trying to take over the crown. He rapes 10 of David's wives. And God takes credit for this, says that he's doing this as punishment for what David did. Do you think this is a fair punishment?
Yeah, I do. If God says it's fair, then it's fair.
Great. So then if your significant other committed adultery and then tried to cover it up, you'd be okay with God having you raped as punishment?
No.
So it's a long pause. Okay, so you wouldn't be okay with it. Great. Okay. So why is it that you're not okay with it, but it's okay when it happens to 10 of David's wives?
I don't know. But you seem to skip over the
I didn't skip over anything. So the answer to the question then is you don't know.
a lot of stuff, man, and you just nitpick the Bible as much as you can.
You mean I read it? You haven't actually read it. I read the Bible. I know all the themes. I know the overarching messages. I disagree with it. So the reality is, in 2 Samuel 12, God punishes David by having 10 of his wives raped, and you think that's okay, but as long as it's not you.
Well, I know that God there's a verse in the Bible that says there's nothing happens unless God knows about it. No evil's done without
God's causing it. We're not asking if he knows about it. He's causing it
as a judgment. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
so that means you have to say that this is a good thing, or you worship a God who does this and you're good with it.
Well, who am I? Who am I to object? Who am I to rebel against him? He
So
created me.
again, can you imagine it's you? So God decides that the punishment for your spouse or significant other is that this happens to you. Do you think maybe you would have something to say about it?
I would, but it makes no difference.
So how do you know your God is good if he uses assault at like assaulting someone else for someone's crimes? He does this thing which we all agree is pretty horrible. How do you know God is good?
I know God is good because I've seen what He's done in my life, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Um, I was at a point in my life where
No, we don't care about your story. So if your answer is God is good because of your life, that's the end. Sarah, did you have a rebuttal?
I was just going to say, just because God is good to you, I'm asking, how do you know he's good at all? Like an evil person can be good to, say, their child, right? And still be an evil person. So God being good to you doesn't necessarily make him good if he's willing to assault women for their husband's crimes. How do you know he's actually good to everyone?
well, I don't know the full backstory of that passage you were reading. I don't know the context leading up to it. I don't know what God was thinking, so I can't answer for him.
So let's just say hypothetically, because Justin will happily tell you all of it. But the important part is that God genuinely was punishing David, and the punishment God selected was to assault his wives. So I think the bigger question is, why doesn't that bother you? Like, why are you okay worshiping a God who does that?
So I'm also okay with worshiping a God who would offer himself as a sacrifice to save me.
They always go to preaching. They can't help themselves. Mark, answer the question honestly.
Well, so just because Jesus, so you're saying it's okay that God assaults women if he also sacrifices himself?
I don't know.
That's the right answer.
You could also bring up the book of Job. Like, was it okay for God to do that to
No,
Job?
no, it wasn't. Job's a horrific story. You don't want to go there.
The point too being here, Mark, is that if you actually love this God and you want to get to know this God, there is all this information about him that you just haven't ever read. And you might be surprised by what you read in here. God does some really terrible things. And if this is the God that you are going to devote your life to, that you are going to make your whole world, well, it would behoove you to know everything you can know about this God and really understand what he's like. Because if you only know a few pieces about what he's like, this is what you're missing by not reading the whole thing.
Yeah, I've never read that passage before, and I don't have enough knowledge to make a comment on it. So,
right. Okay. There's a lot of passages like this in the Bible. In Deuteronomy 22, God instructs Moses that if a man goes into his new bride and she doesn't bleed on the marital sheet, that they can stone her. But God should know that not all women bleed their first time. In fact, Sarah's a physiologist. She can tell you not all women bleed their first time, which means God was sentencing innocent women to die, or it means that whoever wrote it didn't know how the female body works.
I don't know what to say.
Right. We suggest that you read the book, is what we suggest, because the book is full of all kinds of horrors. I'm not up here because Satan has possessed me and I want to do the devil's bidding. I'm up here because I love truth, Mark. I'm up here because I want people to believe things that are true and not things that they took on faith. I want people to believe things that they took on evidence, on facts and logic and reasoning. I don't believe in Satan. I'm not doing Satan's work. If I believed in Satan, that means I would believe in God. And if I believed in God, I would say fuck Satan. I don't believe in either of them.
So what do you believe happens after you die?
That's it, buddy. That's the end. You're worm food.
That's just so depressing to think about.
Sometimes the truth hurts. Nobody likes it. I don't like that that's the end result, but we have no evidence to the contrary.
So, do you believe in the evolution theory then?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard about Jeffrey Dahmer? I heard
Yeah.
you bring him up earlier.
Yeah, I mean, according to your religion, he's in heaven right now.
I do believe he's in heaven.
See?
But according to your religion, he was doing the right thing.
Nope, wrong again.
Before you pivot into a moral argument, I mean, Mark, just to let you know, Justin genuinely is a wealth of information, and my DMs are open. If you start reading this and you have questions, or you want more resources to actually, get through the text, we can find you books by biblical scholars, so you can understand the context from other biblical scholars a little bit better. I'm happy to help you do that.
All right, thank you for the help. But so Justin, according to evolution theory, Jeffrey Dahmer was doing the right thing.
No. I disagree. I don't think evolution is making any moral claims.
Was Jeffrey Dahmer eliminating the weaker of the species?
I don't believe so, but also evolution isn't a moral framework.
So where do you get your morals from?
They're subjective, just like yours. The difference is mine are subject to my mind and those around me, and yours is subject to a God. So they're both subjective. You don't have objective morals, but I think that my subjective morals are better, and I'll illustrate why. So I'm going to ask you a series of yes or no questions. They're going to be uncomfortable, Mark, but I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable. I want you to understand the ramification of your moral worldview. So if God told you to do something awful, like we saw with Absalom, where he said you need to rape somebody's wife as punishment, in your worldview, the only correct thing to do would be to rape the women, right?
I don't want to answer that.
But the truth is yes. In your worldview, if God tells you to do something, you have to do it.
I believe so, yes.
Right. So then if he said, Mark, I need you to burn down the orphanage, then the moral response is to burn down the orphanage, right?
Yes.
Right. And last question, if God said, Mark, I need you to take the kids out of the orphanage before you burn it down, run them through a meat grinder and make some baby paste patties and open up a restaurant making Krabby Patties out of baby paste, the correct thing would do in your framework would be to make baby paste Krabby Patties, right?
No.
Yeah, it would. Yep. Because you'd be disobeying God then, and disobeying God's a sin.
Well, he would never ask me to do that.
I didn't ask you if he would. I said if he did. So if God asked you to make the baby paste Krabby Patties,
contrary to the scriptures.
It's not. First of all, Mark. First of all, it's not. Second of all, I didn't ask you if he would. I said, if he did, then by logical extension, the only right thing to do is to make the Krabby Patties, right?
No,
You're wrong.
because he's already said in his word what that's wrong.
He didn't say that. In fact, in the Bible, he commands you to murder babies. So we'll try this again. I didn't ask you if he would say to do it. I said, if he did command you to do it, Mark, would the right thing to do would it be right to be obedient?
It's the right thing to be obedient to God. Yes.
That's right. Even if he tells you to make baby paste Krabby Patties.
No.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'll just show you where your God tells you to murder babies then, since we're going to have to go this route. In fact, I'll make sure we're still in the King James Bible. That way, you know, I'm not lying to you. 1 Samuel 3:15, classic verse. God tells them, 15:3 is what I meant. Try this again. Go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. God commands the killing of babies, and this isn't the first time. He does it on multiple occasions, which means it's absolutely within God's nature to command somebody to kill babies, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So since it's within God's nature to command the killing of babies, if God commanded you to make baby paste Krabby Patties, would it then be good to obey him?
Yes, it's good to obey God.
There you go. And I'm not trying to beat you over the head with this, Mark. I'm just saying that this is the logical conclusion of like the divine command theory moral framework. Like if your moral framework is God said it, therefore it's good, this is what you get. You get people that are willing to do atrocities because they think that their God is commanding them to do it. In my framework, I can question.
God uses war to bring people to him.
So what? Does he have to? Is God not all powerful? Could he not just show up in person?
That wouldn't be a free will relationship.
It would be. He showed up to Abraham. He showed up to Moses. He showed up to the 70 elders.
And killing all the babies.
Yeah. So killing the babies is a free will event, but just showing up and letting us know he exists is not free will. Good point, Sarah.
It's not free will, no. If he were to show up,
it is.
But killing the babies, he's not violating the baby's free will?
Listen, I don't know the mysteries and the details of what goes on through God's head. Like I don't know why he does some of the things he does.
So this isn't even about what's going on in God's head. This is your argument about what free will is. And you said that God could not appear because it would violate our free will. But this is another example of when God does violate free will. Killing entire families definitely does violate their free will.
Well, I'd say they probably deserved it if they rejected it.
Oh, Jesus.
The babies deserved it?
No, not the babies, but...
This is crazy. Mark, Mark, we have almost 4,000 people watching right now.
Okay.
Just think carefully about what you're saying. I don't want people to be making fun of you later for saying silly things. Did the babies deserve getting murdered?
No, they didn't.
Right.
So God violated their free will.
I don't know.
I mean, it's pretty clear from what you said.
Is getting murdered not violating your free will?
I don't know what to say.
Say the honest thing. Is murdering a baby violating the baby's free will? Mark, I know these are difficult questions. I get it. Like, we've been in your position. We know that these questions suck. You don't like the answers to them. But now's the time to be honest with yourself.
I don't know what to say.
Okay. Fair enough. So the reality is, God could just appear and change people's hearts. He changes people's hearts all the time. In fact, in Joshua, when he says that the Canaanites came to fight against the Israelites, God says he hardened the hearts of the Canaanites to draw them out to fight against them. Pharaoh, he hardened the heart of Pharaoh. The reality is God violates people's free will all the time. In fact, the story of Abimelech, when Abimelech nearly violated Sarah, God says, I prevented you from violating her. God intervenes on free will all the time. This is not actually a problem. But just showing up to people isn't a problem either. In fact, in the book of Hebrews, chapter 11, there's a list of great people of great faith. Almost all of them saw God. So he could just appear, and then we would have the faith we needed to follow him. But the reality is that he doesn't. Murdering babies will never be a better avenue of getting people to worship you than, in fact, just showing up and like actually doing the things you said you do. All right, listen, Mark, I know this is a tough conversation. It's getting late. I can't stay up late tonight. I've got a busy day tomorrow. I've actually got to read the super chats and end stream. I can't stay up till like 2 o'clock this morning. But Mark, I really want you to think about some of the stuff we talked about today. Come back in a couple weeks. We'll do it again. We don't have to yell at each other or talk over each other. I think you're at a position now where you recognize we're not assholes here. We're not trying to attack you. We don't work for Satan. We believe in truth. We think that the truth will set you free. We just think that the truth is going to set you free from oppressive religions.
Well, yeah, and I agree. I don't agree with modern religions. I think they're evil.
I think you're in one, buddy. All right. Mark, take care. Come back some other time. We'll talk to you again soon, okay?
All right. Bye.
Cheers.
Wow.
That's tough. That's some thick cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. I hope he takes me up on that. Like, I am so curious as to what is like going to happen next for him. I really don't know. It could go either way.
It's a tough one. That's a tough one. All right, friends, I'm going to read through the super chats, but before we do this, listen, Randy fucking Wilson popping off tonight. Randy Wilson sent out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships, but he's not done. 20 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. He's not fucking done. 20 more Deconstruction Zone memberships from Randy Wilson. He's still not fucking done. 20 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Is he done yet? No. 20 more Deconstruction Zone memberships. Let's look at some fucking W's for Randy Wilson in the house. Making memberships rain. 1, 2, 3, 4. Over 100 Deconstruction Zone memberships today. Big W, Randy. But not to be outdone, Holly Furphy chiming in with another. This is his second time tonight with another 20 DZ debate memberships. Thank you so much, Holler Furphy. That's like 40 tonight for Holler Furphy. Memberships off the chain tonight. Holy shit. Also, Urban, thank you so much for sending out 5 more Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. And remember, hey, the members have access to our cheat sheet. Oh my God, there's more. Holy shit. Randy with 120 Deconstruction Zone memberships.
Holy shit.
Woo! That's wild. Adam, thank you so much for 5 DZ debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. All right, I think those are all the memberships for now. That's crazy, friends. Thank you so much. While we're doing this, make sure, Listen, Sarah, how close are you to 10,000 followers right now on YouTube?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, if I can't like click out of here, I'll disappear.
I'm looking it up. we had a call for members. You're at 9.13 now.
Ooh, wow.
We're climbing. Here's what's going to happen, friends. I'm going to read super chats. There are almost 3,000 people watching on YouTube. I need 1,000 of those people who aren't following Leaving Faith to go to her YouTube page and follow her. It's at Leaving Faith. This is the profile. We need to get her over 10,000 followers. We're going to do it. We're going to get over 10,000 followers. We're going to give her over the hump right now. We're at 9.13, Leaving Faith page right here. Also, we do a Bible study together almost every week on her page. So if you want to see the Bible study, follow Leaving Faith.
Yes, it's all there. If you love Justin, then he gets to showcase his Bible skills on this page. So if you don't even care about me or what I have to say, you can still find more Justin at Leaving Faith.
But you should care about Sarah because she's sharp. All right, let's read some super chats, friends. Soul, I will never say this. Soul Sicky says, that sweater is beautiful. Love the pattern. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And listen, I love a good Christmas sweater. I'll never over apologize for being festive, but sometimes I get a little carried away. I got some more sweaters coming this winter, friends. Pat says, I am bringing top of the line coal for tonight's grill. We got some grilling done tonight, I think, didn't we?
Definitely.
Arlen says, does Jesus advocate for stoning in Matthew 15 and Mark 7? I do. I think he's advocating for following the law of Moses in that those who dishonor their mother or father should be stoned. That's why he chastises the Pharisees for not doing it. So that, again, Jesus is always pro-law of Moses. Not until after he dies, they get rid of it. Ollivander says, as a fellow German, we are not claiming this guy. Ulrich? Yeah, sorry. I can understand why you wouldn't, but even with Ulrich, towards the end of the conversation, he came around. Just like Mark, we had 2 conversations tonight where the guest came in, obstinate, stubborn, and spitting nonsense, and then we got them to calm down eventually and look at some actual facts of the matter. And guys, sometimes we make progress, don't we?
Gentle parenting for the win.
Korsman says, eternal punishment isn't enough punishment for sin. I know. It's crazy to me. Although I'll still never understand why people think that Jesus took our punishment when he didn't take eternal torture. Steven says, would Ulrich be created by intelligent design? Listen, if he was created, I've got questions about the creator. I'm just saying. And Ulrich's getting cooked in the comments. Dr. Dave says, Ulrich has severe whataboutism. Tiring. He does. You know what? He really wants to go back to bad right-wing political talking points with the whataboutism. But, we don't allow that here. Dr. Dave says, I enjoy listening to Ulrich when he's muted. We are absolutely 100% with you. Jestaro says, how to send you the TED Talk for possibilinism. I would just email it on my YouTube account. I've got an email, and I also on the Discord, you can just DM me. I will apologize to those on the Discord. I'm behind on Discord messages. I'm mostly caught up with the email messages. That's on me. I apologize. Been a crazy week. We're gonna get caught up soon. Abe the Cat says, the dude abides. Indeed, the dude does abide for sure. And Steven says, I am the walrus. I am the walrus? Cuckoo Cuckoo? What was the next line in that song? What was the next line in that song? Was it Cuckoo Cuckoo?
Yeah, I am the Eggman. I am the walrus. Cuckoo. Yeah, I think that's next.
Look at that, guys. I got a cultural reference.
We're so proud.
Oh, shit. I'm making progress. Zombie Lover says, as someone who receives SNAP benefits, but am fortunate enough to have a family that can take care of me, I appreciate what you're doing, Justin. Well, thank you, Zombie Lover. Also, the idea for this particular mealtime fundraiser was actually from Crystal. That was her brainchild. I'm just happy to participate. If you don't know about this, Crystal and those of us in the deconstruction crew, we are using our nonprofit for a fundraiser this November and this December. And what we're doing, I'll get you a link, friends. What we're doing is we're collecting money, $40 at a time, to get gift cards, meal gift cards. There we go. For people in the season that need. And there's an anonymous form that people can get where they can apply for assistance over the holiday for meals. The link is I'm going to put it on the screen. It looks like this. It's in the description of this YouTube video, and it's also going to be in our Discord. You can find it in our Discord server. It's going to be a survey, an anonymous survey that looks roughly like this, called Season of Reason Meal Drive. Everyone who participates, we are in great indebted to. I know I'll be participating in the meal drive, and all people in the deconstruction crew will be. But if you need assistance over the holiday, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that there's some food on the table for the families over the holidays. And if you have trouble finding the link, let us know in the Discord. We'll make sure you get a copy. Dougie D says, as Terry Pratchett said, I know 2 facts about mushrooms. 1, all mushrooms are edible. 2, some mushrooms are only edible once. Mushrooms, yeah, I could imagine that. Not all mushrooms are morels. You can't just eat whatever you want. And Jay says, I saw a few days ago that the Think Institute was going to do a video about you talking about Jesus not teaching the Trinity. Did you know about this? People have been telling me, I don't even know who the Think Institute is, and I have no idea why they singled out that talking point, because I'm sure they aren't even engaging in the real talking point that I was making. They're probably just have like a 5-second clip without the context, and then they're trying to debate that. Again, I have no idea who the Think Institute is. If they want to debate the Trinity with me, they can grow a spine and come onto the live stream. I don't think they're going to be doing that. Nevertheless, it's fine. It's always good to do some shadow boxing. Ruin says, how many Christians do you need to screw in a light bulb? 0. They'll just sit in the dark and say the bulb was already screwed in spiritually. That is 100% the case. And thank you for your donation, Yo-Yo. And for you, JM, Big W. And Resist says, I second Gretchen's proposal, simply what for Sharon. And Gretchen was saying that Ty Wolf is a shit-eating troll. So, I mean, Ty's getting some strays tonight. I5 says, who needs dogma when we can have catma? Absolutely. Listen, cats need love too. Cats are adorable. In fact, my cat is back on the desk, actually.
Aww.
Say hi, kitty. Well, one of them. One of them's on back on the desk. Isn't the kitty so cute? This is Bolta. The other one is Faraday, for those who don't know their names yet. Obviously, I named them after electrical scientists. Greg says, don't do Dougs, kids. I think you mean don't do drugs, kids. Also, don't do Dougs, kid. Oh, don't do Dougs, kids. Oh, yeah. Apostrophes matter. Apostrophes do matter. Although, I mean, that's how we got Pebbles. McDubbin says, all this tells me that Nolan doesn't have any meaning in life other than his cult. That's a fair point. Yeah, there's a lot of people who find meaning in the religion. Like, they can't imagine there would be meaning external to it. But that's not been my experience. Sarah, you don't feel meaningless, do you?
I do not feel meaningless.
Yeah, I don't feel meaningless at all. But I do remember being in the cult thinking that those who were outside of the cult didn't have any meaning, but that's just not how it works. Dexter Lab says, Jesus the Missing Years, but John Prine. I think you mean by John Prine is a song recommendation. And we'll definitely have to add that to the list. Thank you, Dexter's Lab. And Jennifer, great to see you, says, egads. They don't even decline the names. Who wrote the gospel fan fiction? Grok? And yeah, this guy doesn't Greek. Someone is ruining him. Yeah, Sarah, were you here when we had a kid in here trying to make an argument from the Greek text that Joseph, the Luke 3:23 lineage goes to Mary and not Joseph? It was wild.
Oh, no, I missed that one.
It was pretty bad. At one point, I got him to concede that according to his interpretation, it would have to say that Mary was the son of Heli. So that was, we got a pro-trans talking point out of him at least. Isabel says, envision this. God exists, but she's too depressed to do anything anymore, and that's why miracles don't happen. Not omnipotent, is all-loving and knowing. Okay, fair enough.
I relate to her so well.
I get it. I'd be done with this shit. It's like I've had enough. House says Nolan needs to ask for his money back from that Bible college. They're not doing him any favors. I suspect he's going to like a Pensacola college type Bible college, which is why he thinks that this was a good argument. But who knows? Mike Townshend says vertical stream is blasphemy, and all watching that abomination will be damned to eternity. Praise Doug. Mike, I do not approve this message as a prophet of Doug. Both streams are blessed by Doug. That is the case. That is the case. There's no schism. And Evan Rock says, have you considered the refutation? I don't think so. Yeah, that's a good one. I might be a theist after that, actually. Good to see you, Evan. Hope you're doing well, friend. Flanker420, you as well. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. It says, if you can't refute a single argument dismantling the linchpin of your religion, rethink your beliefs. Yeah, we had a guy that refused to talk about Jesus being the Messiah. And it was just one topic was off limits to him. But Christianity was true. I just won't talk about the one thing that is the core of our religion.
Weird.
All right. Ben Bloodworth says, I totally have a girlfriend. You've just never seen her because she's spiritual. There's a lot of spiritual girlfriends out there. Reverend Nate says spiritual donkeys are bravest kind. The bravest kind. I think you're making a wordplay on the word bray and vest. Do donkeys say bray? Or I don't know. I think there's a wordplay here. I just don't know it, friend. Thank you for the super chat, though, Nate. And Hank says, Zach has been reading Turek and Kook. Oh, yeah, Kooky. Which is why he's treating this call like an MMA fight and acting like a smart-ass middle schooler. Yeah, that is the case. When you read Turek for the first time and you have no other reading under your belt, you really think you're going to get some gotchas in there. Minute says, can we let Ruby or one of the bunnies debate one of the Christians? Please? Thanks. I'm
Checkers would
believe,
be happy.
Yes, I'm inclined to believe the bunnies would win. I'm just saying. And Helping Mega says Zach is an underbaked cake. Zach cannot be out of high school. The underbaked cake Zach is a sign of why our K through 12 education system needs an overhaul. I agree. Rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon. Zach was concerning, his level of education. Now, listen, friends, I got more super chats to read, but Sarah is only at 9.32 thousand subscribers. We are still 700 short of the 10,000 mark. I need everybody here to follow Sarah's page at Leaving Faith on YouTube. We're going to get over 10,000. And also, Design says Zach's science teacher is a literal straw man. That is the case. That is the case. And I5 coming back again says your cat's names are ironic since the humans Faraday and Volta were devoutly religious, electrifying nonetheless. Well, that's the thing is like everybody was. It took a long time for people to leave their religious backgrounds, right? 100 years from now, that's not going to be the case. Konami says evolution via spiritual selection, whores for life. Indeed, Konami. Indeed. Sarah, I think you know the lingo of the schism at this point. The whores are the people who watch the horizontal stream. Yeah. The whores and the verts. It's the Hatfield and McCoys up in here. Dr. Fudge says, hey, just FYI that Zach Kid's a huge bigot on his TikTok. Oh, of course he is. Total POS FF deserved the 2-minute speed run. I don't know why. Had to censor. I didn't know that, Dr. Fudge. I can't see his profile, but I'm glad that we gave him the 2 minutes to preach because I hate it when people come up with these Jesus talking points and then it turns out their page is full of bigotry. Who would have guessed? Marky says, I know this is a debate channel, but you are seriously hilarious, Justin. Well, thank you, Marky. I try to be entertaining. Sometimes I succeed. Sometimes I don't. It's funny because people don't realize how boring I am in real life. I have to ham it up for the camera. Like, I will make puns in real life, but that's about as exciting as it gets. I don't know. Logan says, you ever hear the story of the constipated accountant? He couldn't budget, so he had to work it out with a pencil. Oh. Let's hope it wasn't sharpened. That the whole new meaning to get the lead out. Your parents ever say that? Get the lead out?
Yeah.
I never got the lead out that way. Reverend Nate says, Justin, other than super chats, what's the best way atheists For atheists to ask you in-depth, elaborate questions, does Doug condone sliding in your DMs? He does, and I do answer DMs, especially Bible questions. If you send me a Bible question, your DM gets to the top of the heap. If you DM me and say, hey, please read my book for me, you're going to get to the bottom of the heap. If you DM me with a 5-paragraph message about an argument you made that you think I should use on stream, it's going to go to the bottom of the heap. But if you ask me a really good question about the Bible, I'm fucking interested just by reading the first line. I'm going to answer that question because you know what I love to do here, friends. I love to read the Bible. William Kinney says, this is always fun to try with a KJV only believer. I know we get so few of them. Ask them to read and explain Proverbs 11:15. You'll have a good time with that one. And also, there's another proverb where there's a missing verse. There's a verse that starts with a noon. It's an acrostics. So every verse starts with the next letter of the Hebrew alphabet. The verse starting with noon, fucking missing. Not in there. It's gone. Not in the King James.
Huh. I didn't know there was an acrostic in the Bible. That's kind of awesome.
If I remember correctly, there's 2 of them for sure in the Psalms. But yeah, we didn't get that far because we kind of got deviated from the King James talking point. But next time. Mike Bowen says, Zach, if you have to say I'm a grown-up when a woman tries to be kind to you, you aren't. It's going to be a while. That is a fact. And House says, Mark, but the molecules, bro. Also, I have seen a cell once. Oh, House, you've seen a cell? Interesting. I would love to learn more biology. Eventually, I'll be able to learn more about biology. I'm going to get there. Cascade, thank you for
Biology's fun.
I know. I'm sad I didn't take more when I was younger. That's on me. I was busy with other stuff. Cascade, thank you for the super chat. Says ID was created to get around the super chat Supreme Court ruling that intelligent design was created to get around the Supreme Court ruling that creationism can't be taught in science class. That fact makes all the language from intelligent design irrelevant. You are a creationist, not an intelligent designer. That's actually a really good point because creation doesn't imply intelligence. Intelligence design is dead on arrival.
Well, so I mean, it's saying creationist usually implies God, but if they say intelligent design, it's basically saying, look, we think this might have been designed, but we don't know by whom. It doesn't have to be the Christian God. Therefore, it's not religious. Therefore, we can teach it in school. And there is a great book about that process. I think it's called Monkey Girl, and it's about the case in like the early-ish 1900s about teaching creation in school. And it's a really good read. So I would definitely recommend that book.
Hey, thanks for the rec. I appreciate that. We'll definitely I read Why Evolution is True that you recommended. And
it's a good one.
Like I've got some talking points for it now that I put onto a couple of Word documents that I'll pull out when the topic comes up. Stop the stupidity. Couldn't agree anymore. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, when did you start a daycare for crying Christians? It's been a while, about 2 years now. I change a lot of diapers. That is the case. And Tamika says, ugh, I was once indoctrinated by my independent Fundy Baptist family who only read the KJV. Best thing to happen to me led me straight to atheism. And greed, yes. If you went to a super fundy church, the reality is once you realize the Bible is rubbish, you're more likely to be like, oh, well, none of this shit is true. And Randy, handing out 120 memberships today. Thank you, Randy. Says, have to get the truth out. Thank you for your work. Well, thank you, Randy, for supporting the channel. We really appreciate that, friend. It's gigantic. And Adam says, I can't tell who is more insufferable, King James onlyist or newly discovered Douay Rheims onlyist. I know. Oh, the last stream we had a guy who swore by the Douay Rheims. I've never met them before. This is the first time. But there are some Geneva onlyists now on TikTok. They're getting popular. People have discovered that there were English Bibles prior to the KJV, the most famous of them being the 1599 or the 1560 Geneva Bible. And I've seen quite a few TikToks, people saying that, no, the King James Bible isn't the authentic English Bible. It's the Geneva Bible.
Huh.
There's always going to be a fight over this. Roman White, thank you for the super chat, says, okay, all the cute kittens and bunnies are tempting me to believe in God again. God damn it. I will pray to Doug for guidance. Sorry, Roman. Sorry.
Oopsies.
To be fair, if there was intelligent design, kittens and bunnies and puppies would be proof of that, just not humans. Atheismo, great name, says, enough about the Hebrew Bible. Let's talk about Shebrew Bible and the sacrifice of Jesse. As long as words don't have any meaning, my friend. And Evan says, KJV is the Christian's most popular paperweight. Yeah, most people who own the KJV have not read it. The reality is most people reading the Bible are reading a modern translation. And Sonic Shroom says, we don't believe what science says. We believe what it shows, indeed. We look at the results, the experimentation, not what one person believes. And also, since we're talking about scientists, Sarah's page is now at 9.36 thousand followers at Leaving Faith on YouTube. We are still shy of the 650 believers in evolution and a lack of God to follow Sarah's page at Leaving Faith on YouTube. We're going to get close to 10,000 tonight, guys. We're going to do it. Zanbatu says, even when I was a Christian, I could never empathize with the Westboro Baptists. I know. Yep.
Ooh.
They are a special.
Yeah, when I was a Christian, they made me cry. And when I was a hardcore Christian and watching, it's so heartbreaking. Ugh.
Yeah, it's a special form of evil. A bunch of the younger ones have defected. Thank goodness. Design says the religious today toss away the source material, then wonder how could Jesus become a thing. Yes. If you have disdain for the source material, then that's exactly how you got Christianity. Christianity betrayed the actual source material, so no wonder they're still doing it today. And Singer supposed to stop lying to us, Justin. Oh, I'm sorry, Singer. I'll tell you the truth. The King James Bible is the only true Bible in English, and I work for Satan. Gretchen says, baby paste this moron. Oh, yeah. I forgot, please. Gretchen, we did, although he calmed down towards the end, so I didn't really rub it in his face, but he needed to know that baby paste was coming. HDO says, King James says Mark is a heathen. Trust me, bro. Yes, it's in there. He hasn't read it. He doesn't know. And Ollivander, thank you for the 20 CHF, says, I can hear the pastor in his talking points. Even his accent changes. He is just regurgitating what he was told. How is a youngin' like him already this brainwashed in the age of the internet? This is my thing. In the age of the internet, how could somebody fall into the King James only trap? Because he was.
I mean, yeah. Please come take my research methods class, because the internet is what you make of it, right? And your ability to discern different types of information and what information you're fed. So unfortunately, the age of the internet doesn't always make it better.
I know. And the internet is a source for conspiracy theories too, which King James onlyists love. They love a good conspiracy theory. That's how they got to that position in the first place. Kevin says you should let him know that King James was a you know what. Well, the reality is, Kevin, it's not relevant. He didn't translate the Bible. But yeah, was he diddling little boys? That seems to be the case. We've got evidence for that. But I don't see how it's relevant. He didn't translate the Bible, and even if he did, it clearly wouldn't. I don't think it'd be meaningful anyways. McDubbin says Mark is a chode, just like his King James Bible. That is the proper usage in 2025. And Adam says, in one of your previous lives, I was sure you are a communist in horizontal, but then I checked in the vertical and the truth of the kitties on the sweater appeared. Hi from the damn Discord team. Well, thank you, Adam. You're not damned. Thank you for being part of the team. But you're right. If you're on vertical, you get more kitty action, because I typically hold a kitty in my lap. And you can't see the kitty on the horizontal stream. You can only see the kitty on the vertical stream, unless the kitty is right now. So the kitty is either on the desk or on the cat tree. So I got a cat tree back here for the kitty to play on. There he is. And and he's gone already. So it is what it is. If you want more kitty, the vertical stream is for you. Reverend Nate says Mark's saying that the KJV is perfect with no corroboration to oldest copies of Scripture. So Mark is a literal heretic in Jewish, Catholic, and Christian denominations, expressly unaware of self. In fact, in the original King James too, this is the King James 11, at the cover page says newly translated out of the original tongues. So the original tongues are important. They were important to King James translators. They're important to us today. Andre, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. And Lushkin says, how many versions of the Bible are there? There's a lot. And which versions are the worst? Well, the Message. Thank you for all the knowledge. Love this community. I think I got that one right. The Message is horrific. But, you know.
Yeah.
Gen Z Bible is better than the Message. Or Word on the Street. Before the Gen Z Bible, the people over in England had their own translation called Word on the Streets, trying to do what the Gen Z Bible did, except it's just horrific. Evan says, can you... It's so bad. Evan says, can you read Ezekiel 13:20 to the weirdo KJV onlyist? Sorry he's gone. I apologize, but let me see what Ezekiel 13:20 has to say. Wherefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I am against your pillows, wherewith ye there hunt the souls to make them fly, and I will tear them from your arms, and will let the souls go, even the souls that ye hunt to make them fly. Try making sense of that passage in the King James Bible. This is crazy, Evan. I'll read it again. Wherefore, thus saith the Lord God, behold, I am against your pillows, wherewith ye there hunt the souls to make them fly, and will tear them from your arms, and will let souls go, even the souls that ye hunt to make them fly. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, put that one on your list.
That's crazy.
A good one.
That's crazy. I'm going to copy that right now. Thank you for that. That's actually a really good one. I really appreciate that. I'm going to close the browser out now, and I've got to go. I've got a document where I've been recording a KJV verses that are like problematic verses because they're wrong. This is not really a problematic verse, but it's getting added to the list. This is clearly of like the holy fucking shit, what are we supposed to do with this type of verse? And I'm here for it. So give me 1 second and I'll add it to the list, and then we'll move on. Bada bing, bada boom. And this is going to be... Got it. Ezekiel 13:20. It is on the list, and we'll use it next time it comes around. That's fantastic. Forrest says, according to the Bible, life begins 30 days postpartum. Kind of. I didn't want to get stuck on the abortion topic because I wanted to cook them on other stuff. But yeah, according to the Bible, like even in the laws of Moses, if you accidentally kill a baby, it's not murder. You just pay a fine. If you kill a living entity, it's murder. I mean, outside of the womb. McDubbin says, Ulrich was the least of our concerns tonight. I'm going to take a bath after Mark. These people vote and procreate. Yeah. Ulrich came in hot, but we at least knew what to expect with him. Meg says, if life begins at conception, every miscarriage, every stillborn is God killing babies. True. Yes. Every stillborn baby is a baby that God killed, aborted. Then there is the flood, the bitter waters, and all the babies born and unborn that God kills. Yeah. Indeed. Indeed. And Jacob Tiger says nobody justifies killing babies born and that suffer and then say abortion of fetuses who don't have nervous systems is evil like Christians. I agree. I don't think there's a comparison between murdering an already born baby and like aborting a zygote. There's not equivalent. And you can do thought experiments to prove it. Like if you're in a hospital with 100 impregnated cells, the hospital is burning down. In one room, there's 100 conceived impregnated cells that are going to be in vitroed. And in another room, there's one living baby. They're going to save the living baby every time because it's just different value system. Hey, buddy. Dr. Joe, thank you for the super chat. Says Mark confuses info on mental health, medicine, and economics with current facts. Our exposure to info is not the same as more concerns. Media gives a distorted perception of risk and danger. Actually, that reminds me, his ability to look at the news and think that the world is evil and awful and terrible now and it was better back then plays into the fact that this guy he believes in conspiracy. Like the programming that is on right-wing channels are for him. That's why he believes in this nonsense. That's why he believes in King James onlyism, because the conspiratorial programming is designed around young men like that and old men who typically don't know any better. You know, design says
creating fear of stuff.
Right, it really is. I mean, sometimes they're trying to play up on the fears of women, but it seems more often to men on the right wing. Design says, funny how misogyny marks life at conception, and then those things are clearly swimming at T minus 20 seconds. So this is actually a good point. You might ask yourself if, in fact, the sperm are alive. Is that life? Should we not spare every sperm? You know what I mean? Like, where is life? Where is the beginning of life? Right? It's a tough one. And Mr. Lightning says, what are some good resources to learn Hebrew? Well, I think an easy resource, you might want to look to the text by Gary Practico, The Basics of Biblical Hebrew. You can also join like a modern Hebrew class. And modern Hebrew crosses over with biblical Hebrew about 70% of the time. The grammar's not perfect. But if you learn modern Hebrew, you'll be able to read a lot of the Hebrew Bible, just not all of it. But yeah, like there's a lot of good Hebrew texts out there. I personally like the formatting and the flow of the one by Gary Practico, The Basics of Biblical Hebrew. It's got good worksheets in it to help you practice. It's a really good book. It's really well done. And the same people who published that book also published note cards with the Hebrew words, so you can do Hebrew flashcards to reinforce your memorization. You don't have to write your own out. They're small, meaning you have a whole bunch of them in your pocket. They're not like the 3x5s. It's a really good system. That's what I did for Hebrew was the flashcards. Flashcards make a world of difference when you're trying to memorize stuff. Johannes says, what command from the Old Testament do you find most horrific? That's tough because there's a lot of bad ones. I think the raping and pillaging of females in all the villages that they attacked is probably the worst of the babies and women. Like number 31 is horrific. It's really bad. Also, Sarah is now at 9.38 thousand followers on YouTube. Guys, let's at least get to 9.5 thousand followers. We're gonna get to 10,000 soon. I know we will. Tess says your patience and integrity is amazing and inspiring. Well, thank you, Tess. I am trying to get better. Sometimes I get off the rails. I get out of pocket, but I try. I am trying. And Fats says God didn't grape anyone. David's son did it. Yeah, that's what they were going to say, unless that's what you're saying, which you'd be wrong, because in verse 11, God says, I am doing it. I'm raising up trouble. I'm taking your wives, which means God's doing it. God's causing it to happen. And Evan says, I have the perfect word of God, but I don't read it. Could you imagine? It's crazy.
That was really wild to me that he so easily and openly admitted that he didn't read it. Like, right. I would think that you'd feel a little more sheepish about that.
Yeah, I would, but at least he did get honest towards the end of the conversation.
Yeah, he did.
So, I mean, big dubs for that at least. Taylor says, why do Canaanite origins of Yahweh never get discussed? Because it's not a debatable topic. The idea that Yahweh came from like a Canaanite pantheon is a working theory. It is not a slam dunk. It is a working theory based on a very limited set of evidences. It's something that I believe is likely true. It's not something that I would ever debate because we don't have enough evidence to say that it is in fact 100% true. We have some evidence to suggest it could be true, which is why they don't come up on my live streams, because I'm doing debates. Now, if we're just doing Bible study, yeah, we're probably going to talk about it. But when we're doing debates, I pick talking points that like we actually have evidences for, you know? And Good Question says, yes, Sarah, preach. Awesome, level-headed, all-encompassing summary. Mark didn't read his Divine Comedy book. I agree. Taylor says, for the what happens after we die question, I really like the answer, the same thing that happened before we were born. Yeah, that is a good answer. I used to say that more often. I need to bring that back because you're right. Like whatever happened before we were born, that's obviously what we're going to return to. And I don't, I don't have any bad memories from before I was born, so I suppose we'll be all right. I won't have any bad memories after I die, and I won't be here to care about it. William, thank you for the $22 super chat. Says Theus, it's so depressing to believe that there's no afterlife. It is so much nicer to believe that a super majority of humans get lit on fire for eternity. That is 100% the case. Because they're thinking about themselves. It's nicer for me to believe that I'm going to heaven. All these other people being lit on fire for eternity, well, they had it coming. They asked for it.
Their own fault.
You send yourself to hell. Silver says, isn't Providence in this world a sign that you're worshiping the devil? Providence, Rhode Island, maybe. 2 Corinthians 4:4. Wouldn't suffering in this life reflect Jesus' path? I guess I don't understand the question. 2 Corinthians 4:4 is the passage where it says that the God of this world has blinded the eyes, so people that won't believe in the truth of the gospel. So I guess I don't fully understand what you're suggesting here. Wouldn't suffering in this life reflect Jesus' path? Now, this is a good point, which is like, if things are getting better, then Jesus' words are not coming true. If things are getting worse, then you might say that Jesus' words are true, but I don't think that they're getting worse, and the guest couldn't really substantiate it. I think that's what you're getting at in Matthew 16, but I don't know. The question might need some more fleshing out. Waxweed says, thank you for your donation, but Wax, my friend, thank you for your donation. I appreciate it. And Bothell with us tonight says, Christians, atheists are evil and immoral. Also Christians, grape is godly. You heard it here. That is the case. They will always affirm biblical grape. McDubbin says, all Mark needs is a whisper from his God to commit some very heinous shit. Yep. This is so depressing, POSFF. That is the case. If he was truly convinced that God told him to do something awful, he'd have to do it. Night Owl says, God was always an asshole in my opinion. It never made sense to me. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you, Night Owl. Thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. And I agree. When you read the book, God is the villain. He's not the good guy. And Johannes says, free will. God shows up in like every Bible story. Yeah, every fucking one. He's there all the time. And Garbagamon, good to see you, my friend, says, if this good God thinks it could be good to command grape, then heaven being good might be an unfortunate surprise.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. If God's version of good is what we find in heaven, we're in for a world of hurt. Peapot Fairy says, Andrea Yates saved her 5 children from sin by sending them to heaven. She was doing the Lord's work. That's the only logical conclusion. She was doing the Lord's work. And Luke says, if appearing equals no free will, then it follows that Adam and Eve, Lucifer, and Jesus had no free will. Indeed. Indeed, that is the case. God doesn't even have free will, apparently. Mike says, it's always great when Sarah drops to cut through the BS with no nonsense given or taken. Hail, anti-Pope Dalton. She's good at that. She's good at dismantling a bad talking point. One of her core strengths. And Dunzo says, LF is sweet and savage tonight. Cheers, y'all.
That is such a compliment. I'm so flattered.
Well, we know that LF is leaving Faith, but now that's your new nickname is LF.
Nice.
Rob, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And St. Randy Wilson, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I appreciate that. Bunny Bismuth Bun of Seething says, I'm crying now after Mark's call. It's clear he's broken and knows it, and I hope he gets out of these terrible ideas. Bunny, I think you're right. I think towards the end of that call, he started to realize that he's got some really hard things to chew on right now. Maybe he'll come back and we'll see him in a better position. Penelope, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate that. Said the kitten cam was a brilliant idea. Also, love the winter village and the smell of a good barbecue. Doug and Sharon may need some little scarves. You're right. I need to get hats for Doug and Sharon. I'll make sure and get some like large Cabbage Patch doll hats for them. That should be about right. And guys, I actually have a bunch more little villages to set up. I have an entire collection of little decorative Christmas villages. They will be appearing on my shelf. I make no apologies.
Oh, you shouldn't.
No. Winter's fun. Feliz Navidad, friends. Gretchen, good to hear from you again. Thank you for the 666. Just wanted to say I was gifted a filthy heretical vert membership on Deconstruction Zone, and I feel fucking dirty about it. Can't forgive this slight. Gretchen, we are all on one. There is no schism, Gretchen. We're all on one team right now. You don't feel dirty. You can be a whores and a vert viewer. It's going to be okay. And AR says, that call with Mark was a wild ride. You two were amazing. Appreciate you, friend. Well, thank you, AR. It was a wild ride, and I honestly think it was good. We even got to do a little bit of like good cop, bad cop on him. I think that helped.
Yeah.
We'll see. Brett says, you are so handsome. Oh, sorry. Betty says, you are so handsome. Fuck, I take Brett or Bretty. It's fine. Thank you for that, Betty. Says, I stayed, I think you mean stayed and watched here for your looks. Well, whatever keeps you here, I appreciate it, Betty. Stayed for the brain. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. Big W, Betty. I do what I can. Sometimes I do too much. Helping Mega, thank you for the super chat. Says KJV only is probably a stage 6, Christian brain rot syndrome out of stage 5 scale. You said it's important to the algorithm to stream vert and horizontal. Can you explain a little more? Yes, I can. Some people are wondering if it's a matter of tradition or logical economic purposes that I stream 2 streams. It's all of the above. So the vertical live stream in YouTube gets a lot more new views as it does in TikTok. People are swiping through really fast in vertical streams. And so you get a lot new eyeballs on your stream and you gain followers faster. And it's also one of the primary ways that you get new guests to talk to. People on the horizontal stream stay longer. So like the average vertical stream, the average stay time is like 7 to 12 minutes. On the average horizontal stream, people stay anywhere between like 25 and 45 minutes a pop. As opposed to what you get on the other stream. And I think one of the reasons is because people on the vertical stream are watching on their phone. People on the horizontal stream are watching on TVs and computers. So it's a different crop of people. By doing both streams, I tap into everybody's preferences and aggregate them into Deconstruction Zone. And we get the best of all worlds. YouTube hasn't yet come up with a good way of dual streaming vertical and horizontal. Therefore, I have 2 streams. The other thing is that the horizontal stream is on my DZ Debates channel. It is a traditional debates-only channel, whereas my vertical stream on Deconstruction Zone is for everything. It's for educational content, interviews, vertical live streams, anything Deconstruction Zone related, it'll be on my main channel. But my secondary channel is the channel you're watching right now on horizontal, DZ Debates, will only and ever just be debate content. So if you don't care about education, you just want to see someone get cooked, this is the channel. So that's why we do what we do. Handsome Cat says, hey, was Christianity like a suicide cult? Yep. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And he then says, always good to do some shadow boxing. It's savage. I was wondering if anyone would catch it. I feel like sometimes my best jokes get missed. I don't know. I try. I appreciate it. I thank you for appreciating my joke. And also, Sarah is still climbing in memberships, but we're not quite we're not quite there. We need to keep going. Go to Leaving Faith's page and make sure that you follow her. We got to get her over 10,000. And Oruchi says, hey, Justin, have you heard of toxoplasma? I have not. Do you know what that is?
Nope.
Now I guess I got to Google it. Let's see. Toxoplasma. Toxoplasma gondii has a Wikipedia page. It says it's a species of parasitic alveolate that causes toxoplasmosis found worldwide. It is capable of infecting virtually all warm-blooded animals, but members of the cat family are the only known definitive hosts in which the parasite may undergo sexual reproduction. Oh, so this is one of those parasites that only gets passed by cats, I think is what he's saying. I've never heard of it.
I think so.
But listen, my kitties are up on their vaccines. I think we're going to be okay. Josh, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, get the kitties some catnip. They're not old enough yet. You can't give them catnip right away. There's an age. There's like a drinking age for humans. There's a catnip age for cats. But I will, I promise. Thanks for all the vids and really help when I'm driving my semi-truck all day. Well, Joseph, thank you for making America work. Truckers are like the lifeblood of the country, getting stuff from point A to point B so that we can pay our evil overlords Walmart for them. But we couldn't do it without you. The economy runs on travel and commerce. Oren says, Sarah's laugh is addictive. I couldn't agree more. Is it not? It is. Everyone agrees it is. More jokes, please.
Awesome.
It is. Simple Programmer, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, I don't care about Christian apologetics at all, even when I was a believer, but think now is a good time to learn, and I've learned so much here. Thanks for what you and guests are doing. Here's a little Doug Doe, rock hard for Doug, and Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, Simple Programmer. I appreciate that. And yes, this is a good place if you want to hear bad Christian apologetics get eviscerated. To be fair, there are no good Christian apologetics. Just a Ranter says, big W for Sarah. I agree. Great points with Mark while being sympathetic. W for Justin too. Oh, I'm glad I get to tag along. I'd imagine Mark is on the road to deconstruction. Let's hope so.
Maybe.
Evan, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, your kitty's listening to Christian talking points. You have cat to be kidding me right now. Meow. That is amazing. He says, real men love cats. Meowtons of evidence support it. Agreed. 100% agreed. That was an amazing joke. That was so much artistry in that joke. It should not go unnoticed. That was amazing. And good question says, do we know why Aquinas chose Aristotle, an atheist, as his philosophical daddy? Well, I don't know if Aristotle was necessarily an atheist. I think he kind of believed in like a demiurge of some nature. It's hard to tell. I'm not an Aristotle scholar, but Aquinas wanted to use Greek philosophy because Greek philosophy was giving arguments for some of the stuff that he believed in. And it was like a good base to build on because most people accepted Greek philosophers as being like wise and smart and correct and not so easy to debunk. So he's just building on the work of somebody else. That's all. Doc Ploromanot says, can we have a catnip break in the midstream mark? Kind of like a 7th inning stretch just to watch them bug out and go nuts. Well, eventually we'll be able to get a catnip break. They're not quite old enough yet. Also, good news. I might actually be getting a sponsor in December, which means I could run the live stream back with no mid-roll ads. It'll just have the mid-roll from our sponsor and then no mid-rolled ads. You can watch the whole thing, no ads. In fact, I have to sign the documents, though, make a couple adjustments to it because it's only a 60-second advertisement. But the thing of it is, they don't understand how live streams work. So like they wanted the position of the ad to be like a non-live stream ad. Like they wanted it within the first 5 minutes of the video. I'm like, no. This is a live stream. Which they'll see it on playback for sure. But a live stream, the people take like an hour to get the max capacity. You want to play that thing in the middle of the live stream, like when I go take a potty break, and you'll get 4,000 people watching it. And then they'll all see it again on the replay. But I was like, no, you don't want to just show it at the beginning of the video when people are still just getting into the live stream. So we'll see. I got to work out some bugs, but it'd be nice to get some sponsors and just get rid of mid rolls. I'd love it.
That's exciting.
It'd be really cool if we can do that. That's what we see on a lot of stuff, like some of the political debaters. They'll have like 1 or 2 sponsors for the stream, and then the playback doesn't have mid-rolls in it. Chris L says, I tried to subscribe again, but no. Sorry, Sarah. No second fulfillment possible. Stay rock hard for Doug. You tried to subscribe twice to Sarah's channel.
He was just unable, like it didn't work?
Well, I think he's saying he tried to subscribe to your channel twice. He can only do it once.
Got it.
So there's no double fulfillments, only a single
Well, we
fulfillment.
deeply appreciate it either way.
Indeed. Yoda says, time for Sarah to pick an angle. There is no, don't bring Sarah into the schism. Says there is a wrong answer. You can't pick both. Are you horizontal or vertical? She's on both screens right now. I don't know if you guys know that she's on both screens, horizontal and vertical, and TikTok right now. So she doesn't pick.
Switzerland.
Exactly. Handsome Cat says cut, and dare I say, I think you mean cute. Cute, and dare I say handsome cats, Justin? Listen, Handsome Cat, I love your Handsome Cat, and I agree. My cats are handsome as well. And if you disagree, it's okay. You can be wrong. That's fine. I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. So, Ripsteak says, speaking of Westboro, I would highly recommend How Minds Change by David McRaney. Fascinating book. Actually, that sounds good. I love a good psychology read. I got to talk to Dr. Joe and get some more psychology references. Orange says, can't tell if Justin gets more kitty action.
Okay. You missed this one. I was like dying when you were saying this, and like half the people in the comments picked up on it. We were talking about you needed more kitty action, and how do you get more kitty, and you have the sexual joke. Do you see it now?
You're all perverts. Every one of you.
It was delightful.
It was a good joke, though. I'm sorry I didn't catch it the first time. I appreciate that Sarah caught it. We know who's at the dirty mind in this live stream. Jennifer says, that KJV hunt to make them fly, I'm dead. I don't get it, Jennifer. I love you, Jennifer. I don't get this one. That KJV hunt to make them fly, I'm dead.
Maybe she's referencing that weird verse that you read, because it had hunt and fly in it.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Jennifer, I have no idea what it said either. I don't think anybody does. We need an official KJV translator. Mike Townshend says, who's worse, Baby Reborns or Philbros? Both suck. I don't know what a Baby Reborn is. What is
that? I know very little, but I think the baby it's like people who have dolls, like these dolls that look like babies, like incredibly realistic.
Oh no. Yeah, they've got a website. Oh God.
Yeah.
Why? There's a website.
I don't know much about it, so I can't say any more than that, but yeah, that's a thing.
Okay, well, I guess I got another rabbit hole to go down sometime soon. David says, why are werewolves nervous to start YouTube channels? They're afraid no one will like and subscribe. I like that. I appreciate that. Keep up the good work. We're going to do what we can. Ben says, Justin, don't forget about the hip and cool teenage version of the message called The Message Remix. Are you kidding me? There's a Message Remix?
Oh my gosh, I don't know about this.
Oh my gosh. I'm looking for it right now. Right now. How come no one told me?
Oh, that's worse than my life application Bible.
Oh, it's got to be. It's not on Amazon. Come on. See, the Message Remix Bible. They do sell it at christianbook.com. There we go. It is on Amazon if you type in the right stuff. Yeah. Let me show it to you, friends. Oh my gosh, the Message Remix. This is something we never needed, but I'm going to get it. Hardcover. They have a wood cover?
Oh
well,
my gosh.
I mean,
Incredible.
I hope it's not a real wood cover. It's just like wood image on the cover. Well,
I think so.
It's got to be. Although I would love a Bible with a wood cover. I used to have one. Well, I'm getting a message remix. Thank you for the suggestion. Reverend says add folder. KJV weird. Seriously, what the F, dude? That is exactly what the folder should say. And Luke says, as a former St. Jude patient, I can tell you that God doesn't care about sick children. That's right, Luke. I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm glad that you survived, but you're right. If God was real and he cared, St. Jude wouldn't exist. We wouldn't need St. Jude. That being said, people ask me sometimes if there are religious organizations that I would give to, or even quasi-religious organizations that I would give to. 1,000,000% would give to St. Jude. St. Jude does amazing work. I don't know if they're actually religiously affiliated or if you're just named after St. Jude, but I don't care if they were. I've seen so many people survive like child cancer and leukemia because of St. Jude. I guess you might call it like a sacrifice worth making, giving to a religious organization. Let me see if they are. St. Jude religious affiliate. Oh, it's actually not. It says St. Jude hospitals are not religiously affiliated, though some have a religious history. The most famous St. Jude Children's Research Hospital was founded by a Catholic, Danny Thomas, who made a vow to St. Jude Thaddeus. So on and so. Okay, so it had religious origins, but it was never affiliated with the Catholic Church. Okay, good. Frosty is adding, if God doesn't exist, can you prove killing is bad? I think you're asking me, Forrest, which I think you're debating right now, and by what standard? Why do atheists borrow Christians' morals? And just show me which standard document. So again, there's no standard, Frosty. That's the whole point. So when we say bad, we know that what we mean by bad is a subjective claim. Like, I am saying it's bad, and I think all human beings agree. Like, if you think it's good to be dead, that's your subjective opinion. My subjective opinion is that it's bad to be dead, because I think you can't have well-being if you're dead. And in order to have the good things, you need well-being. So if you don't have well-being, then the reality is, like, you don't have good. Like, like being dead is just inherently bad. That being said, you can cry all you want about subjective morals being the case. The reality is, until you can demonstrate that objective morals do exist, you will never in a million years have an argument for why your God exists. If your God exists because objective morals exist, you have to first prove that objective morals do exist, and you can't do it, and you never will be able to do it. Your complaints about subjective morals will never be an argument for why your God is real. McDubbin says, whores last longer. I mean, depends on how much you pay them. I don't know if they all go by an hourly rate, but I mean, that is true based on the metrics for the channels. The whores do last longer. Gabriel, I mean, the verticals are essentially one-night stands almost. Gabriel says, hi, I've been working on my shift on the crane for 6 hours and listening to your channel. Made everything easier. Greetings from Italy. It's AM here. Well, good morning to you, Gabriel. Or is it Gabriel if you're Italian? I don't know. Listen, we appreciate you listening to the stream. We appreciate you supporting the stream. And follow Sarah's page, too, at Leaving Faith. We're almost at 9,500 friends. We're at 9.4 thousand. We are so close to 9.5. Kenneth says, I will sub to Leaving Faith, you mean, if she accepts Doug as Lord and Savior.
I accept.
She does. She's in.
Accept.
Sarah's rock hard, friends. And Narrative Dude, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, thanks for upping my deconstruction game, Sarah. I joined your channel tonight. Will you have a Patreon anytime soon? Great question, Sarah. When are you getting a Patreon?
I don't know. I don't know. If people have suggestions for the type of content they would want to see on that, I would love suggestions. That would be great.
All right, we're going to make sure you get a Patreon ASAP.
Okay.
We're going to make that happen. Yes, because people want to give you monthly support. Patreon is a great way to do that. And also, I think Sarah has memberships open on her YouTube channel, though, right?
Yes. I do.
So
Yes.
currently, in lieu of Patreon, she does have memberships open on YouTube, but Patreon to come. We'll make that happen. Pokagurumi says, if I watch all 3 streams, am I a Trinitarian? Kinda. Yeah. We can go with that. And Mike says, no, a baby reborn is a new Christian. Oh, someone who is born again. I gotcha. I thought you were talking about those goofy dolls that they were talking about. What's worse, a baby aborted or a baby newborn? What was the chat?
It was Philbro.
Oh, Philbro. Sorry.
Was
What's
the other
worse,
option in that one?
a Philbro, or a born again Christian? Definitely Philbro. No contest. Yeah, we talk to born again Christians all the time. Luke says Ezekiel 13:20 is even crazier in the Geneva. No fucking way.
Hang on, let me get my Geneva Bible. Oh, look, I have my Geneva Bible.
I mean, obviously. I mean, what self-respecting fool wouldn't have a Geneva Bible on hand? Is 13:20? Did I remember that right? All right, let's get to.
That's what it says on the screen.
All right, let's see now. There's 15, 12, there's 13, and verse 20 says, wherefore thus saith the Lord God, behold, I will have to do with your pillows, wherewith ye hunt fowls to make them to fly, and I will tear them from your arms, and will let the fowls go, even the fowls that ye hunt to make them fly.
Oh my God.
That checks out.
Yeah, that's good. It's good. Solid work. Crystal clear. No argument that the Bible is not crystal clear.
God is not the author of confusion. He's not the author of confusion. Frosty says, but some humans think murder is okay, right? Oh, Frosty, you're still arguing? Frosty, I know you're really confused about this. Again, it doesn't matter what you think about subjective morals until you can ever prove that they're objective. You've got no room to argue. You can't demand that somebody believe in objective morals if you can't demonstrate them to exist. Frosty says, I can't prove yours, but you can't prove mine. I can. Yeah. By definition, if morals are not objective, they are in fact subjective. You have no other choice. If there's no evidence that they're objective, that means the only thing you're left with is subjective morals. And we know for a fact that they're subjective because we get to make them up. We decide what morals are or aren't. And we know this because we don't allow slavery anymore. But we did. Humanity in general allowed slavery for many thousands of years. Even your precious holy book says that slavery is dope. Your God says that slavery is dope. The reality is you have no objective morals. You have no leg to stand on. Evan says, imagine crashing out via super chats. It's happening as we speak. As we speak. He's still super chatting. Tim says, we are so close to 9.5. Every man ever.
That's what she said. Well, no, that's what he said. She definitely didn't say that.
That's what he dreamt about, to be real. Most men aren't saying that. The men that are saying that are lying to themselves. That is the reality. What she said was, sure, honey. 9.5. What have you got to tell yourself, baby? TM, thank you for this. Our super chat says, it's important to let aspiring deconstructors know that these ideas were imposed on them at an impressionable age in a sometimes well-meaning effort to control them, but they're just human ideas. I do agree, TM. Like, the reason why they believe this nonsense is because they grew up with it. That's it. Frosty says, what's the context of, I think you mean Ezekiel 13:20. And again, Frosty, no one cares. Listen, if you want to debate me via super chat, I'm more than happy to do it, but I'm shutting down the stream in like 30 seconds. Oren says, Ezekiel 13:20 is crazier in Geneva. Hold my Kraken. Indeed. Frosty says, don't be mad at my super chats. It helps you. I mean, yeah, by mocking you, it does help me. I'm not complaining. We're all having a good laugh at you, Frosty. That's all. And Kenneth says, once you use philosophy only to defend the Bible, it means you know the Bible is not good evidence. Sub to Sarah. Well, thank you, Kenneth. Thank you. And friends, we almost hit 9.5. We're at 9.41.
Oh my gosh.
So we made some movement. Got a couple hundred here in her. We're gonna get her to 10,000 before Christmas. We're gonna make this happen. All right, friends. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Certainly somebody is live right now that we can go send all of these fun-loving atheists to. Give me just a moment, and I'm going to find out who's live.
And while you're waiting, if anyone wants to see a very cute little bunny. Oh, sorry, Roots.
Oh, Fluffy baby.
Sorry, there you go. Want to say hi?
What a cutie. It looks like Mezzo is live right now. Mezzo's live on TikTok and on YouTube. But first of all, if you're here on TikTok, you know how to find Mezzo. I don't have to show you that. If you're here on YouTube and you don't know about Mezzo, he's live right now on the Deconstruction Junction channel. It's at Deconstruction Junction. This is what's happening. Joel is with them. It's Joel and Mezzo live right now with the prompt, God's description is a contradiction, hence he is fiction. And everybody go over there and say that Justin, Sarah, and Doug sent you. Tell them we said hello. And I'll go pop in and say hi here in a minute as well. And we got 3 more super chats. Frosty's still at it. I want to laugh with you. Frosty, I don't have to tell you, we are in fact laughing at you. And Lockfurry, good to see you, says, what's the best version of the gospel and why is it rapping with Jesus? The gospel's according to the 4 brothers. Unbelievable. How have I never heard this? Rapping with the... rapping with Jesus. Let's see. According to the 4 brothers. Oh my gosh, it's on Amazon. Guys, you can get this for yourself. Look, it says, Rapping with Jesus, the good news, according to the 4 brothers, the Black Bible Chronicles.
Oh my God.
Add to cart.
Jesus.
Okay. Thanks for that, friends. That's dynamite. Last one from our friend Zach says, why do you think is... Who? Oh, fuck me. Who? Thank you, Sarah. Who do you think is the most formidable Christian debater and why? I don't think any of them are formidable. I haven't seen a single Christian debater that I thought was convincing. The reality is, let me think. Maybe I think the most well-spoken is William Lane Craig, but his arguments are dog shit. But he's actually likable. Cliff and his sons are terrible. They have no idea what they're doing. The Kneckleys. Sean McDowell is somewhat likable, but he's kind of laughable as well. He brings only bad talking points. I like a couple of them. There's a couple apologists like Gavin Ortlund. He's likable. But like, again, I don't think any of his arguments are good. If I was going to watch an apologist, I would probably spend my time watching Gavin, to be fair. That's what I'm saying. All right, friends, thank you for being here. Sarah, thank you for joining me. Make sure you're following her on YouTube. It's my pleasure. And friends, we'll see you again on Friday night.